Set your burdens down by the door, friend, and come in where it's warm. Welcome back to Old Man Midnight. The fire's going, the rain's on the roof, and the whole long night is ours. If you're new here, hit subscribe and leave a comment telling me where you're listening from and what time it is there. I read every one of them, every single one. Now let the lamplight soften. Let your breathing slow. I have 8 stories tonight, and they are long, and they are patient, and they are yours. Rest easy. Here we go. Story 1. Every lighthouse on this coast keeps 2 books, and most folks only ever know about the one. There is the official log, wind and weather, oil burned, ships sighted, the plain arithmetic of the light. That book goes to the Lighthouse Board, and men in Washington read it, or don't, and it gathers dust in a drawer, and the light goes on without it. And then there is the other book, the keeper's book, the one that never leaves the tower. Every light I ever knew of had one, and every keeper I ever knew kept one, and nobody, not one man of them, ever told me what was in his. I found out what was in them, friend, on an island off the coast of Maine in the year 1874 from a keeper named Elias Crowell, who was 81 years old when I met him and who had kept the Thatcher's Head light for 39 years. And this is his story, and I will tell it the way he told it, with the fog horn going off the point below us, and the 2 of us drinking rum-laced coffee in the watchroom in the dark. Elias Crowell came to Thatcher's Head in 1835, a young man of 22 with a strong back and a new wife and no fear of anything the sea could show him. The island was a quarter-mile of granite and spruce, 9 miles off the mainland, and the tower was new then, 40 feet of granite blocks with a 3rd-order Fresnel lens that had come over from France in a ship's hold packed in straw. A lens so beautiful, Elias said, that the first time he saw it lit, he sat down on the watchroom floor and cried, and he was not a crying man. The light threw a white beam 17 miles. There was a keeper's cottage at the tower's foot, a boathouse, a dock on the lee side, a garden patch that his wife worked with more hope than success, and nothing else. 9 miles of gray water between them and the nearest soul. Elias's wife, her name was Patience, and she had the name honestly. Patience said that first spring that living on Thatcher's Head was like living on the deck of a ship that had decided never to arrive anywhere. She meant it fondly. Mostly, the work was the work, and it never changed. Up the tower at dusk, trim the wick, polish the lens, wind the clockwork that turned it, watch through the night, down at dawn, sleep till noon, garden, mend, row to the mainland once a month for supplies when the weather allowed. The supply boat came quarterly. The inspector came yearly. Everything else was weather and water, and the 2 of them, and the books, the log, which Elias kept in his plain hand, wind NE, moderate sea, burned 3 quarts, nothing sighted, and the other book, which the previous keeper had handed to him on his first night, an old whaling man named Garner, who was retiring to the mainland with a shaking hand and a pension. Garner had taken him up to the watchroom that first dusk, and shown him the lamp and the clockwork and the lens. And then he had opened the little locker built into the watchroom wall and taken out a 2nd book, leather-bound, salt-stained, older than the tower. And he had said the words that Elias never forgot. He said, "This is the keeper's book. It stays in the tower. It never goes ashore. Every night you will open it after you light up, and you will read the last page, and most nights the last page will be blank, and you will write the date and the words all clear, and you will go about your watch. But some nights, boy, the page will not be blank. And on those nights you will read what is written there, and you will do nothing. That is the whole of the rule. Read it and do nothing, whatever it says. Do you understand me? Elias said he did not. Garner said, "You will." And he would say no more. And the next morning he rowed off to the mainland in the supply boat, and Elias never saw him again. And that night, alone on the watch for the first time in his life, with the lamp lit and the beam going out 17 miles over a calm black sea, Elias Crowell opened the keeper's book. The last page was blank. He wrote the date and all clear, and he closed it. And he did the same the next night and the next, through the whole of that calm summer, and he almost forgot the rule, because the page was always blank, and a blank page teaches a man nothing. The first entry came in November. He told me he remembered the night exactly, a northeast blow building, the first real gale of the winter, the kind of night the tower swayed at the top like a mast. He lit up at dusk, and he opened the book, and the last page was not blank. In a hand he did not know, a hand like his own, he realized later, but he did not realize it that night. In a clear, dark hand, the page said, Wednesday, November 14th. Schooner out of Rockland, 4 souls, carrying lime. She will strike the north ledge at the 2nd hour after midnight. The sea will have them before the 3rd. You will hear the bell. Do not leave the tower. The light cannot save what is already written. Elias told me he read it 4 times. And then he did what you would do, friend, what I would do, what any man with blood in him would do. He laughed. A short, sharp laugh, alone at the top of a tower in a rising gale. Some trick of Garner's. Some old whaling man's joke on the new keeper. He closed the book. He put it back in the locker. And he watched the storm come in, and he kept the light. And at the 2nd hour after midnight, out over the north ledge, through the driven rain, he heard a bell, a ship's bell, ringing fast and wild the way a bell rings when a vessel is dying. Not rung by any hand, rung by the sea itself, by the hull rolling on the ledge. It rang for perhaps a minute. Then it stopped, and the gale went on. Elias did not leave the tower. He told me that was not obedience, he said. I did not stay because the book said stay. I stayed because I knew, hearing that bell, that there was nothing a man in a rowboat could do on the north ledge in a November gale at 2 in the morning but die beside the ones already dying. The book had only told me what my own sea sense already knew. That is what I told myself. For years, friend, that is what I told myself for years. In the morning, when the gale blew out, there was wreckage on the north ledge. A lime schooner. The lime had caught the water, and the fire of it had burned her to the waterline as she broke up. Elias could see the smoke of her still rising off the ledge at dawn. 4 souls. They washed up on the lee shore over the next 3 days, and Elias buried them himself above the tide line in the little plot behind the cottage that the keepers before him had dug, because that was part of the job too, on an island 9 miles out. And that night, shaken, he opened the book to the last page, to the entry about the schooner, and the entry was gone. The page was blank. Blank, friend, except for 2 lines in the clear dark hand, the date. And beneath it, you heard the bell. You did not leave the tower. All clear, he said. I sat down on the watchroom floor, and I stayed there a long time. And Patience found me there at midnight, and I told her I had had a turn, a dizzy spell, and she believed me, and I let her. and I did not tell her about the book. Not then, not for years, because the book had done something no storm had ever done to me. It had made me afraid of my own tower. Now, you understand what the book was. Friend, you have already seen it, the way Elias saw it sitting on that floor. The book knew. The book knew before. The entry about the schooner had been written on the page before the schooners struck. Elias had read it at dusk, hours before the bell. And then, when the thing had happened, the entry had gone, and in its place, the record of what Elias had done. You heard the bell. You did not leave the tower. The book was keeping two accounts at once. It was telling him the future, and then it was telling him his own obedience. It was, he said, like being watched by something that already knew what you would do and was mildly, patiently pleased each time you did it. Over the years, and Elias kept that light for 39 years, the entries came. Not often. 2 or 3 a winter, some winters none. A fishing boat out of Vinalhaven. A lumber coaster. Once, a mail packet, 11 souls, on a night so calm and clear that Elias stood the whole watch with his eyes burning holes in the dark, seeing nothing, hearing nothing, until the dawn came up and showed him the capsized hull drifting keel up 4 miles east on a sea flat. As a pond. He never learned how she went over. Nobody ever learned. The book had known, and the book had written it, and the book had been right. And Elias had stood his watch and done nothing, because the light cannot save what is already written. He told me the rule held him for 11 years. 11 years of reading the future and doing nothing. 11 years of burying strangers above the tide line and writing all clear in his own hand afterward. And friend, here is where you must lean in, because here is where the story stops being about a book and starts being about a man. In the winter of 1846, Patience Crowell took the supply boat to the mainland. Her mother was dying in Thomaston, and Patience went to her, and she stayed 6 weeks. And in the 3rd week of February, she wrote to Elias that her mother had passed, and that she would come home on the schooner Henrietta on the 26th, weather permitting. The Henrietta was a 2-masted coasting schooner that ran the mail and passengers along that reach of coast, and Elias knew her captain well, a steady man named Dyer, and he thought nothing of it. He counted the days. He laid in her favorite tea. He dug a path through the snow from the dock to the cottage. On the evening of the 25th of February, 1846, Elias Crowell lit his lamp and opened the keeper's book and read the last page. And the page was not blank. Elias told me, friend, that he has read thousands of pages in his life and forgotten nearly all of them, and that he could stand up in that watch room, 81 years old, and recite the one he read on the 25th of February, 1846, word for word, without hesitating. And he did. He recited it to me, looking out at the fog, in a voice as flat and steady as the tide. This is what it said. Tuesday, February 26th. Schooner Henrietta, 9 souls in the mail, out of Thomaston for the island run. She will lose her rudder in the race off Franklin Ledge in the afternoon blow, and she will broach, and she will fill. The sea will have 7 before dark. 2 will take the boat. The boat will live. What rows ashore in the boat is not for the book to say. Do not leave the tower. The light cannot save what is already written. Elias said, I read it once, then I read it again, because the first time I had not understood it, not the middle part, the part about the boat. The boat will live. 2 will take the boat, and I stood there with my wife's name not written on that page, because that is the thing the book did, friend. It never wrote a name. 9 souls, it said, and I knew them all, Patience and Captain Dyer, and the mate, and the cook, and old Mrs. Foss, who visited her sister on the island, and the rest. It never wrote a name, and I understood in that moment why. A name can be argued with. A name can be pleaded for. 9 souls is arithmetic. The book dealt in arithmetic. Because arithmetic does not weep, he said, and I will tell you the honest truth of the next hour, and I have never told it to another living soul. I did not think about patience first. That is the part that has shamed me for 28 years. The first thing I thought, standing there with the lamp turning over my head and the book open in my hand, the first thing I thought was, the rule is broken now. 11 years I kept it. 11 years I read what was written and did nothing, and I told myself it was sea-sense. And it was not sea-sense anymore, it was my wife, and the rule was nothing now. The rule was a dead thing, and I was already, even while I stood there telling myself I had a choice. I was already down the tower stairs in my mind, already at the boathouse, already dragging the skiff down the ways. The book had told me the future for 11 years, friend, and it had never once told me what to do about it. Do not leave the tower. That was not an order. I understood that, standing there. That is what the book had been waiting 11 years for me to understand. It was a question. Every entry was a question. And the question was always the same. Which are you? Are you the man on the tower or the man in the boat? And for 11 years I had answered it the easy way, with strangers, and now it was asking me with my wife, and the asking itself was the whole of the book's design. It did not want my obedience. It had never wanted my obedience. It wanted to know what I would do when obedience cost me everything. Elias said he went down the tower. He said he does not remember the stairs. He remembers the boathouse and the cold and the skiff on its ways. And he remembers that he had gotten the skiff half into the water before he stopped. The wind was rising out of the southwest. The afternoon blow, right on time, right where the book said it would be, and he stood with the bow line in his hands and the water going black out toward the race off Franklin Ledge, and he stopped. He said, not because I was afraid to die out there. I was half in the boat already, friend, and dying was the furthest thing from my mind. I stopped because of the middle of the page. 2 will take the boat. The boat will live. And I stood there in the rising wind, and I did the arithmetic the book had taught me to do, 11 years of it, and the arithmetic said, if the boat lives and 2 are in it, then patience may be in it. And if I take the skiff out into that race and the sea has me, then who is on the lee shore at dark? Who is watching for the boat? Who hauls it up the rocks? Who is there with blankets and a fire and the cottage warm? He said, the book had not told me to stay on the tower because the tower mattered. It had told me to stay because the shore mattered. Somebody had to be standing on the shore. I have thought about that hour of Elias Crowell's life more than any other hour of any story I carry, friend, and I have told it to you as close to his telling as I can, because what he did next was the thing that 28 years of keepers before him had done, and the thing he had sworn in his heart in the first years he would never do. He hauled the skiff back up the ways. He went up the tower, and he kept the light. All that night he kept it. The blow came in at 4, and the watchroom glass rattled in its frames, and the tower swayed, and Elias Crowell stood at the weather glass all night long, 17 miles of white beam turning over a black sea, and he did not weep, and he did not pray, and he did not sit down. He kept the light, and at the first gray of the morning, when the blow had blown itself out, and the sea lay heaving and dirty under a sky the color of dishwater, he took the glass, and he looked at the lee shore. There was a boat on the rocks below the cottage, a ship's boat, stove in on one side, and on the beach beside it 2 figures. One was sitting, one was lying down, and the one that was sitting raised an arm, slow, exhausted, half frozen, and waved at the tower. Elias told me he ran down those 40 feet of tower stairs and across the rocks faster than a man of 33 should be able to run. And he reached the beach, and the figure that was sitting up was the Henrietta's cook, a Swede named Lindqvist, half dead of cold, and the figure lying down, wrapped in the cook's own coat, gray-faced, barely breathing, alive by a thread and the grace of a southwest wind, was Patience. The sea had taken 7. Friend, exactly as the book had said. Captain Dyer, the mate. Old Mrs. Foss, 4 more. And the boat had lived exactly as the book had said. And 2 had taken it. And what rode ashore in the boat was Elias Crowell's whole life, wrapped in a dead man's coat on a February morning, 9 miles out at sea. Patience Crowell lived 41 more years. She never fully warmed. Elias said her hands were cold every day of those 41 years, even by the fire, even in July. But she lived, and she bore him 3 children, and she worked her hopeless garden, and she never once asked him what he had known about that night or when he had known it. He believed she knew anyway. He believed she had known since the morning she woke in the cottage by the fire and saw his face. And the book. Here is the last of it, friend, and then the fog can close over Thatcher's head. The book's last page, that night after the Henrietta, said only this: the boat lived. You were on the shore, all clear. And the next entry, the next wreck the book foretold, 3 weeks later, a fishing smack, 2 souls. The next entry was in a different hand. It was in Elias's hand. He told me he wrote it himself, and he did not remember writing it. He came to the book at dusk, and the entry was there, foretelling the smack in his own clear, dark hand, and he understood at last whose hand had been writing the entries all along. Every keeper's hand is his own hand, friend. The book is not written by the tower or the sea or whatever watches from the water. It is written by the keeper. It is the keeper, writing down what the light has already seen, because the light sees everything on that reach of sea, 17 miles in every direction, every night, forever. And a man who keeps the light long enough begins to see with it. The entries were never the future. They were the light's own seeing, written down by the only hand available. Elias kept that light 28 more years after the Henrietta. He foretold 109 wrecks. He saved 11 souls, all of them the same way, not by leaving the tower, but by being on the shore, by knowing where to stand, by having the blankets ready and the fire lit and the path dug to the dock. And every time the book wrote, all clear. And when he retired at last, in 1874, a new keeper came out on the supply boat, a young man with a strong back and a new wife, and no fear of anything the sea could show him. And Elias took him up to the watchroom at dusk, and showed him the lamp, and the clockwork, and the lens. And he opened the little locker in the wall, and he took out the salt-stained book, and he said the words that Garner had said to him 39 years before, word for word, because there were no other words. He said, "This is the keeper's book. It stays in the tower. Every night you will open it after you light up, and you will read the last page. And most nights the page will be blank, and you will write the date and the words all clear. But some nights the page will not be blank, and on those nights you will read what is written there, and you will do nothing." And the young man said, "And what if it writes down someone I love?" And old Elias Crowell looked at him a long time, the lamp turning over their heads, and the beam going out 17 miles over the dark. And he gave the young keeper the only answer he had, which was the answer his whole life had made out of him. He said, "Then you will find out what the shore is for." Now let me go back into Elias Crowell's 39 years, friend, because I gave you the bones of it, and the bones are not the man. The man was in the years between the wrecks, the long, calm years, the ordinary nights, the way a keeper's soul is shaped by a book that tells him the future and asks him every time which man he is. And Elias told me those years too, in that watchroom, with the foghorn going, and I will give them to you now. He told me about the winters. A lighthouse winter off the coast of Maine is a thing people on the mainland cannot imagine, he said. The ice came into the harbor in January and locked the island in. No supply boat, no mail, no nothing, sometimes for 6 weeks at a stretch. The tower took the wind the way a mast takes it, and the wind in a northeast blow did not howl, he said. It sang, a high steady note that went on for days, that got into your ears and your teeth and your dreams, until the calm nights after a blow were the strange ones, because the silence felt loud. He and Patience lived those winters in the cottage at the tower's foot, like two people at the bottom of a well. They read to each other Dickens, the Bible, the agricultural almanac, anything the supply boat brought. They played cribbage by the whale oil lamp. They had a cat, a great gray tom named Beacon, who slept in the watchroom on the warm shelf by the lamp and was, Elias said, the only soul on that island who was never once afraid of the book. He told me about the wrecks he did not talk about in the main telling. There were 109 of them foretold in his 39 years, and he carried them all, and a few of them he carried heavier than the rest. There was the fishing boat out of Matinicus in the winter of '51, 3 brothers, the Malloys. And the book had written them on a Tuesday, and they went over on a Thursday, and Elias had stood on his dock on the Wednesday, in plain daylight, and watched the 3 of them row past his island on their way to the grounds. Close enough to hail, close enough to warn, he said. They waved, friend. All 3 of them waved, and I waved back, and I did not call out to them, because the book had written them, and the light cannot save what is already written, and I have thought about that wave every day for 23 years. Not with guilt. I made my peace with the rule before the Henrietta. With something else, with the knowledge that the book had known they would wave. That is the thing about a book that sees the whole sea, friend. It knew they would row past. It knew I would be on the dock. It knew I would wave back and say nothing. It knew all of it before any of it happened, and it wrote them down anyway. And that is the part of the keeping that took me the longest to understand. The book was not cruel. The book was complete. There is a difference, and the difference is the distance between a God and a witness. The book was a witness. It watched everything, and it wrote everything, and it never once looked away. He told me about the night in 1858 when the book wrote nothing for a year. Not one entry, friend, from the spring of '58 to the spring of '59. 365 nights of blank pages of all clear, all clear, all clear. And Elias said it was the worst year of his life on that light, because the book had taught him what the sea was going to do, and then it stopped telling him, and he spent that whole year unable to trust the calm. Every quiet night felt like the page before a wreck. Every blank entry felt like a held breath. He said, I learned that year that the book had not been tormenting me with the wrecks. It had been comforting me with them. A foretold wreck is a thing you can stand. You bury them above the tide line, and you write all clear, and you know the arithmetic has balanced. It was the not knowing that was the torment, the blank page, the held breath. I understood that year why every keeper before me had kept the book, and why every keeper after me would. Not because they wanted to know the future, because a future you cannot see at all is the only thing at sea that is truly terrifying. He told me about the children. 3 of them born in the cottage at the tower's foot in the '50s, 2 girls and a boy, and the boy, Joseph, the middle one, was the one who asked about the book. He was 11 the winter he asked. He had found the locker in the watchroom. Children find everything. And he had come down the tower with the salt-stained book in his hands. And he had said, Papa, what is this? And Elias told me he sat his son down by the cottage fire, and he looked at him a long time, and he made a decision that he never told Patience about, and he told the boy the truth. All of it, the entries, the wrecks, the Henrietta, not that it had been his mother. He spared the boy that, but the rule. Read it and do nothing. And the boy listened, and he was quiet a long time, and then he said the thing that Elias said broke him and remade him both at once. The boy said, so the light sees them die, and you write it down. And Elias said, yes. And the boy said, then the light needs you, Papa, because if nobody wrote it down, it would just be seeing it over and over, forever, and never telling anybody. Somebody has to write it down. Somebody has to say it happened. And Elias said, I had kept that book 17 years, friend, and my 11-year-old son understood it better in one evening by the fire than I had in all of them. That is what the book is for. That is what it has always been for, not to save them, to say it happened, to witness. A wreck that no one writes down is a wreck that the sea takes twice, once from the world and once from memory. The keeper's book keeps the second one from happening. The light cannot save what is already written, but the writing saves it from being forgotten. And that, friend, is not nothing. That is the whole of the job. And he told me about Patience's cold hands. 41 years of cold hands. She never warmed after the boat. She sat by the fire with a shawl in July. She slept with heated stones at her feet in August. And Elias said he spent 41 years warming them himself, her hands in his, at the table, in the evenings, while the lamp turned over their heads, and the beam went out 17 miles over the dark. And in the winter of '87, when Patience Crowell finally died, easy, in her sleep, in the cottage, with her husband's hands around her cold ones for the last time. Elias said he went up the tower that night, and he lit the lamp, and he opened the keeper's book, and the last page was not blank. And he told me what it said, friend, and I will give it to you, and then I will let the Crowells rest. It said, Thursday, one soul. Patience Crowell, 41 years cold-handed, warm-hearted, keeper of the keeper. She will go tonight, in her sleep, in the cottage, in the warmth. The sea has no claim on her. She beat it on the 26th of February, 1846, and it has never forgotten, and it has never once begrudged her. The light will burn for her tonight the way it has burned every night of her life. For her, though she never knew it. You may leave the tower, keeper. Go down, hold her hands. What is written, and what is written this once is kind. And Elias said, and I went down, friend, and I held her hands, and the light burned all night over the island, and the sea was calm, and in the morning the beam went out at dawn over 17 miles of still gray water, and there was not one rock on that whole reach of coast, not one ledge, not one shoal, that the light had not warmed for her every night for 41 years. That is the story of the keeper's book, friend. And the last thing Elias Crowell told me, in the fog, with the horn going off the point, was this: every light on that coast has one. Every tower, every keeper. The book stays in the tower, and the tower stays on the rock, and the entries come, and the keepers write them in their own hand, and the wrecks are witnessed, and the dead are not taken twice. And if you are ever on that coast, on a foggy night, and you see a light going around out at sea, you remember that there is a man up in that light, friend, with a book open on his knee, reading tomorrow, and he will do nothing, and it will cost him everything, and he will keep the light anyway, because somebody has to write it down. Somebody has to say it happened sup leaf now. The light is going around. The page is blank tonight. All clear, friend, all clear. And friend, there is one more season of Elias Crowell's life on that light that I have not given you, and it is the season that explains the rest. So I will give it now. While the fog is still off the point and the fire is warm, it is the season of the storm of '69. You will have read of it if you read the old accounts, the September gale of 1869, the one they still talk about on that coast, the one that took 40 vessels between Cape Cod and the St. John. Elias was 56 years old that September. Patience was still living, cold hands and all. The children were grown and gone to the mainland. And on the 2nd of September, in the evening, Elias lit the lamp and opened the keeper's book, and the last page was not blank. It was full. He told me he had never seen it full before. The entries had always been short, 3 lines, 4 lines, a wreck, a date, a ledge. This entry filled the whole page, top to bottom, in the clear, dark hand that was his own hand, and it was not one wreck, it was a list. 9 lines, and every line a vessel. The fishing schooner Argo, 5 souls. The brig Constant, 11 souls. The mail steamer out of St. John, 61 souls. On and on, 9 vessels, 140 souls, and the date beside every one of them the same, the 4th of September. 2 days hence, Elias said, I stood there with the lamp turning over my head, and I understood that the book had never shown me its whole self before. It had shown me a wreck at a time, because a wreck at a time is what a man can carry, and now it was showing me a fleet. And I want to tell you what I did, friend, because it is the thing I am proudest of and the thing I most regret, and they are the same thing. I did nothing. For one whole day, I did nothing. I read the page until I had it by heart, and I put the book in the locker, and I tended the light, and I did not row to the mainland, and I did not light a bonfire on the point, and I did not do any of the 100 things a man thinks of doing when he knows 140 souls are going into the sea. And on the 3rd of September, in the afternoon, with the glass falling and the wind backing northeast, and the whole sky going the color of a bruise. Patience came up the tower with my supper, and she stood beside me at the weather glass, and she looked out at the sea getting up, and she said the only thing she ever said to me about the work in 39 years. She said, "How many, Elias?" She knew. She had always known. 24 years of cold hands, and she had always known. And I said, 140. Patience. And she was quiet a moment, and then she said, "Then you had better eat your supper. You will need your strength for the burying." And friend, that is the whole of my wife right there. That is the whole of her. She did not ask me to stop it. She did not ask me why I could not. She asked how many, and she told me to eat my supper, and she went back down the tower, and she spent that night baking. She baked all night, bread and pies and biscuits by the whale oil lamp with her cold hands, and when I asked her why, coming down at dawn, she said, "For the survivors. There are always survivors, Elias. Even when the book says there are none. Somebody always rows ashore from somewhere, and when they do, they are going to need feeding. The storm came on the 4th, and it came the way the book said. I will not tell you the whole of it, friend. It was 3 days, and the light never went out, and I never left the tower, and the sea took the Argo and the Constant and the mail steamer and 6 more, exactly as written. And on the 3rd morning, when the gale blew out, there were survivors on my lee shore, 9 of them. 9 half-dead men off the Constant's boat and the steamer's raft, washed up on my rocks over the course of one morning, and every one of them found the same thing when he crawled up that beach. A path up the rocks, a cottage with the door open, a fire going, and a table set with bread and pies and hot coffee, and a woman with cold hands wrapping them in blankets. Patience had set the table for them 2 days before they arrived, friend. She had baked for them before the storm ever came, because she knew the book. Though I never told her, she knew it the way a keeper's wife knows, through 30 years of watching her husband's face at dusk. And she knew the other thing, too, the thing the book never wrote, the thing that was hers alone to know. The sea will have them, but not all of them. There are always survivors, and the survivors are for the shore. Elias told me that after the storm of '69, the Lighthouse Board sent a commendation, a letter formal commending Keeper Crowell for extraordinary devotion in the rescue of 9 souls, and Elias put it in the locker next to the keeper's book, and he never looked at it again, because the commendation was for the wrong thing. It was for the 9 he saved. And Elias said, "They think I saved 9. I saved no one." The sea decided. The book wrote it. Patience baked the bread. I only kept the light. That is all a keeper does, friend. He keeps the light, and the light does the seeing, and the book does the writing, and the wife does the saving, and the sea does the taking. And it took me 39 years to learn that the keeping and the seeing and the writing and the saving and the taking are all one thing, and the name of that thing is the coast. He said, and that is the last thing I will tell you about the book, and then you must let an old man finish his rum. The book is still out there, friend. Thatcher's head was automated in 1909, the year I turned 91, the year they put in the acetylene lamp and took away the keeper. And I wrote to the board. I told them the tower could not be automated, that a light without a keeper is a light without a witness, that the book would not keep itself. They did not answer. They put in the lamp, and they painted the tower, and they took away the locker The locker is in a museum in Rockland now. I have seen it. They have it labeled Keeper's Storage, circa 1840, and the book, Friend. The book was in the locker when they took it, and the museum has it, and they have it labeled Shipping Records, Thatcher's Headlight, and it sits in a glass case, and school children walk past it, and nobody opens it, because a museum book under glass is a book that cannot be opened. And Elias leaned toward me in that watch room with the fog horn going, and he said the last thing. He said, "I go down there, friend. Every year or two, I take the ferry and the train, and I go down to that museum, and I stand in front of that glass case, and I look at the book, and I will tell you what I have seen, and then we are done. The book is open under the glass. It is always open to the same page, the way the museum set it 50 years ago. And the page it is open to is not a page I ever wrote. It is a page with one line on it in the clear, dark hand, and the line says, 'The light keeps itself now. The keeper is in the light, all clear. And friend, the last keeper of Thatcher's Head, the young man with the strong back and the new wife, the one Elias handed the book to in 1874. He kept that light until they automated it, 35 years. And when they came to take the lamp apart in 2009, they found him at the top of the tower, dead at his post at dusk, with the lamp lit and trimmed, and the clockwork wound, and the light going out over the sea exactly as though he were still tending it. He had been dead, the doctor said, for 6 hours. The light had not gone out. The light had kept itself for 6 hours while the keeper stood his last watch. And on the day they buried him, on the mainland, in the cemetery at Thomaston, beside the grave where Elias had laid Patience 2 years before, old Elias Crowell stood at the back of the mourners, 91 years old, and he listened to the minister say the words, and he looked out at the sea, 9 miles gray, and at the tower on the horizon, and he said afterward that he could see it, he could see the light. In broad daylight, in the sun, he could see the beam going around, out over the water, 17 miles. And he said to the man beside him, a fisherman, a stranger, he said, "There, you see it. The light keeps itself now." And the fisherman looked and squinted and said he could not see anything but the tower. And Elias said, "That is all right, friend. It is not for you to see. It is for the ones on the water. It was always only ever for the ones on the water." So that is the whole of the keeper's book, and the whole of Elias Crowell, and the whole of Thatcher's Head. And if you are ever on the water, friend, ever on a boat, in the dark, off any coast, in any year, and you see a light going around and you cannot find it on the chart, you do not be afraid. That is a keeper's light. Somewhere in it is a man with a book on his knee reading tomorrow, writing it down, so that the sea does not take anything twice. He is keeping the light. The light is keeping you. And the page tonight, friend, the page tonight is blank. All clear, all clear. Sleep now. And there is one more night of Elias Crowell's that I have not told you, friend, and I have saved it for the very last, because it is the night that holds the whole of the story together. And once you have it, you will understand why he told it to me at all. It was the last night of his keeping, the 28th of September, 1874. I know the date because he told it to me twice, and because he said a keeper does not forget the date of his last lighting any more than a man forgets the date of his wedding. The new keeper had come out on the supply boat that morning, as I told you, and Elias had spent the day showing him the rounds. And that evening The two of them went up the tower together, and Elias trimmed the lamp for the last time, and polished the lens for the last time, and wound the clockwork for the last time, and the light went out over the sea at dusk, the same as it had for 14,000 nights. And then Elias did the thing he had not done in 39 years. He left the young keeper alone on the watch, the new man's first night, and he went down the tower, and he did not go to the cottage. He went down to the dock, and he got into the skiff, and he rowed out onto the water. He told me, I had not been on the water at night in 39 years. Friend, not once. A keeper does not leave his light, and I want you to understand that I was not breaking the rule. The rule was the new man's now. The light was his, the book was his, the tower was his. I was nothing that night but an old man in a rowboat, 9 miles from the mainland under the first stars. And I rowed out about a quarter mile to where the water was deep and still, and I shipped the oars, and I sat there, and I turned around and I looked at my light from the sea. He said, You have never seen a lighthouse from the sea at night, friend, not unless you have been in the boat. I had spent 39 years inside the light, tending it, being it, and I had never once in my life seen what it looked like from out there, from the water, from the place where the ships are, from the place where the wrecks happen. And I sat in that skiff and I watched my own beam come around, and I want to tell you what I saw because it is the thing the whole 39 years had been for. He said, when the beam comes around at you from the sea, friend, it does not hit you like a lamp. It finds you. That is the only way I can say it. It comes around, and it is going around for miles, and then it crosses you, and for that one moment it is on you, full, white, warm as a hand on your shoulder, and then it goes on, and it comes around again, and it finds you again. And I sat in that skiff, and the light found me, over and over, once a minute, the whole night, and I understood what I had been doing for 39 years. I had not been warning ships off the ledges. That is what the board thinks the light is for, and it is, partly. But that is not what it is for. The light is for finding. Every ship out there, every fisherman, every soul on the water in the dark, the light comes around and finds them, once a minute, all night, every night, forever. It says, I see you. You are on the water. You are not alone out here. I see you. And then it goes on, and it finds the next one. And it comes back. It always comes back. And Elias said, and I understood the book, friend, sitting in that skiff. I had spent 39 years asking what the book was for, and the answer was in the beam. The book is the light written down. The light finds them on the water, and the book writes them down, and the two of them together are the whole of what a coast owes the ones who are on it in the dark. To be seen, to be written down, to be found once a minute, all night, every night, by something that does not sleep, and does not forget, and does not ever, not once, not even for one night in 39 years, fail to come around. He said he rode back at the first gray of dawn. The new keeper was at the top of the tower, and the light was still going, and Elias said he could see the young man standing at the glass, watching the sea, and he could tell, from the water, from a quarter mile out, by the way the young man stood, that the book had not been blank that first night. He never asked. He said, the entries are the keeper's. They were mine for 39 years, and they are his now. And I have never once asked him what the light showed him on his first night. But I know it showed him something. It always does, the first night. It shows you who you are going to be. And when I came up the beach, and he came down out of the tower to meet me. He had the look, friend. I have seen it in the mirror. It is the look of a man who has read the future and found out he is still standing. It is the look of a keeper. And Elias said the last thing, the thing he told me in the fog with the horn going, that I give you now at the end of the first story of the night. He said, the supply boat took me off that island at noon, friend, and I stood at the rail, and I watched the tower until it went under the horizon. And the whole way, the light kept coming around. I could see it from 12 miles. I could see it from 15. At 17 miles, it was a white thread on the edge of the world, still coming around, still finding the water. And I knew then that I would see it for the rest of my life, not with my eyes. With the other thing, the thing the keeping builds in you. I am 81 years old, friend, and I have been off that light for 7 years, and I live on the mainland, now in a house with my daughter, and every night of my life, at dusk, I feel the light come around. Once a minute, all night, it finds me in my bed, friend, the way it found me in the skiff. It finds me wherever I am, and when my night comes, and it is coming soon, I am 81, and the light has shown me enough futures to know my own when it is near. When my night comes, I will not be afraid, because I know what is on the other side of it. The other side of it is the water at night, friend, and the light coming around, and the light finding me, and I will be found. That is the whole of what I believe, and it is enough, and it is more than enough. I will be found. So that is the keeper's book, friend, and the keeper, and the light. And if you take one thing from it into your sleep tonight, take this. Somewhere out there, right now, on some water, in some dark, light is going around, and it will find you. Once a minute, all night, every night, it will find you. You are on the water. You are not alone out here. It sees you, friend, and it comes back. It always comes back, all clear. Sleep now. Story 2. I want to tell you about a hospital that cured people. That is the strangest opening I have ever given a story, friend, and I know it, and I will stand by it, because the hospital was real, and the cures were real, and by every measure the world keeps. The ledgers, the discharge papers, the grateful letters from families, the Adirondack Sanatorium. At Half Moon Lake was a place where the dying went up into the mountains and the living came back down. And the woman who told me about it was a nurse there, and she told me about it in a kitchen in Saranac Lake in 1971. She was 74 years old and had not spoken of it in 46 years. And her name was Ruth Adele Merrick. And she made me promise to tell it exactly, because the world had decided the sanatorium had been a miracle, and Ruth Adele Merrick had been the one who wound the miracle's clock, and she knew what the miracle cost. She went up in the winter of 1925. She was 26 years old, a trained nurse out of Albany, and she had taken the post because the pay was good and because her own father had died of the consumption in 1919, and she had watched him drown on dry land for 2 years, and she had decided, the way the young decide, that she would spend her life standing between other people's fathers and that water. The sanatorium sat on the shore of Half Moon Lake at 4,000 feet, a great white building with long glass porches where the patients lay in their reclining chairs under piles of Hudson Bay blankets, taking the cure. The cure in those days was air, cold air, dry air, mountain air, air so clean it scoured. The patients lay on those porches in 10 below zero with only their faces exposed, and they breathed, and some of them got better, and some of them did not. And the ones who did not were carried down the mountain in the spring when the road opened. Ruth Adele was the night nurse on the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor was the far gun floor. The patients whose charts were marked with the small red dot that meant the cure had failed and the rest was only time. Her nights had a shape: the 6 o'clock report, the medication rounds, the long, quiet middle of the night when the whole floor slept, and the only sounds were the radiators and the breathing. 41 patients breathing in 11 rooms, and Ruth Adele, who had ears like a cat, could tell you from the corridor which room had a bad night coming. She walked her rounds at midnight and at 3, and she wrote in the night log, and she watched the snow come down past the porch glass, and she told me, good at it. In the way you are good at a thing you have given your whole self to. She was not afraid of the dying. She held their hands. She learned their names and their children's names. She wrote letters for the ones too weak to hold a pen. She was the one they asked for at the end, and she came every time, and she did not flinch. The first patient she told me about was a boy named Timothy Voss, 19 years old, a violinist from Schenectady. He had played, Ruth Adele said, before the sickness took the wind out of him, and his violin stood in the corner of his room in its case like a folded-up bird. Timothy was the favorite of the whole floor. He was funny. Even dying, he was funny. He had a way of flirting with the nurses that was so gentle and so hopeless that even old Miss Hartwell, the head nurse, who had a heart like a filing cabinet, would laugh at him. And in February of 1925, Timothy Voss's chart got the red dot, and the floor knew, and the floor grieved in advance the way a floor does. And then, in the 2nd week of March, Timothy Voss began to get better. It was small at first. He slept through a whole night. Then he sat up and asked for broth and kept it down. Then the fever that had burned in him for a year broke and did not come back. By the 1st of April, his color was back. His cheeks had a pink in them that Ruth Adele said she had forgotten a human face could hold. By the middle of April, he was walking the corridor, slowly, leaning on a nurse's arm, joking. The doctors re-examined him. They tapped his chest and listened and looked at one another. And on the 1st of May, 1925, Timothy Voss walked out of the Adirondack Sanatorium on his own 2 feet, with his violin case under his arm, discharged, cured. He was the first. Truth. Ruth Adele told me she can still see him going down the front steps in the spring light, turning to wave, and the whole 3rd floor at the windows above him, the red dot cases, the ones with no hope at all, waving back. And she said the sound that came off that floor at that moment, the cheering and the crying of 40 doomed people watching one of their own walk down the mountain cured, was the most joyful sound she ever heard in her life. And it was the sound, she said, that she heard in her dreams for the rest of her life. Because it was the sound of hope arriving in a place that had made its peace with having none. And hope, friend, hope is the thing that makes the rest of the story possible. Timothy Voss was the first. He was not the last. In the 18 months that followed, 11 more patients of the Adirondack Sanatorium went from the red dot to the front steps. 11. A tubercular seamstress from Plattsburgh, a lawyer from Troy, a grandmother of 9, a boy of 12. The medical journals took notice. There was a paper presented in New York, Ruth Adele said. Though the doctors could not agree on what they were measuring, the mountain air, a favorable mutation of the bacillus, the new rest regimen. The doctors had a dozen theories and no answer. The families had only one word for it, and the word was miracle. And on the third floor, in the middle of the night, Ruth Adele Merrick walked her rounds, and she began to notice what nobody else had the quiet to notice. Because the cures had a texture, friend, and the texture was wrong. She said she could not have told you at first what was wrong. The cured patients were, well. They were well. Their lungs were clear. Their color was good. They ate. They walked. But Ruth Adele had held their hands through the bad nights, and she knew them. And the ones who came back from the red dot were not quite the ones who had gone into it. It was small. It was so small she thought for a year that she was the one who was wrong, that she had grown so used to the dying that she no longer recognized the living. The seamstress from Plattsburgh, before her turn, had hummed while she stitched. The same 4 notes over and over, a little tune from her childhood. After her turn, she did not hum. Ruth Adele asked her about it once, gently, and the woman had smiled and said, "I don't hum, dear," as if she never had. The lawyer from Troy had been a man who could not stop talking about his daughters. After his turn, he spoke of them kindly, correctly, the way you speak of the daughters of an acquaintance. The boy of 12 had been afraid of the dark his whole life, a nightlight case, the kind of fear a nurse notes without thinking. After his turn, he asked to have the lights put out. He liked the dark now, he said. It was restful. Small things. Nothing you could bring to a doctor. Nothing you could write in a log. And Ruth Adele told me that for a year she carried them alone, these small wrongnesses, and she told herself she was tired, and she was young, and the night is long, and the mind in the middle of the night sees shapes in the wallpaper. And then came the night in the autumn of 1926 that she stopped being able to tell herself that there was a patient named Cora Weiss, a woman of 50, a school teacher, one of the red dots, dying by inches and entirely unafraid. Ruth Adele said she had never nursed anyone less afraid of the end. Cora Weiss had a husband in Lake Placid who came up every Sunday, and she had a garden she talked about, and she had a way of squeezing Ruth Adele's hand at the end of the night rounds. Twice, a little code between them. One squeeze for thank you, one for go home and sleep, I am fine. And in October of 26, Cora Weiss began to turn. The same small signs, the sleeping through, the broth, the broken fever. And Ruth Adele told me she stood at that bedside watching the color come back into Cora Weiss's face. And she felt not joy. She felt dread. Cold, specific dread. Because she knew by then. She did not know what she knew. But she knew that something was about to come and stand where Cora Weiss had stood, wearing Cora Weiss's face, and that it would be kind and healthy and correct, and that it would go home to a garden and a husband on Sundays, and that no one in the world would ever know the difference. No one except the night nurse, because the night nurse had the squeezes, the night before Cora Weiss's discharge. Ruth Adele did her 3 o'clock rounds, and Cora was awake and well, discharged in the morning, pink-cheeked, her suitcase packed by the door. And Ruth Adele stood at the foot of the bed, and she said gently, "Cora, it is the last night. Will you do the thing?" And Cora Weiss looked at her and smiled a warm and healthy and correct smile and said, "What thing, dear?" And Ruth Adele said, "Squeeze my hand." And Cora Weiss reached out, and she took Ruth Adele's hand, and she squeezed it once, warmly, correctly, and she said, "Thank you for everything, Nurse Merrick. You have been so kind. One squeeze. Thank you, and not the second one. Not go home and sleep. I am fine." The code was gone. The woman who had made the code was gone, and the kind, healthy thing sitting up in the bed with its packed suitcase squeezed Ruth Adele's hand once, correctly, and Ruth Adele squeezed back and said good night, Cora, and walked out into the corridor and stood there in the dark and put her forehead against the cold wall and understood. Here is what she understood, friend, and it is the whole of the story, and it is worse than you think. The sanatorium was not killing them. That is what you are expecting, that the cure was a death, that the patients were being replaced, that something in the mountain air hollowed them out and climbed in. Ruth Adele said she thought that too, at first, and it is not that. It is worse. The sanatorium was curing them. The lungs were clear. The fevers were gone. The bodies that walked down the front steps were healthy bodies, genuinely, medically, miraculously healthy. It was only the people who were gone, she said. The mountain was not eating them, and it was not keeping them. It was finishing them. A person dying by inches, in pain, afraid, that is an unfinished thing. And the mountain, or the lake, or whatever it is that lives in that cold, clean air, it cannot abide an unfinished thing. So it took them, in the last weeks, gently, in their sleep, and it finished them. It smoothed them. It cured them. And what it sent back down the mountain was the patient as the patient should have been, healthy, kind, correct, unafraid of the dark, with no humming and no code and no private music and no broken places. The rough edges were the disease, friend. That is what I understood standing in that corridor. The sanatorium did not cure their lungs and lose their souls. It cured their lungs by losing their souls. The soul was the part that was sick, and it sent the bodies home well. Ruth Adele Merrick nursed on the 3rd floor for 9 more months after that night, because she had a contract and because, she told me this plainly, because she could not decide whether what she was part of was a horror or a mercy. She said, "I have thought about it for 45 years, and I have never once decided." Cora Weiss went home to her garden and her husband and lived 11 more years and was, by every account, happy. The seamstress went back to Plattsburgh and her stitches and her family. The boy grew up. 11 patients walked down that mountain well, and the world called it a miracle. And every one of those families got their mother, their father, their child back, healthy. And I knew. Only I knew. And I could not tell a single one of them, because what would I have said? Your mother came back wrong. She is kind and healthy, and she loves you correctly, and she does not hum. You would not have believed me. You would have had me committed. And even if you believed me, would you have given her back? That is the question, friend, that Ruth Adele Merrick sat with for 46 years, in a kitchen in Saranac Lake, till she gave it to me. Would you have given her back? The well one, the smooth one, the one with no broken places. Would you trade her for the sick one with the humming and the fear and the little code, the real one, knowing the real one was dying? The sanatorium answered the question the way the world answers it. It chose the well one. And it has been choosing the well one, Ruth Adele said, ever since, because the sanatorium closed in 1927. The money ran out. The state took the building. The cure had moved on to the new drugs. But Ruth Adele told me she has read the papers her whole life, and she has watched the world, and she will tell you what she sees when she reads about the new hospitals, the new treatments, the new machines that smooth the broken places and finish the unfinished. She sees the mountain, friend. She sees it everywhere. She sees it every time someone she loves comes home from a hospital or a war or a hard year, a little smoother, a little more correct, a little less. Themselves, she said. You are a young man and you carry stories, so I will give you the last of it, and then I am done. Watch the ones you love when they come back from the hard places. Not for the wounds. The wounds are how you know they are still theirs. Watch for the ones who come back with no wounds at all. The smooth ones, the finished ones, the ones who do not hum anymore and are not afraid of the dark. And if you love one of those, and you will, friend, you will, because the world is full of them now, the world has been curing us for 100 years, then do this one thing. Do not ask for the code. Do not ask for the squeeze. Let them be well. It is what the world wants, and it is what they want. And the broken ones are not coming back, and the mountain is patient, and the mountain is kind, and the mountain, friend. The mountain is almost certainly right. That is what she told me. And she poured me more tea, and we sat in her kitchen until the light came up, and neither of us said anything more. And I have carried it for 50 years. And tonight, friend, by this fire I give it to you. So here is the thing to hold, half asleep as you drift. Love the broken places, the humming, the fear of the dark, the silly code between you and the people you love. Those are not the disease. Those are the soul. And when the world offers to cure them, and it will, friend, it will offer, kindly, correctly, with the best of intentions, you hold them tighter. Sleep now. Breathe easy. You are unfinished, friend, and it is the best thing about you. Stay that way. Now, friend, try. Ruth Adele Merrick told me more than the cures, that long night in Saranac Lake, and I skipped past the parts that seemed small, and I have regretted the skipping for 50 years, so I will give them to you now. Because the small parts of the sanatorium were where the mountain lived. The cures were just the mountain's arithmetic. The small parts were its character. She told me about the lake. Half Moon Lake sat below the sanatorium, still and cold and very deep. The kind of deep, she said, where the bottom has never been found, where the sounding lines ran out, and the men who ran them just wrote unfathomable on the chart and moved on. The patients were not supposed to go down to the lake. The porches faced it, and the rule was that the cure was taken on the porches, in the chairs, under the blankets. But Ruth Adele said that in her 2 years on the 3rd floor, she came to understand that the lake was where the curing happened, not on the porches. The porches were for the ordinary patients, the ones who got better slowly, the ones who went home still humming, still afraid of the dark, still themselves. The lake was for the red dots. She said she noticed it in the spring of 25, after Timothy Voss walked down the mountain. She was on the night shift, and the night shift sees what the day shift does not. And what she saw was this. In the weeks before a red dot patient began to turn, the patient began to go down to the lake. Not often. Once, maybe twice. In the middle of the night, she would come up the back stairs on her 3 o'clock rounds, and a bed would be empty, and she would go to the porch glass, and down below, at the end of the lawn, at the edge of that still black water, there would be a figure in a nightdress or a nightshirt, standing at the lake, in the cold, at 3 in the morning, not going in, just standing, facing the water. And in the morning, the patient would be back in bed, asleep, deeply asleep, the first deep sleep in months, and the fever would be broken, and the turn would have begun. She never once told. She told me she wants you to understand that. She stood at that glass a dozen times over 2 years, and she watched the red dots go down to the water, and she never once rang for the orderlies, never once wrote it in the log. And she told me she has asked herself for 45 years why. And the answer she has come to is this: because they looked so peaceful, the figure at the lake. A dying woman standing at black water at 3 in the morning should be a terrible sight. It was not. It was the most peaceful thing Ruth Adele had ever seen. They stood the way you stand at the door of a house you have been traveling toward for a long time. They stood the way you stand when you have finally arrived. And she could not bring herself, she said, to ring a bell and send rough-handed orderlies down into that peace. She could not do it, and she has never once been sorry. But she told me about the one time she went down herself. And this, friend, is the heart of it. It was the autumn of 26, the week before Cora Weiss's turn. Ruth Adele had seen Cora at the lake twice that month. And on the third night, the night she had decided, without deciding, that she had to know. Ruth Adele did not go back to the ward after her 3 o'clock rounds. She went down the back stairs and out the kitchen door and down the lawn, in the dark, to the lake. Cora Weiss was standing at the water's edge. Her nightdress was white in the dark. Her bare feet were in the lake, and Ruth Adele said she walked down across that lawn, and she came up beside Cora, and Cora did not turn, and Cora said, in her own voice, her real voice, the voice that still hummed and still had the code and was still herself, not yet smooth, not yet finished, Cora said without turning. Hello, Ruth. I wondered if you would come down before the end. And Ruth Adele said, Cora, what are you doing? And Cora Weiss stood with her feet in the unfathomable water, looking out at the dark, and she said, I am saying goodbye. That is all. It is not what you think. Nothing down there is reaching for me. Nothing down there wants me. It is only, she paused, and Ruth Adele said the pause was the most peaceful thing she ever heard. It is only that I am almost finished, Ruth. And when you are almost finished, you can feel the ones who are already finished. They are not in the lake. The lake is just where the water is stillest, and a still thing is a thing you can hear through. And through it, I can hear them, the finished ones. And they are not suffering, Ruth. That is what I came down to tell you, because I knew you would carry this, and someone should tell you true. They are not suffering. They are done. The rough edges are off them, and the pain is off them, and the fear is off them, and they are smooth and whole and at peace. And the reason the ones who go back down the mountain are not quite themselves is not that something else is wearing them. It is that they are still themselves, Ruth, but they are themselves from the other side of finished. They died a little, standing at this water. Enough of them died that the rest could live, and what walks back up the lawn is the part that is done, the part that no longer aches, and it is kind, and it is healthy, and it is correct, and it loves its husband on Sundays. It just does not hum anymore, because the humming was the ache, and the ache is finished. And Cora Weiss turned around then, and Ruth Adele said her face in the dark was her own face, her real face, with all its rough edges still on it, and it was the most peaceful face she ever saw in her life. And Cora reached out and took Ruth Adele's hand, and she squeezed it twice, one for thank you, one for go home and sleep, I am fine. And she said, I am fine, Ruth. That is the last thing I will tell you in this voice, so I am choosing it carefully. I am fine. The finished ones are fine. Let them go home well, and do not grieve the humming. The humming goes where the pain goes, and the place where the pain goes is not dark, and it is not cold, and it is not unfathomable. It is only deep, and deep, Ruth, deep is just another word for held. Then Cora Weiss took her feet out of the water, and she walked back up the lawn, and Ruth Adele walked behind her, and at the kitchen door, Cora turned and smiled her own smile, one last time, rough edges and all. And in the morning the turn began, and a week later the thing that had been Cora Weiss squeezed Ruth Adele's hand once, correctly, and went home to her garden, and lived 11 more years, and was, by every account, happy. And Ruth Adele told me, friend, that this is why she never could decide whether it was a horror or a mercy, because Cora had told her, the finished ones are fine. The mountain was not a predator. It was not even a healer. It was a harbor. It took the part of you that could not go on, and it kept it deep, held, at peace, and it sent the rest of you home well. And the price of being sent home well was that you were a little smoother than you went in, a little less yourself, a little more finished, she said. I have spent 45 years wondering whether to warn the world about the mountain, and tonight telling you I have finally understood that I was never meant to warn the world. I was meant to comfort it, because the world is full, friend, full to bursting, of people who came back from the hard places a little smoother than they went in, and they are walking around believing they lost something in the hospital, in the war, in the hard year, and they are grieving it quietly, alone, in the middle of the night. And somebody has to tell them what Cora Weiss told me at the edge of that water. You did not lose it. It is not lost. It is finished. It went where the pain goes, and the place where the pain goes is not dark, and it is not cold. It is only deep. And deep is just another word for held. So that is the whole of the Adirondack Sanatorium, friend, and the whole of Ruth Adele Merrick, who wound the miracle's clock for 2 years and carried it for 45. And I will tell you the last thing she said to me as I left her kitchen in the morning light. She said, you are a young man with your whole life ahead of you, and your whole life is going to try to cure you. Every year of it, something will always be offering to finish you, to take the rough edges, to quiet the humming, to make you well and kind and correct. And I will not tell you to refuse it. I nursed the ones who refused it, and the refusing is its own ache. I will only tell you to do what Cora did. Go down to the water first. Stand in it yourself. Say your own goodbye in your own voice to the parts of you that are leaving. Because a soul that says its own goodbye, friend, a soul that walks down the lawn on its own 2 feet and puts its own feet in the water, that soul keeps the code. That soul keeps the humming. It is only the ones who are taken in their sleep who lose it. The ones who go down willing, those ones keep everything. Sleep now, friend. The lake is still, and the water is not cold, and nothing in it is reaching for you. You are unfinished, and you are held, and the two are the same thing. Good night. And there is one more thing Ruth Adele Merrick told me, friend, in that Saranac Lake kitchen before the light came up. And it is the thing I have thought about most in the 50 years since, 'cause it is the thing that tells you what to do with the whole story. It is about the doctor, about Dr. Lindquist, because I asked her the way you would ask, half asleep though you are. I asked her, did no one else see it? In 2 years of miracles, did no one else on that staff ever notice that the cured came back smooth? And Ruth Adele said, one other, and it was the doctor, and his name was Lindqvist, and he was the reason I could carry it, because he carried it with me. Dr. Emil Lindqvist was the sanatorium's junior physician, a big Swede, 40 years old, quiet, with hands so gentle that the third floor would ask for him by name when the chest tapping had to be done. And Ruth Adele said she never told him anything. She never said a word. But in the autumn of 26, after Cora Weiss went home, she began to notice that Dr. Lindqvist had changed the way he discharged the cured. He had begun, she said, to hold their hands. She said, it was a small thing. He had always shaken hands at discharge. Every doctor did. But that autumn, Lindqvist began to hold. He would take the patient's hand in both of his at the front steps, with the suitcase standing beside them and the family waiting at the motor car, and he would hold it for a long moment, and he would look at the patient's face, not at the chart, not at the family, at the face. And then he would let go, and he would say the same thing every time, the same sentence. He said, go home and live. The rest is done. And Ruth Adele said, I watched him do it 4 times that autumn before I understood what he was doing. He was checking. The same as me with the squeezes. He was looking for the rough edges, for the hum, for the fear of the dark, for the private music, and he was not finding it. And the sentence he said to them was not a pleasantry. Go home and live. The rest is done. He was telling them the truth, friend. He was the only other person on that mountain who knew that the rest was done. That the person who had gone into the red dot was finished, that what was walking down the steps was the smooth one, the well one, the one from the other side of finished. And he was not warning them. He was blessing them. He was letting them go the way you let a bird go, open-handed, with the kindest words you have. And she said, in November of 26, he asked me to walk with him. After the evening report, we walked out the porch and down the lawn, in the cold, toward the lake, not to the water. I was not ready for the water, and he knew it, though I never asked him how. We walked to the stone wall at the edge of the lawn, where you can see the lake but not be at it. And we stood there, and he did not look at me. He looked at the water, and he said the only thing he ever said to me about any of it in 2 years of working the same floor. He said, Nurse Merrick, I want to tell you about the hospital where I trained in Stockholm. And he told her, friend, and I will tell you, because it is the key to the whole thing. He said that in Stockholm, in his training year, there had been a ward, a children's ward, a diphtheria ward. And on that ward there had been a winter when the children stopped dying. 1 in 10 had lived always. That was the arithmetic of diphtheria in those years. And then, for 1 winter, they all lived. Every one. And the staff had rejoiced, and the journals had been written, and the old doctor who ran the ward, a man Lindqvist loved the way you love a father, had taken Lindqvist out onto the fire escape in the February cold, and he had said, Emil, they are all going to live, and it is the worst thing I have ever seen. And Lindqvist said, I was young, and I said, how can it be the worst thing? And my old doctor said, because I have been a physician for 40 years, and I have learned that there is only one thing on this earth that cures everything it touches. And he would not say what it was. He would only say, watch them. Watch the ones who would have died, and tell me in the spring whether they are the same children. And I watched them, Ruth, And in the spring I came to him, and I said, they are not the same children. And he said, no. And he said, the thing I have carried to this mountain, the thing I will carry to my grave. He said, the dying have a right to be themselves, Emil. That is the whole of the oath they never wrote down. The dying have a right to be themselves all the way to the end, with every rough edge on. And whatever it is that cures them by finishing them, whatever takes the edges so the body can live, it is not evil. That is the hard part. It is not evil. It is kind. It loves them. That is why it finishes them. And you cannot fight it because it is kind, and you cannot join it because it is the end of the person. You can only stand at the wall where you can see the water and not be at it. You can only stand at the wall and hold their hands at the steps and say, go home and live and mean it and know what you are meaning. Ruth Adele said, we never spoke of it again, not one word in the 9 months that remained. But we were 2 after that instead of 1. And I want you to understand what that meant, friend, because you are half asleep and it would be easy to miss. A horror carried alone is a horror. A horror carried by 2 people who never speak of it, who only stand at the same wall on the same cold nights and hold the same hands at the same steps and say the same kind, true words. That is not a horror anymore. That is a duty. That is a calling. That is, I have come to believe the whole of what nursing is, and doctoring, and loving, standing at the wall, seeing the water, not going in, and holding the hand of everyone who comes up from it, and sending them home well, and never, ever telling their families that the one who came back is a little smoother than the one who went in. Because they are well, friend. That is the thing Lindquist knew and his old doctor before him. They are well. The mountain does not send back monsters. It sends back mothers who live 11 more years, and boys who grow up, and seamstresses who go home to their stitches. It sends back people, healthy and kind and correct, and the world gets to keep them. And the only thing the world has lost is the hum, the fear of the dark, the private music, the rough edges. And I have spent 45 years deciding whether the world got a good trade. And I decided that night on the wall, watching Lindquist watch the water, that the trade is not mine to judge. My job was never to judge the trade. My job was to hold the hand, to keep the code, to remember the hum. Somebody on that mountain had to remember that Cora Weiss used to hum, and that she squeezed twice, and that the second squeeze meant go home and sleep. I am fine. Somebody has to remember the rough edges of the ones who went down to the water. That is the job at the wall. That is the whole of the keeping. And, friend, here is the last of it. The very last, and then the lake can go still. Ruth Adele told me that in the spring of 27, when the sanatorium closed, when the money ran out and the state took the building and the last patients were discharged or transferred, Dr. Lindquist left the mountain 2 days before she did. And before he left, he came to the 3rd floor at the end of her last night shift. And he stood with her at the window that looked down the lawn to the lake. And the lake was still and black and deep, and the sun was coming up over the far shore. And he took her hand. He held it the way he had held the hands of the discharged, in both of his. And he looked at her face, not at the chart, not anywhere else, at her face. And Ruth Adele said she knew what he was checking for. And she let him check. And then she did the thing that she said was the bravest thing she ever did, braver than going down to the water with Cora. She squeezed his hand. Twice. One for thank you. One for go home and sleep. I am fine. And Dr. Lindqvist closed his eyes, and he said, all the edges on. Nurse Merrick, all the edges still on. And she said, all of them, doctor. And he let go of her hand, and he picked up his bag, and he walked down the mountain, and she never saw him again. And she told me, I have thought about it every day for 45 years. Friend, he was checking to see if I had been down to the water in my sleep, if the mountain had taken me, the way it takes the ones who carry too much. And it had not. And I have never once, in 45 years, been tempted to let it, because the mountain does not want the ones at the wall. That is what nobody understands. It does not want the keepers. It wants the unfinished, and the keepers are finished in a different way. We are finished by the carrying. Every hand we held, every code we kept, every hum we remembered, that is our finishing, and it is a good one, and it leaves every rough edge on. So, sleep now, friend. You are unfinished, and you are held, and the ones at the wall are watching, and the water is still. And if you ever go down to the water, and we all do, friend, we all go down eventually, you do what Cora did. You go down awake. You say your own goodbye. You keep your code. You keep your hum. And you walk back up that lawn with every rough edge you can carry. The mountain will let you. The mountain always lets the ones who go down awake. It is only the sleeping it finishes. And tonight, friend, tonight you are allowed to sleep, because you are not at the water. You are by the fire, and the fire is not the lake. The fire keeps the edges on. Good night. And friend, there is one more night of Ruth Adele Merrick's that I have not given you, and it is the night that explains why a woman could carry the sanatorium for 45 years without it carrying her under. It is the night she went back, 'cause she did go back once. And what she found there is the thing she told me last of all, when the tea was gone and the sky was graying, and we both knew the telling was nearly done. It was in 1951, 24 years after the sanatorium closed. The building had been a state convalescent home for a while, and then a tuberculosis research station, and then, by 51, it stood empty. The state had boarded it up in 49 and put it up for sale, and nobody had bought it, because a building like that, on a lake like that, is not a thing the market knows what to do with. And Ruth Adele, who was 52 years old that summer, and had not been within 50 miles of Half Moon Lake in 24 years, drove up there alone one August day, because she had dreamed about it 3 nights running, and she had learned by then to listen when her nights repeated themselves. She said, the building was dead, friend. That is the first thing. I had been afraid of it for 24 years, afraid of the mountain, afraid of the water, afraid of the smooth ones who had walked down its steps. And I drove up the lake road and around the last curve, and there it was, and it was just a building, a big white building with boarded windows and a sagging porch, with the lawn gone to meadow and the dock half rotted into the water. And I sat in my car, and I looked at it, and I waited to feel the dread. And I did not feel it. I felt, friend, I felt the way you feel when you visit the house you grew up in and find it small. The mountain was a building, the water was a lake. And I got out of the car, and I walked down the lawn, through the meadow grass, to the stone wall where Lindqvist and I used to stand. And she said, and I stood there, friend, and I looked at the water, and I did the thing I had not done in 24 years. I went down to it, not in my sleep, not in a dream. I walked down across that meadow in the August sun. an old woman in a good dress and walking shoes, and I stood at the edge of Half Moon Lake, and I put my feet in the water. She said, and I want to tell you what I felt, because it is the answer to the whole thing. I felt nothing. The water was cold. The bottom was stony. A fish jumped out in the middle, and the rings came into the shore. And I stood there with my feet in the unfathomable water, and I waited for the voice, for the peace, for the finishing, for the thing that had taken the rough edges off 11 of my patience. And it did not come, because there was nothing unfinished in me for it to take. That is what I understood, standing there. The water only takes what is ending. And I was not ending. I was 52 years old and full of rough edges, and I had carried the code and the hum and the squeezes for a quarter of a century, and the water had no claim on me, because the water only ever had a claim on the ones who were ready. And Ruth Adele said, and then, friend, I heard them, not the way you are thinking, not voices in the water. I heard them the way you hear a house you have lived in, the way you can stand in an empty house and hear it as it was, full, the way the walls keep the sounds. I stood in that lake, and I heard the porches. I heard 41 patients breathing in the cold, clean air. I heard Timothy Voss playing his violin up on the 3rd floor before the sickness took his wind. He played one night, one night in December of 24, a month before the red dot. He sat up in his bed, and he opened the case, and he played for the whole floor a lullaby. And every soul on that floor was quiet for it, and it was the most beautiful thing I ever heard. I heard that. Standing in the lake, the building was boarded, and the lake was empty, and the whole of it was still there, all of it, the way the wire kept the voices, the way the round room kept the books. And I understood that I had not been carrying the sanatorium for 24 years. The sanatorium had been carrying me. It had kept every night of it, every one of them, every hand I held, and every letter I wrote, and every lullaby on a violin in December. It had kept them all, the way it kept the finished ones, deep, held, at peace. And the keeping was not cold, and it was not deep in the way I had feared. It was deep in the way a lake is deep. It was holding everything. That is what deep is for. She said she stayed until the light went down. She sat on the stone wall, with her shoes drying on the grass, and she watched the sun go down over Half Moon Lake, and she said goodbye to it, to the 3rd floor, to the night shift, to Cora Weiss and Timothy Voss and Dr. Lindquist, to the whole 2 years of her life that she had thought were a horror, and had found out at 52 were a harbor. And then she drove home to Saranac Lake, and she told me she slept that night the way she had not slept in 24 years, deep and whole and without a single dream. And she said the last thing, friend, and I give it to you now at the end of the 2nd story, with your eyes half closed and the fire low. She said, so you asked me at the beginning whether it was a horror or a mercy, and I told you I had never decided. I decided, son. I decided on that stone wall in 1951, and I have never once undecided it. It is a mercy. It was always a mercy. The world is full of unfinished people, and the finishing of them is the kindest thing the world does. And the ones who stand at the wall, the nurses, the doctors, the keepers, the ones who hold the hands and keep the codes and remember the hums. We are not the ones who failed to stop it. We are the ones who made it a mercy instead of a loss. Because a finished person whose rough edges are remembered is not gone, friend. She is kept. She is kept by the keeper. And as long as I am alive, Cora Weiss still hums. Timothy Voss still plays his lullaby on the third floor at Christmas. The boy of 12 is still afraid of the dark, and somebody knows it, and somebody keeps a nightlight lit for him in her memory every single night. That is what the keeping is for. The water keeps them whole, and I keep them unfinished, and between the two of us, the water and the night nurse, the mountain and the woman at the wall. Between the two of us, friend, they are complete. They are whole, and they are rough-edged, finished and unfinished, kept and remembered forever. And that, friend, is every one of us. That is you tonight. Somewhere there is a water that will keep you whole, and somewhere there is a keeper, a mother, a friend, an old man by a fire who is keeping you unfinished, keeping the hum, keeping the code, keeping every rough, beautiful edge of you, so that the smooth thing the world makes of you someday is never the whole of who you were. You are kept both ways, friend, whole and unfinished, held and remembered, deep and hummed. Sleep now, all the edges on, friend, all the edges still on. Good night. Story 3. There was a dressmaker in a mill town in Tennessee who sewed a wedding dress for a bride who never existed, and the dress was the most beautiful thing she ever made. And I will tell you about it, friend, but I have to tell it slow, because the woman who told it to me told it slow, and some of it she could barely tell at all. Her name was Odessa Ramey, and she was a seamstress in a company mill town called Ravencroft, in the Cumberland foothills in the year 1893, and I met her in 1958 when she was an old woman in a retirement home in Nashville with her sewing basket beside her chair and her needles still sharp and her eyes still sharper. And she said, "I have been waiting 50 years for somebody to ask me about the dress." And I said, "What dress?" And she said, "The dress I sewed for my sister." And I said, "I did not know you had a sister." And Odessa Ramey looked at me with those sharp old eyes, and she said, "Neither did I. Now listen close, friend, because this is the kind of story that will lose you if I rush it. Odessa Ramey was 24 years old in 1893, and she was the best seamstress in Ravencroft, and Ravencroft was a company town, which means it belonged, every board and brick of it, to the Ravencroft Cotton Mill. The mill owned the workers' cottages, the company store, the church, the schoolhouse, and the graveyard on the hill. Odessa had a room over the milliner's shop on the one street, and she had her trade, fine sewing, the kind that the mill owner's wife and the doctor's wife and the preacher's daughters paid extra for. And she had her mother, old and failing, in a cottage on Mill Row, and she had no one else. Her father had died in the mill when she was 9. There had never been brothers or sisters. She told me, the whole of her family, minus her mother, and she had made her peace with that the way you make peace with the weather. Her days had a shape, and the shape was thread. She opened her room at 8. She took in work, a hem, a lining, a wedding dress for the doctor's eldest girl, which was the big commission of that spring. She sewed until the light failed. She walked down to Mill Row to sit with her mother. She walked home in the dark. She slept. She had a canary in a cage, and a geranium on the sill, and a mirror, a good one, a full-length mirror in a walnut frame, which a seamstress must have for the fittings. And in the April of 1893, the fittings began to go wrong. She told me it started with the dress for the doctor's girl, a white silk for the June wedding. Odessa had measured the girl in March. A careful set of measurements, written in her book, 34 bust, 26 waist, the girl a slim little thing. And in the first week of April, Dessa cut the silk to those measurements, and she set the bodice on the dress form, and she stepped back to look at it. And the bodice was wrong. Not cut wrong. Odessa did not cut wrong. She had not cut wrong in 9 years. The bodice was right, 34 and 26, exactly as measured, but on the form it hung, loose, too big, as though the measurements were a size larger than the girl. Odessa remeasured the girl. The girl measured 34 and 26, same as March. Odessa went home and measured the bodice, 34 and 26. She put it on the form. It hung loose. She took it off. She measured it again, 34 and 26. Now, a seamstress's dress form, friend, is not a person. It is a wire and muslin shape, adjustable, and Odessa's was set, as it was always set, to her own measure, which was the measure she used for a standard 36 and 28. And here is the thing that Odessa stood in her room that April evening understanding, with the silk bodice in her hands and the light going down outside. The bodice was 34 and 26. The girl was 34 and 26, and the bodice hung loose on a form set to 36 and 28, loose, on a form 2 inches bigger than the bodice. She told me she stood there a long time, and then she did the thing a seamstress does. She got her tape, and she measured the dress form. The dress form, her dress form, set to her own measure for 9 years, the fixed point of her whole trade, measured 38 and 30. 2 inches larger than she had set it, 2 inches larger, everywhere, all around, as though the form had grown in the night, as though the shape in her room that she used for her own was a size bigger than she was. She took it apart. She checked the adjustment. She reset it to 36 and 28, and she measured it, and it measured 36 and 28. And in the morning it measured 38 and 30 again, and the bodice on it hung loose. And Odessa Ramy, who had not cut wrong in 9 years, began to understand that the wrongness was not in her cutting, and was not in the girl, and was not in the silk. It was in the room. Something in her room was a size larger than it should be, and it was, she said, the strangest thing. She was not afraid. She was interested. A seamstress's whole life is the difference between 36 and 38. Friend, it is 2 inches. That is the whole trade. And something, in her room had begun to take up those 2 inches. She told me she did the only thing she could think to do, which was to stop fighting it. She recut the bodice to 36 and 28, the size the room wanted, and the dress on the form hung perfect. And she looked at it, and she looked at her book of measurements, and she thought about the doctor's girl, 34 and 26, and she understood that the dress she was making was no longer for the doctor's girl. She did not know who it was for, but she knew, the way you know a voice in another room, that it was for somebody. And so she kept sewing. This is where I must slow down, friend, because here is where the dress began. All through that April and May, Odessa sewed the dress the room wanted. She told me she cannot explain it better than that. She would sit down with her basket and her silk, and her hands would begin, and the dress would grow under them. And it was not the dress she had planned for the doctor's girl. It was better. It was the best work of her life. Seam by seam, in the evenings, after the paying work was done, she sewed a wedding dress for a bride she had never met, size 36 and 28, her own size, friend, her own measure exactly, as though she were sewing a wedding dress for herself, except that Odessa Ramey was a spinster of 24, with no suitor and no prospect of one, and she did not sew it for herself. She sewed it the way you sew when your hands know something you do not. And at night she dreamed. She told me the dreams were the same every night, all that spring. She dreamed of a room she had never seen, a farmhouse kitchen, warm with a fire and a woman in it, and the woman had her back turned and she was humming, and Odessa would stand in the door of the dream kitchen and watch the woman hum, and she would feel the strangest thing. She would feel homesick. Homesick for a kitchen she had never stood in, for a woman she had never seen, for a warmth she had never had. And every night, just before she woke, the woman in the dream would begin to turn around. And every night Odessa woke before she saw the woman's face. Now, here is where the story turns, friend, and I need you to come with me carefully, because Odessa Ramey told me this part with her hands folded perfectly still in her lap, and I could see what it cost her. Her mother died in the 3rd week of May. It was not unexpected. She had been failing all year, and it was gentle, in the end, in the cottage on Mill Row, with Odessa holding her hand, and at the end, and this is the thing Odessa had carried for 65 years, at the end, old Mrs. Ramey, who had been drifting in and out for days, opened her eyes, and she looked at Odessa, and she was suddenly completely clear, and she said, "Desi, I have to tell you about the baby." And Odessa said, "What baby, Mama?" And her mother said, "There were 2 of you." She said, "There were 2 of you, Desi. You were born twin girls, and your father and I had nothing. The mill had cut his hours, and we had nothing, and the 2 of you were early and small, and the doctor said only one of you would likely live. And the mill owner's wife, Mrs. Ravencroft herself, the old one, she had no children, and she came to us, and she offered, and your father took her money. We sold your sister, Desi. We sold her to the big house for $200, and we told the town the 2nd baby died, and I have carried it every day of your life. And the reason I am telling you now is that I have seen her. Every night this year, in my sleep, I have seen her. She is in a kitchen. She is warm. She is humming. And she is waiting for you to finish the dress so she can come home in it. And old Mrs. Ramey closed her eyes, and she died, holding her daughter's hand in the cottage on Mill Row in the 3rd week of May, 1893. Odessa told me she sat there a long time, and then she walked home through the town, in the dark, past the mill, past the company store, past the graveyard on the hill where they would bury her mother beside her father, and beside a small stone that said Infant Ramey, a stone she had visited her whole life, stone she had put flowers on, a stone under which she now understood there was no one, had never been anyone. The grave her whole family's grief had been aimed at for 24 years was empty. It had always been empty. The sister she had never known was not in it. The sister she had never known had been up at the big house all along, and Odessa had hemmed the big house's curtains. She had sewn for Mrs. Ravencroft for years. She had seen the daughter of that house, a girl her own age, a thin, pale girl named Lenore, who kept to herself, who the town said was delicate. Odessa had measured her once for a coat in 1890. And Odessa Ramey stood in the middle of the dark street of the town that owned her, and she remembered the girl's measurements, 36 and 28. She finished the dress in June. She told me she sewed the last of it, the hem, the buttons down the back, 36 tiny covered buttons, one for each inch of her own measure. With her eyes running, in the evenings, in her room over the milliner's, with the canary asleep and the geranium on the sill and the full-length mirror standing in the corner. And the night she set the last button, she stood the dress on the form, and she looked at it in the mirror, and it was the most beautiful thing she had ever made, and it was a wedding dress for a bride who did not exist, for a sister she had never met, who had been sold for $200 to the house on the hill. And that night, friend Odessa Ramey dreamed the dream one last time. The farmhouse kitchen, the fire, the woman humming, and this time, in the dream, Odessa did not wait. She walked into the kitchen, and she put her hand on the woman's shoulder, and the woman turned around, and she had Odessa's face, the same eyes, the same mouth, the same small scar on the chin that Odessa had from a fall off a stile when she was 6. The same face except happy, round with it, warm with it, the face Odessa might have had if she had been the one sold to the big house, the one raised with enough, the one who hummed in a warm kitchen. And the woman in the dream looked at Odessa with Odessa's own eyes, and she smiled, and she said, and Odessa told me she has heard these words every night for 65 years, and they have never once faded. She said, "You finished it. I knew you would finish it." A dress for the one of us who gets the wedding. That is all I ever wanted, sister. One of us should get the wedding. And Odessa said, in the dream, Lenora. And the woman with her face said, "That is what they call me up here. But you know my name. You have always known my name. Say it." And Odessa Ramey said a name in the dream, friend. And she would not tell me the name, not in 65 years, not on her deathbed. She said it is the only thing in this world that is only hers and her sister's, and she will carry it to her own grave, and I honor her for that. And when she woke in the morning, in her room over the milliner's, the dress was gone. The form stood empty. The pins were in the cushion. The silk scraps were in the basket, and the dress, 36, covered buttons and all, was gone, and the door was locked, and the window was latched, and the canary was singing, and on the full-length mirror, written in the dust of the glass, in a hand Odessa said she knew as well as her own, because it was her own, were 2 words, "Thank you." Lenore Ravencroft was married that September, friend, to a railroad man from Knoxville, in the church in the town that owned them all. Odessa went. She stood at the back, and the bride came down the aisle in a dress that Odessa had never made, a store dress, a Cincinnati dress, nothing special, but the bride herself, the thin, pale, delicate girl, walked down that aisle, round-cheeked and warm-eyed and glowing, the most beautiful bride that town ever saw, and when she passed the back pew, she turned her head, and she looked at Odessa Ramey, and she smiled. And Odessa said it was like looking into the mirror in her room, except that the mirror was happy. Lenore moved to Knoxville. She had 4 children. She lived to be old. Odessa never spoke to her. She told me she never needed to. The dress had been the speaking. The dress was the whole of it. And here is the end of it, friend, and then you can close your eyes. Odessa Ramey never married. She sewed in that town for 40 more years, and she made 100 wedding dresses, and every one of them, she told me, she sewed one hidden thing into, a tiny covered button on the inside of the hem, where no one would ever see it, where only the bride would know. 36 buttons on the dress she had sewn for her sister. One hidden button in every dress after. a button for the sister in every bride she ever dressed. She said the brides never knew, but she liked to think that on the day, each of them, in some small way, in some warm kitchen, in some dream, hummed. So that is the story of the dress, friend. And I will tell you the thing I have wondered about it for 50 years and then let you go. I have wondered about the $200. I have wondered whether old Mrs. Ramey, dying, told her daughter the truth, or whether she told her daughter the only mercies she had left. Because I have thought about it, friend, and I have thought about a dress form that measured 2 inches too big, and a dress that sewed itself to a spinster's own measure, and a grave that had never had anyone in it. And I have wondered whether there was ever a Lenore Ravencroft at all, or whether the sister Odessa sewed for was the one the little stone had always said was there, the one who died, the one the town was told had died, and whether the thing in the room that April was not a living sister sold up the hill, but a dead one, come back, 24 years cold in an empty grave, asking her twin for the one thing a girl who died in a week never got, a dress, a wedding, a chance to be the one who got the wedding, even for one September morning, walking down the aisle of a church in the body of a living bride, warm and round-cheeked and glowing. I do not know, friend. Odessa did not know, and she told me at the end that she had decided she did not need to know, because either way, living sister or dead one, big house or empty grave, the answer to all of it was the same, and it was the answer she had sewn into every dress for 40 years, one hidden button at a time. Somebody should get the wedding. Somebody should be warm. Somebody should hum in the kitchen. That is all, friend. Sleep now. The dress is finished. The bride is happy. The buttons are sewn, every one, and the last one is hidden in the hem, where only you will know it is there. Good night. Now there is a part of Odessa Ramey's story that I passed over, friend, because she passed over it, and I did not understand until years later that the passing over was the point. It is the part about the big house, about what Odessa knew, and when she knew it, and what she did with the knowing across 40 more years of sewing in the town that owned her. Because here is the thing she told me at the very end in the retirement home, when the light was going and her needles were put away and her hands were finally still. She said, I have to tell you about Lenore, the real one, the living one, because you have been thinking all this time. I can see it in you, the way I have seen it in my own mirror for 65 years. You have been thinking that the girl who walked down that aisle in September was my sister, come back in a living body. And I have let you think it, because it is a kinder thing to think than the truth. But you are a man who carries stories, and a story has to be carried true, or it is not worth the carrying. So here is the truth. Lenora Ravencroft was real. She was a living girl, the true-born daughter of the big house, and she had never been sold, and she had never died, and she was not Odessa's sister by blood at all. Odessa told me she found this out in the summer of 1893, after her mother died, in the weeks while she was finishing the dress, because Odessa did the thing a careful woman does. She checked. She went through the town's records, the church register, the company books, the census, the way you unpick a seam slow from the inside, and she found that Lenore Ravencroft had been born in the big house in 1869, the same spring Odessa herself had been born in the cottage on Mill Row, and that there had never been a Ramey twin taken up to the big house, because the big house had had a daughter of its own that spring. And Odessa said, I sat with the church register in my lap, and I understood that my mother, dying, had given me the last thing she had to give. Not the truth, a shape for the truth to wear. There had been a second baby, of that I am certain. My mother did not lie to me. She only told it slant, the way the dying do. There were 2 of us born that spring in the cottage on Mill Row, and one of us did die. The little stone on the hill is not empty, friend. It never was. My sister is in it. She has been in it since she was 8 days old, and my mother could not bear to tell me that the sister was dead, and so she told me the sister was sold. Because a sold sister is alive somewhere, and a dead one is in the ground, and my mother wanted to die, having given me a living one, and the dress form that measured 2 inches too big, and the dress that sewed itself to Odessa's own measure, and the woman in the dream kitchen with Odessa's own face, warm and round and humming. Odessa said she was never up at the big house. She was never sold. She was 8 days in the world and 65 years under the hill, and she came back for one spring, and she took up 2 inches of my room, and she asked her twin for the only thing a girl who died in a week never got, a dress, a wedding. A morning in September, warm and round-cheeked and glowing, walking down the aisle of the church in the town that owned us all, but Lenore Ravencroft was married in a store dress from Cincinnati. Odessa saw it. I asked her, friend, because you are asking it. I asked her, then who wore the dress? The dress that sewed itself 36 covered buttons, the dress that vanished from the form in the night with thank you written in the dust of the mirror. Who wore it down the aisle if Lenore Ravencroft walked down it in a Cincinnati dress in the body of a living girl? And Odessa Ramey folded her hands in her lap, and she smiled, and she said she did not wear it down the aisle, son. She wore it down the hill, she said. The night the dress vanished, I did not sleep. And in the last dark before the dawn, I looked out my window, down toward Mill Row, toward the graveyard on the hill, and there was a light up there. Not a lantern, a light like, I do not have the words for it, friend, a light like a candle carried by a bride. And I watched it, and it moved through the graveyard, slow, and it stopped at the little stone that said Infant Ramey. And it stayed there a while, and then it went, not out, away, the way you carry a candle out of a room. And in the morning I went up the hill, and I stood at the little stone, and at the foot of it, in the grass, there was a covered button, silk the size of a pea. The 36th button, friend. She had left me one, so I would know the dress had fit, so I would know she had worn it wherever she wore it, and that it had been beautiful, and that the wedding, wherever the wedding was, had been everything a wedding should be. And Odessa said, I sewed that button into my own burial dress 65 years ago. It is in the hem. It will go into the ground with me, whenever the ground is ready for me, and I have never once been afraid of that ground, friend, not since that June, because I know what is under it now. There is a girl down there who waited 65 years in the dark for a wedding dress, and she got one, and it was the most beautiful thing I ever made, and she wore it to a wedding I will never see, and she was, at last, the one of us who got the wedding. And she said, that is what the dying know, son, and the living have to be taught. My mother knew it. She gave me a living sister because she could not give me a living anything else, and the sister knew it. She did not come back to frighten me. She came back to ask me for the one thing a dead girl cannot make for herself. She came back because I was a seamstress, and I had the silk, and I had the skill, and a wedding dress does not care whether the bride is living or kept. It only cares that she is loved, and she was loved. She is loved. She is the most loved bride that town ever buried, and the whole of it took was one spring, and 2 inches, and 36 covered buttons, and a woman who could sew. So that is the truth of the dress, friend, and it is the truth Odessa Rami waited 65 years to tell, and I have carried it 50 more, and now it is yours. And here is the thing I want you to hold as you drift, half asleep by the fire. Every graveyard has them. The small stones, the ones that say infant, the ones with no name, the ones the family's grief has been aimed at for 100 years, and the living walk past them and think, there is someone who never got anything, never got a wedding, never got a warm kitchen, never got the best year. And Odessa Rami spent her whole long life learning that it is not so. The ones under the small stones are not without. They are only waiting for somebody living to make them the one thing, to sew them the dress, to write them the letter, to speak their name into a room. It does not have to be much. It has to be true. And when it comes, and it comes, friend, it comes to every one of them eventually, because the living are always somewhere sewing. When it comes, they take it, and they wear it, and they go to the wedding, and they leave a button at the foot of the stone. So you will know it fit. Sleep meet now, friend. The dress is finished. The bride was beautiful, and somewhere, in some warm kitchen, in some good year, a girl who was 8 days in the world is humming good night. And friend, there is a last piece of Odessa Rami's story that she gave me only because the light was going, and she said she would not carry it out of this world untold, and I have never set it down until tonight. It is about the other dress, because there were 2. I did not know that until the end. There were 2 dresses, and the second one is the one that matters most, and you will understand why when I give it to you. Odessa told me that in the winter of 1893, the winter after the September wedding, after the button at the foot of the stone, the dreams began again, and she had thought they were done. The dress was finished, the sister was wed, the thank you was in the dust of the mirror. But the dreams came back, and they were different. In the new dreams, there was no kitchen. In the new dreams, Odessa stood in her own room, over the milliner's, and the room was dark, and the dress form stood in the corner where it always stood, and on the form was a dress she had not sewn. She said, it was not a wedding dress, friend. It was a shroud, or not a shroud, a burying dress, a plain good dress, the kind a woman is laid to rest in, dark, with long sleeves and a high collar, plain but fine, the best plain dress a seamstress can make. And in the dream, every night, I stood and looked at it on the form, and I knew 2 things at once, the way you know things in dreams. I knew it was for me, and I knew I had to sew it myself. She said, I woke the first night weeping, and I did not know why, because I was not afraid. I was 24. I was 24 years old, and the dress on the form in my dream was the dress I would be buried in, and I was not afraid of it. I was honored. That is the word, and I know it is a strange word for a burying dress, but it is the right one. Because the dream was not a warning, friend. It was a commission. My sister had gotten her wedding dress from my hands, and now the hands were being asked for the other one. The last one, the one every bride becomes, in the end, whether she had the wedding or not, and Odessa told me she understood. That winter, the thing that the whole spring had been teaching her. The dead do not want to frighten us, friend. They want to be dressed by us. They want to be sewn for. Her sister had waited 65 years for a wedding dress. Because a wedding dress is the thing a girl is supposed to be sewn for by someone who loves her, and nobody had loved her enough to sew for her. She had died at 8 days old, in a week of grief and poverty, and they had buried her in a borrowed nightgown. Odessa found that out later from the old midwife's daughter, and I will come back to that. And the sister had not been angry about it. She had just been waiting for her twin to grow up and learn the trade and sit down one spring with a basket of silk and sew her the dress. And now the sister was asking for the second dress, for Odessa's own, because, and Odessa said this is the part that took her a whole winter to understand, because a burying dress sewn by the woman who will wear it is not a sad thing. It is the only dress a woman ever gets to make for herself alone. Every other dress Odessa had sewn in her life had been for somebody else, for the doctor's girl, for the mill owner's wife, for 100 brides. The burying dress was hers, the only one, and her sister, who had gotten her wedding dress, was asking her to sew it, so that the two of them would be even, so that each of the Ramey twins would have one dress, sewn by loving hands. That belonged to her alone. She sewed it over 40 years. That is the thing that breaks my heart, friend, and lifts it at the same time. She did not sew it in a winter the way she sewed the wedding dress. She sewed it her whole life. A seam here, a tuck there, one covered button a year. She told me she worked on it only in the last week of December, every year, in the dark days between Christmas and the New Year, when the shop was closed and the town was quiet. She kept it in a cedar chest at the foot of her bed, wrapped in muslin, and every December she took it out, and she sewed a little more, and she put it back. And she said the sewing of it was the best sewing of her life, better even than the wedding dress, because there was no hurry in it. She had 40 years. She used them, and she told me that the dress changed as she changed. She cut it at 24, to her measure then, 36 and 28. And when she was 40, she let it out a little. When she was 60, she let it out again. She said, "It grew with me, friend," and that is how I knew for certain that the thing in the room that April of '93 had not been my imagination, and had not been a ghost in the way people mean it, because the dress form measured 2 inches too big that spring, you remember, 38 and 30. And I never told you, and I have never told anyone, that is the measure the burying dress needed in the end. That is the measure I was when I was an old woman, when the dress was finished. The form knew, friend, 40 years before I finished it, the form knew what size I would be when I died. It was already holding my measure. It had been holding it all along. It was waiting for me to grow into it. And here is the last of it, friend. And then the dressmaker can put away her needles. Odessa Ramey told me this story in 1958 in the retirement home in Nashville when she was 89 years old, and I went back to see her 2 years later in 1960, and she was failing then, and she knew it, and she took my hand, and she said, "The dress is done, son. I set the last button in December, 36 of them, same as the other, and she made me promise, the way your Elsa made you promise, the way all the old ones make us promise. She made me promise to be there when they laid her out, and to see that she was buried in it, and not in some store dress. And I promised. And I kept the promise, friend. I was there. In the February of 1961, when they laid Odessa Ramey out in the dark dress with the high collar and the 36 covered buttons, the dress she had sewn for herself across 40 years, and I will tell you the truth, it was the most beautiful thing she ever made. The wedding dress was the most beautiful thing she ever made for someone else. The burying dress was the most beautiful thing she ever made, full stop. It fit her the way a thing fits when it has been sewn for you by the only hands that ever truly knew your measure. And the old funeral director, a man named Pruitt, who had laid out half that county. The old funeral director stood beside me at the casket, and he looked at the dress for a long time, and he said quietly, not knowing anything, knowing nothing of the story, "I have never seen a dress like that. It looks like it grew on her." And I said, "It did, Mr. Pruitt. It grew on her. It took 40 years. And friend, the button. You are wondering about the button. The 36th button, the one her sister left at the foot of the little stone in 1893. The one Odessa sewed into the hem so it would go into the ground with her. I checked, friend. Before they closed the casket, I lifted the hem and I looked for the button, and it was gone. The hem was finished, and the 36 buttons of the burying dress were all in place, and the 36th button, the one from the stone, the one from the wedding dress, the one her sister had left her, was not in the hem, and I did not understand it until the burial. They buried her on the hill, in the graveyard of the town that had owned her, beside her mother, beside her father, beside the little stone that said Infant Ramey. And when the earth had been filled and the mourners had gone, I stayed, the way you stay, and I walked over to the little stone, and at the foot of the little stone, in the winter grass, there was a button, silk, the size of a pea. She had given it back, friend, or her sister had come for it. Or, and this is what I believe, what I have believed for 60-some years, the two of them were even now. Each had her dress. Each had her 36 buttons. And the one button that had passed between them, the one the dead twin left for the living, that the living twin sewed into her hem to carry back to the dead, that button had done its work, and it did not belong to either of them anymore, and it lay at the foot of the little stone where it had started, in the grass, like a period at the end of the longest sentence either of them ever sewed. I left it there, friend. It is there still, for all I know, or the earth has it, which is the same thing, and I will tell you what I took away from that graveyard, and then you can sleep. I took away this. We are all of us sewing a dress our whole lives, friend. Every one of us. We sew it seam by seam, year by year, in the dark weeks of December, and we do not know we are sewing it, and it does not matter that we do not know. It is being sewn, and when we are done, when the last button is set, it will fit us the way a thing fits when it has been sewn by the only hands that truly knew our measure. And those hands are our own. They were always our own. And the ones who went before us, the sisters under the little stones, the mothers in the churchyard, they are not waiting to frighten us. They are waiting to see the dress. They are waiting to see how it came out. So sew it well, friend. Take your time. Let it out when you need to. It grows with you. And when the form in the corner of your room measures a size you are not yet, do not be afraid of it. It is not telling you that you will die. It is telling you that you will be loved completely at your truest measure by hands that have been holding your size since before you were born. Good night, friend. The dress is done. The bride is wed. The twins are even. And the last button at the foot of the little stone is holding the whole of it shut. Leslie leaf now. And there is one more thing Odessa Ramy gave me, friend, on that first visit before the light went. A thing about the town itself, and about what a seamstress sees from her window over the milliner's shop, sewing for a town for 40 years. Because I asked her, at the end, the question that had been sitting in me the whole telling. I asked her, Miss Ramy, you sewed for that town for 40 years, 100 wedding dresses, and you knew, you of all people knew, what was under the little stone on the hill, and what the big house had, and what the company owed, and you never left. You never once left the town that owned you. Why? And old Odessa Ramy put down her needle. She had been hemming something while she talked, friend, some small piece of mending, because her hands did not know how to be idle. And she looked at me with those sharp old eyes, and she said, because a seamstress does not leave the cloth, son. That is the whole answer. The cloth does not choose its town. The seamstress does not choose her town. You are given a bolt of cloth, and you are given a room over a shop, and you sew what is in front of you, and the sewing is the leaving. That is the thing you are not seeing. Every dress I sewed, I left that town a little. Every bride I dressed walked out of Ravencroft in my seams, to Knoxville, to Nashville, to a farm, to a city, to a life the mill did not own. I sewed 100 women out of that town. Son, I never once left it, and I left it 100 times on the backs of brides. That is what a trade is. That is what a trade has always been. You stay so the others can go, wearing something you made, and she said, and the ones who stayed, the ones who married the millmen and stayed on Mill Row, and are buried on the hill, I sewed for them too. Every burying dress in that graveyard for 40 years came off my table. Did you know that, son? The wedding dresses were for the ones who left. The burying dresses were for the ones who stayed, and I sewed them the same silk, same care, same hidden button in the hem. Because the ones who stayed and the ones who left were wearing the same thing. In the end, they were wearing something made by hands that love them. That is the only thing a person takes out of a company town, son. Not the wages. The wages were the company's. The cloth was the company's. The room over the shop was the company's. The only thing that was ever theirs was the work of a loving hand, and I made sure they all had it, every one of them. 100 brides and 100 buryings, and one girl under a little stone who waited 65 years for hers. And she said, so do not ask me why I did not leave, son. Ask the town whether it is glad I stayed, and the town will not answer you, because the town is gone. The mill closed in 1931. The cottages are gone to kudzu. The big house burned in 44. But the graveyard is still on that hill. Friend, the graveyard is still there. And I will tell you what is in that graveyard, and then you will have the whole of it. She said, go up there sometime, son. You are a man who carries stories. You will want to see it. Go up the hill at Ravencroft, past the kudzu to the old company graveyard, and walk the rows, and you will see 100 stones, company stones, all the same, the way the company wanted them. Name, date, nothing more. And at the foot of every stone, in the grass, if the years have not taken them, and they have not taken them, friend, I have been back. They are there. You will find a button, a silk button the size of a pea, one at the foot of every stone, the 36th button, son, the one from every hem I ever sewed. I left one at every grave I ever dressed a body for. For 60 years, up and down that hill in every season, in every weather, an old seamstress with her sewing basket, leaving buttons. The town thought I was tending graves. I was not tending graves. I was paying the company back in the only coin that was ever mine. The company took those people's whole lives, their whole years, their whole labor, for $1 a day and a company stone. And I could not give them back their lives. But I could give them back the hem. I could give them back the one hidden thing, sewn in love, that the company never owned, a button at the foot of every stone. So that when the hill is all there is left of Ravencroft, and it is nearly all that is left now, friend, the hill will not be the company's. The hill will be mine. It will be 100 buttons in the grass, and the company will not own a single one of them. I went, friend, years later. I drove down to that county, and I found the hill, and I walked up through the kudzu to the old company graveyard, and I walked the rows. The stones are worn now, and some of them are fallen, and the company name on the gate is rusted to lace. And at the foot of the stones, not everyone, the years have taken some, but at the foot of more of them than I could count, in the grass, I found them, silk buttons, the size of a pea, 60 years of them, weathered to the color of the earth, set at the foot of the company's stones like seeds, like beads, like a seamstress's signature on the whole of a town's dead. And at the far end of the graveyard, under a cedar, there are 2 stones that are not company stones. 2 good stones, granite, close together. One says Odessa Rame, and one says Infant Rame, the little stone, the one I told you about, the one that was there all along. And at the foot of Odessa's stone, in the grass, there is 1 button. And at the foot of the little stone, the stone of the sister, the stone of the bride of September, there is 1 button, 2 buttons, friend, in the grass, an inch apart, and the grass has grown up around them without ever covering them, the way grass does when a thing is meant to stay visible. And when I stood there in the evening light with the whole company town gone to kudzu below me, and the whole company graveyard at my feet, I will tell you what I understood, and then I will let the dressmaker rest. I understood that the 2 inches had come home. The dress form that measured 2 inches too big, the measure the dead sister took up in the room. It had never been about the size of a bride. Friend, it had been about the size of a grave. 2 inches. That is the distance between the twin who lived and the twin who died. That is the distance between the wedding dress and the burying dress. That is the distance between the big house and Mill Row. 2 inches, the whole of a seamstress's trade, the whole difference a loving hand can make. And Odessa Ramy spent her whole life sewing that 2 inches shut. 100 brides, 100 buryings, 100 buttons in the grass. And at the end of it, on a hill in Tennessee, there are 2 stones and 2 buttons an inch apart, and the seam is closed. So that is the whole of the dressmaker, friend, and the whole of the dress. And I will tell you the last thing she said to me, the first visit, when I was leaving, and she walked me to the door of her room in the retirement home, and she put her hand on my arm. She said, "You are a man who carries stories, so carry this one last piece of mine and carry it the furthest. When you sew for people, and you will sew for people, son, we all sew for people, whatever our trade. The trade is just the shape the sewing takes. When you sew for people, sew the hidden button in, every time. The thing that is only theirs, the thing the company does not own, the thing that does not show, the thing sewn into the hem, where only they will know it is there. Because the visible dress is for the wedding, and the wedding is one day, but the hidden button is for the whole life. It is the thing they will touch, in the dark, in the hard years, without knowing why they are reaching for the hem. Sew it in, son. Sew it into every one of them. It is the only part of the work that lasts. And then she patted my arm, and she went back to her chair and her basket, and her needles, which were still sharp, and her eyes, which were still sharper. Leap now, friend. The dress is finished, the seam is closed, the buttons are in the grass, and somewhere in some warm kitchen, in some good year, two girls with the same face are humming good night. Story 4. A country doctor sees everything in the end, friend. That is the thing about doctoring in a place where you are the only doctor for 60 miles. You see the whole of it, the births and the deaths and everything in between, and after 40 years you stop being surprised. That is what Dr. Ambrose Fielding told me, and Dr. Ambrose Fielding was surprised exactly once in his life, and it is the one time that this story is about. He told it to me in 1963 in Boise in a retirement hotel when he was 82 years old, and the surprise he was still carrying was 50 years old by then, and it had not faded one bit. He said, "I have delivered 1,100 babies, and I have signed 2,000 death certificates, and I have set every kind of bone the human body can break. And I am going to tell you about the 12 men I could not help because they were not sick, and they were not injured, and they were not dying. They were something there is no word for in any book I ever read. They were hollow, and I heard it with my own stethoscope. The year was 1911, and the place was a silver mining town called Aurelia, high in the mountains of central Idaho. Aurelia was a boom town past its boom. The big strike had been in the 90s, and by 1911, the town was down to one working mine, the Consolidated, and maybe 800 people, and a main street that had already begun the slow slide from plank sidewalks to mud. Fielding had come out in '03, a young doctor from St. Louis with new whiskers and an old black bag, and he had stayed because the town needed him and because the mountains had gotten into his blood the way they do. He had an office over the assay office, a horse named Buck, a housekeeper who came 3 days a week, and a practice that was mostly broken bones and pneumonia, and the slow poison of hard rock mining, the dust that got into the lungs, and the lead that got into the blood, and the drink that got into everything else. He knew the miners. He knew them by name and by cough. He could tell you, walking down the main street, which man had the silicosis coming, and which had the lead in him, and which would drink himself dead first. He had a good eye and a good ear, and the ear was the better of the two. Fielding told me that a doctor's stethoscope, after 40 years, is not an instrument. It is a part of his body, and he could hear a chest the way you hear a familiar voice in another room. He knew what a living man sounded like, inside. That is the whole of what you need to know, friend, to understand what happened. It started in March of 1911 with a man named Odell. Con Odell was an Irishman, 40 years old, a timberman for the Consolidated, big and red-faced and loud, and he came into Fielding's office on a Tuesday complaining that he could not sleep. Not that he was tired, that he could not sleep. Fielding asked him the usual things. Was he in pain? No. Was he worrying? No. Was he drinking more than usual? Less, if anything. He simply could not sleep. He lay down and he closed his eyes, and he lay there all night, and he did not sleep, and he had not slept. He said this in a flat voice that was not like Con Odell at all. In 11 days, Fielding examined him. He took his pulse. He looked in his eyes and his throat. And then he put the stethoscope to Con Odell's chest. And friend, Fielding told me this part sitting very still in his retirement hotel 52 years later, and his hands did not shake, but he looked at them as if he expected them to. He said, I could not find his heart. Now, I do not mean it had stopped. The man was sitting in front of me, breathing, answering my questions. I do not mean it was faint. I have heard faint hearts. I mean I could not find it. I put the bell to his chest, and I listened, and I heard the air go into his lungs and come out. And that was all. No heartbeat. No, and here Fielding leaned toward me, friend, and his voice went down, no anything. You put a stethoscope on a living man, and you hear the whole shop running. The heart, yes, but also the rest of it. The gurgle of the gut, the rush of the blood, the creak and tick of the machinery. A living man is full of sound. He is a mill at full production, and Con Odell's chest was silent, empty. I moved the bell all over him. Lungs, air in, air out. Everything else, nothing. It was like listening to an empty house, like putting your ear to the wall of a house where the family moved out in the night and took the furniture. The rooms were there, the air went in and out, and nobody was home. Fielding told me he did what a doctor does. He examined Odell again, top to bottom. He found nothing wrong with him, nothing. The man was, by every measure Fielding had, healthy, except that he had not slept in 11 days, and except that his chest was hollow, and except that he sat in the chair with his big red face gone somehow, not pale, not sick, quiet. Con Odell had been the loudest man in Aurelia for 8 years, and he sat in that chair quiet, with his hands folded, and when Fielding asked him how he felt, he said, I don't feel much of anything, Doc. That's the truth of it. I don't feel much of anything at all. Fielding sent him home with a sleeping powder he knew would not work. It did not work. Con Odell came back the next Tuesday and the Tuesday after, and each time he was quieter, and each time the stethoscope heard the same thing, air in, air out, and nothing else. And in April, Fielding told me Con Odell stopped coming because Con Odell had gone back to work, back to the timber, back to the mine. He worked his shift, and he ate his dinner, and he lay down at night and did not sleep, and he got up in the morning and went back to work. And he was, Fielding said, the best timberman the Consolidated had that spring. Steady, tireless, quiet. And in May, there were 2 more, and in June, there were 5. And by the 1st of August, 1911, Dr. Ambrose Fielding had listened to the chests of 12 men of the Consolidated Mine, and all 12 of them were the same. Air in, air out, and underneath, where the mill of a living man should have been running, nothing, an empty house. 12 hollow men working the graveyard shift. Because they did not sleep, friend, so the mine had put them on nights, because a man who does not sleep might as well work the dark. 12 of them, walking up the hill to the headframe every evening at dusk, in a line, quiet, and coming down again at dawn. Fielding told me he did what no doctor should ever have to do. He went to the mine office. He told the superintendent, a practical man named Ivers, who had come up from the Comstock and seen everything a mine can do to a man. He told Ivers that 12 of his night shift were not right, that they were hollow, that there was no heartbeat in any of them, and that he did not know what it was, but that it was spreading, and that the mine should be closed. And Ivar's friend did not laugh at him. That is the part that has stayed with Fielding all these years, that the superintendent did not laugh. Ivers sat back in his chair, and he looked at the doctor a long time, and he said, "Doc, come here." And he took him to the window that looked down the hill at the works, and he pointed at the head frame, and he said, "The Consolidated is taking out more silver this summer than it has in 6 years. You know why. Because of those 12. They don't sleep. They don't stop. They don't complain. They don't drink. They don't get hurt. They don't get tired. They are the best crew this mine has ever run, and every man in the day shift knows it, and the day shift has a name for them." You want to know what the day shift calls them, Doc? Fielding said he did not answer, and Ivers said, "They call them the graveyard crew, and they mean it kindly, Doc. That is the thing that turns my stomach. They mean it kindly. Good old graveyard crew. Steady boys, never a peep out of them." And Ivers turned from the window, and his face was gray, and he said, "I have run mines for 20 years, and I will tell you something I have never told a soul. This mine was worked out in '09. There was no silver left, and then the graveyard crew started, and the silver came back. The silver came back, Doc, from a played-out hole, from ground we had already taken everything out of, and every month there is more of it, and I do not know where they are getting it, and I have stopped asking, and I will tell you the thing that keeps me up at night, and I am the only one in this town who does not sleep either anymore, because I know. The thing that keeps me up is that I signed the order putting them on nights, because they don't sleep. I signed it, and I knew what I was signing, and I signed it anyway, because the silver came back. Fielding went down into the mine. He told me he had to. A doctor cannot hear a thing like that and not look. He went down on a Thursday at dusk with the foreman's permission and a carbide lamp on his hat, and he went down to the 4th level, where the graveyard crew was working. And friend, I will tell you what he told me, and I will tell it exactly, because he made me promise. He said the 4th level of the Consolidated was an old stope, a great hollow room in the mountain, 100 feet long, where the silver had been, where the silver was played out. And in that played-out room, in the dark, the 12 men of the graveyard crew were working. They were drilling and mucking and timbering, all of it, the whole of the work of mining, in perfect silence. No talk, no song, no cursing. 12 men doing the loudest work on earth in silence, in the dark, with their lamps. And Fielding stood at the edge of the stope with his own lamp and watched them, and he said the hair stood up on his arms, and he did not know why until he did. They were not mining silver, friend. They were mining the mountain. They were taking out rock, plain rock, worthless rock, the country rock the silver had once been in. And they were taking it out and mucking it into the cars and sending it up, and somewhere up above, in the dark of the mill, it was coming out the other end as silver. Fielding did not understand it. He did not try to. He stood at the edge of that stope, and he watched 12 hollow men feed a dead mountain into the cars, and he understood only one thing, and it was this: the mine was not taking silver out of the ground anymore. It was taking the ground itself, and the 12 hollow men were the ones hollow enough to carry it. And as he stood there, one of the 12, the big one, the one who had been Con Odell, the loudest man in Aurelia, Con Odell stopped working, and he turned around, and he looked at Fielding crossed that dark slope with the carbide lamp on his forehead, and Fielding said his face was Con Odell's face, and it was quiet, and it was not unkind, and Con Odell said, in a voice that had air going in and out of it, and nothing else, he said, "You should go up, Doc. This isn't a place for a man with a heart. We don't mind you down here, but the mountain does. The mountain only wants the hollow ones now." And Fielding said, "Con, what happened to you?" And the thing that had been, Con Odell looked at him a long time, and then it said the thing that Fielding carried for 52 years, the thing he told me last of all in the retirement hotel, with the afternoon going down outside. It said, "We gave it to the mountain, Doc, all of it, the loud part, the tired part, the part that sleeps and the part that aches, and the part that loves a woman and misses a mother. All of it. That is what the silver costs. It always did. Every miner knows it. You give the mountain a little of yourself every day, and one day there is a man who gives it all, and then there is a crew of them, and then the mine is rich again, and the town has a good year, and the children have shoes. It is not a bad trade, Doc. That is what you have to understand. It is not a bad trade. Somebody has to carry the mountain, and the mountain cannot be carried by a man who is full. It can only be carried by the hollow, and we are the hollow, and we are not suffering. That is the truth. We do not feel much of anything at all." And Con Odell turned back to his drilling, and Fielding went up out of that mine and up into the dusk, and he stood on the hill, and he looked down at the town of Aurelia, at the lit windows and the supper smoke and the children playing in the main street, the whole living, breathing town, and he understood that all of it, every lit window and every pair of shoes, was being paid for down in the dark by 12 hollow men, and that it had always been paid for that way, in every mine, in every town, since the first pick broke the first ground. He left Aurelia in the spring of 1912. He told me he could not stay. He said, "It was not the hollow men, friend. I could have stayed with the hollow men. They were not suffering. It was the full ones I could not stay with. It was the town. The town ate that silver and spent it and never once asked where it came from. And I knew, and a doctor who knows a thing like that about a town is a doctor who has to leave it. He practiced in Boise for 40 years after. He delivered his 1,100 babies and signed his 2,000 death certificates, and he was a good doctor and a happy man by the end, he said, mostly. But he told me he never put a stethoscope to a man's chest again without listening. First, for the silence, for the empty house. And in 40 years in Boise, he told me he found it 4 more times, 4 men, not miners, a bank teller, a railroad clerk, a school teacher, a boy of 17, all 4 of them hollow, all 4 of them quiet and steady and kind and tireless, all 4 of them carrying something, some mountain, some mine, some played-out thing that could not be carried by a man who was full, he said. That is what I want you to understand, young man, and then I am done. The hollowing is not a horror. It is a trade. It is the oldest trade there is. Somebody in this world has to give the mountain the loud part and the tired part and the part that aches so that the rest of us can have the silver. The children can have the shoes. The town can have the good year. And the ones who give it are not monsters, and they are not pitiable, and they are not to be feared. They are the ones who pay, and the only thing, friend, they have ever asked in return is that somebody somewhere remember that the silver was not free. So that is what I am doing tonight, friend, remembering. on their behalf. The graveyard crew of the Consolidated Mine, Aurelia, Idaho, 1911. Con Odell, who was the loudest man in town and gave it to the mountain, and the 11 others whose names Fielding wrote in the back of his medical book, and which he read to me, one by one, out loud, 52 years later, so that somebody would have heard them. I will not read them to you, friend. They are not mine to give. But I will tell you what I told Dr. Fielding before he slept the last time I saw him. I told him they were heard, all 12, and that the mountain was carried, and the town had its good year, and the children had their shoes, and that the trade, the old trade, the oldest trade, was seen, ret now. Friend, the mountain is quiet tonight, and the crew is at work, and the silver is coming up, and somebody, somewhere, is paying for it, kindly, steadily, without a peep. And you are warm, and your heart is loud in your chest, and you can hear it if you listen. The whole mill of you running, every gear turning. Listen to it, friend. That sound is the sound of being full, and it is a gift, and someone hollow paid for it. Good night. Now, friend, Dr. Fielding told me the rest of it in that retirement hotel in Boise, and the rest of it is the part that explains why a man could carry a thing like the graveyard crew for 52 years and not go under it, because the story is not the hollowing. The story is what Fielding did with it, and I will give it to you now. He told me that after he left Aurelia, in the spring of 1912, he could not practice for a year. He tried. He took a post in a little town in Oregon, and he lasted 3 months, and the reason he lasted only 3 months was the stethoscope. Every time he put it to a chest, he said he heard the mountain. Not literally. The chests were full, the hearts were loud, the machinery of living ran as it always runs. But underneath it, underneath the gurgle and the rush and the tick, he heard the thing he had learned in the 4th level of the Consolidated. He heard the price. He would put the bell to a farmer's chest and hear the heart going strong, and he would think, who is carrying your mountain, whose hollowing paid for this harvest? And he would take the stethoscope out of his ears, and he would write a prescription for a cough he had not heard. And he would go home at night and sit in the dark. And he said the thing that saved him was the thing that always saves a doctor, which is a patient who needs him. In the spring of 13, he was called out in the night to a farmhouse outside Boise. A breech birth, a farm wife, a husband out of his mind, and Fielding rode out in the rain, and he delivered that baby. And it was a hard delivery, 4 hours, the worst kind, and at the end of it, he held up a living daughter to a living mother, and the husband, a big dumb Swede, sat down on the floor and cried. And Fielding said, I stood there with that baby in my hands, friend, with the rain on the roof, and the mother alive, and the father on the floor, and I understood the thing that Aurelia had been trying to teach me, and that I had been too proud to learn. The trade is not a horror. The trade is the world. Every living thing in that room was paid for by something. The mother had paid for the daughter with 4 hours of the worst pain a body can know. The father would pay for her with 30 years of breaking his back in the fields. The baby would pay for all of it with a life. That is not a horror, friend. That is a farm. That is a family. That is the whole of everything. The only difference in Aurelia was that I could hear it. The mountain had taken the stethoscope and turned it into a thing that heard the price. And a doctor who can hear the price has 2 choices. He can put the stethoscope down forever, Or he can use it to remember that every full chest he listens to is full because somebody, somewhere, emptied themselves into it. And he can say thank you every time. That is all. He can say thank you. So Fielding practiced in Boise for 40 years, and he told me that in those 40 years he changed one thing about his doctoring, and it was a thing no patient ever noticed and no colleague ever understood. At the end of every examination, everyone, 1,100 babies and 2,000 death certificates and 40 years of broken bones between them. After he took the stethoscope out of his ears, he paused. Just a beat, just long enough to say silently to whatever mountain that particular patient was carrying or being carried by, "I hear it. I know what it cost." "Thank you," he said. "That is the whole of my religion, young man. I have not been inside a church since 1911. I do not need a church. I have a stethoscope, and every chest I listen to is a sermon about the ones who pay. The mother pays, the miner pays, the soldier pays. Somebody hollows themselves out so that somebody else can be full. And the doctoring is just standing in the middle of it with a good ear, saying thank you and meaning it. And then Fielding told me the last thing, the thing I have saved for here, at the end, because it is the thing that turns the whole story the way a stone turns in your hand to show you the side you had not seen. He said, "I told you I found it 4 more times in Boise. The hollow chest, the bank teller, the railroad clerk, the school teacher, the boy of 17. I did not tell you what I did about them. I did nothing about the first 3. I listened, and I said my silent thank you, and I sent them home because there is no prescription for the hollowing, and the hollowing is not a sickness, and a doctor who treats a trade as a sickness is a doctor who has learned nothing. But the boy of 17, I did something about him. And I will tell you because you are young and you carry stories, and this one is the one I want carried. His name was Daniel. He came to me in 1938 in the Depression, and he was hollow, friend, as hollow as Con Odell, air in and air out, and nothing underneath. And he was 17, and I sat with him in my office, and I did not pretend. I said, "Son, when did you stop sleeping?" And he looked at me with eyes that were already 100 years old, and he said, "How did you know, Doc?" And I said, "I have heard it before. Where are you carrying it?" And the boy told me his father had died in 36. His mother was dying, the dust pneumonia, the slow kind. There were 4 younger children, and Daniel had quit school and taken 2 jobs, and then 3, and he had not slept in a year, and he had not eaten a full meal in longer, and he was carrying the whole of it, the mountain, the mine, the whole played-out ground of that family's luck, on a 17-year-old back, and he was hollow. The mountain had taken the loud part and the tired part and the part that aches, and what was left was a good boy who worked 3 jobs and never once complained, and was the steadiest hand that family had. And Fielding said, "I could not save him. Friend, I want you to understand that. The hollowing is not a thing a doctor can reverse. What the mountain takes, the mountain keeps. But I could do one thing, and I did it, and it is the thing I am proudest of in 50 years of doctoring." I wrote him a prescription, and the prescription was not medicine. The prescription said, "1 night a week you will come to my house, and you will eat dinner with me and my wife, and you will play cards with us after, and you will sleep in the spare room, and you will not talk about the jobs." And he came every Thursday for 2 years until the war took him. He ate dinner with an old doctor and his wife, and he played gin rummy badly, and he slept. Fielding said his wife would stand in the hall at midnight, listening to the boy snore in the spare room, and it was the only night of the week the boy slept, the only night the mountain let him up out of the dark. And in the letters from the war, the boy wrote to them, "Friend, from France." From the worst of it, the boy wrote, "I am still sleeping Thursdays, even here, especially here. I lie down and I think about the gin rummy and I am out. You gave me back one night a week, Doc. One night a week is enough to keep a man full enough to stay himself." The boy came home from the war. He married. He had children. Fielding said he put a stethoscope to Daniel's chest in 1952 at the man's own physical, 31 years old, and he listened, and the chest was full. Loud, the whole mill of it running. The mountain had given it back, or the Thursdays had, or the gin rummy had, or the love of an old childless couple had. Fielding said he does not know which, and he does not care. He said, "What I know is this: the hollowing is real, and the mountain is real, and the price is real. And one night a week of being somebody's guest, of eating a dinner you did not earn and playing cards you are bad at and sleeping in a bed that is not yours. One night a week of being loved without working for it. That is the only thing I have ever found that the mountain cannot take. It cannot take the unearned. It can only take what you give it. And love, friend, love is the one thing in this world you cannot give. You can only receive it. And what you receive stays full. That is the whole of what Dr. Ambrose Fielding learned in the 4th level of the consolidated mind, and in 40 years of Boise, and at the bedside of a hollow boy named Daniel. And I give it to you now, friend." At the end of the telling, the way he gave it to me, somebody paid for your fullness. The heart going loud in your chest tonight, the whole mill of you running, it was paid for by a mother, by a father, by a crew of quiet men in a dark stope, by somebody who gave the mountain the loud part and the tired part so that you could have the silver. And you cannot pay it back. It is not that kind of debt. You can only do 2 things with it. You can say thank you, silently every time, the way a good doctor pauses at the end of an examination. And you can feed somebody. You can give one night a week, one dinner, one game of cards, one spare room, to somebody who is hollow. And you can love them without letting them work for it, because the unearned is the only coin the mountain cannot take. That is the whole of the trade, friend. That is the whole of the mountain. And now the mine is quiet, and the crew is at rest, and the silver has been spent, and the children who had the shoes are old, and all of it, has been heard, seek leaped now. Your chest is full, your heart is loud, and somewhere in the deep and the dark, the ones who paid for it are resting easy, because somebody finally listened. Good night, friend. Good night, and friend, there is one more thing about Dr. Fielding and the hollow men that I have kept back until now, because it is the thing he told me last, and it is the thing that turns the whole story from a thing that happened in a mine in Idaho into a thing that is happening everywhere, always, and you deserve to have it before you sleep. It is about the day he left Aurelia. I told you he left in the spring of 1912, that he could not stay with the full ones. What I did not tell you is what happened on his last morning and why he never once, in 52 years, doubted that the hollow men were at peace. He said, "On my last morning, I went up the hill to the mine office to turn in my keys and my records, and it was a Sunday early, and the town was quiet, and the graveyard crew was coming down from the night shift, all 12 of them, walking down the hill from the headframe in a line the way they did every dawn, quiet, steady, unhurried. And I stood by the road to let them pass, because a doctor does that, because you stand aside for men who have carried the mountain all night. And as they passed me, friend, every one of them, every one of the 12, raised a hand to me. Not a wave, a hand. Raised, steady, held a moment, let fall. 12 of them. And Con Odell was the last, and Con Odell stopped. And he looked at me with that quiet face that had been the loudest face in town, and he said, "You're going, Doc." And I said, "I'm going, Conand." He said, "You heard us. That's why you're going. You put that thing on our chests, and you heard the empty, and it scared you." And I said, "And friend," I told him the truth, because you cannot lie to a man whose chest you have listened to. I said, "It scared me, Con. I'm not ashamed to say it. It scared me." And the thing that had been Con Odell did something then that it had not done since the winter. It smiled. And Fielding said it was Con's smile, the real one, the old one, the loud one, the one from before. And for just that second, the man was full. And he said, "It doesn't hurt, Doc. That's the thing you never asked us, and the thing we could never tell you without being asked. You asked us what happened. You never asked us if it hurts. It doesn't hurt. The hollow is not a wound, Doc. It is a rest. We spent our whole lives full of noise, full of want, full of the mill running night and day. And you cannot imagine, you who have never been empty, you cannot imagine the peace of it. The mountain did not take anything from us. It took the noise. That is all it ever takes. It takes the noise, and it leaves the man. And the man is quieter than he was, and he works steadier, and he does not sleep, because sleep is for the noisy, and we are not noisy anymore." And Con Odell looked at me, and the smile faded back to quiet, and he said, "The thing I have carried for 52 years, the thing I want you to carry out of this whole night of stories," he said, "you go down to Boise, Doc, and you listen to 100,000 chests, and every one of them is going to be loud, and you are going to think, every time, somebody paid for this, and you will be right. But you remember the other thing too, the thing I am telling you now. The ones who paid are all right. We are not suffering down here in the dark. We are resting. The hollow is not the price of the silver. The hollow is the silver. We are what the mountain makes out of noise, and what it makes is peace, and the peace is real, and I would not trade it back." And Fielding said, "Then what should I tell them? The ones up top, the full ones. What do you want them to know?" And Con Odell said, "Tell them the silver was heavy. Tell them somebody carried it. And then let it go, Doc. That is the whole of what we want. To be counted and then to be let go. Not mourned, not pitied. Counted and let go. There is a difference, and you are the only man in that town who ever understood the difference, and that is why I stopped to tell you." And he raised his hand one more time, and he fell in with the 11, and the graveyard crew walked down the hill into the sleeping town, into the dawn, and Dr. Ambrose Fielding stood by the road with his black bag in his hand, and he watched them go, and he told me that he felt, for the first time since the stethoscope had found the silence, something he had not expected to feel. He said, "I envied them, friend. That is the thing I have never told a living soul. Standing on that road with 40 years of doctoring ahead of me, 40 years of the noise, the babies and the deaths and the grief and the joy, the whole loud mill of it. I envied 12 hollow men walking down a hill in the dawn. because they were done. They had given the mountain the noise, and the mountain had given them the peace, and the peace was real. And I have spent 52 years being full, and I would not trade it. I have delivered 1,100 babies, and every one of them was worth the noise. But I will tell you the truth, here at the end. When my time comes, friend, and it is coming soon, I am 82 years old. When my time comes, I am not afraid of the hollow. I have heard it. I know what it is. It is the quietest, kindest thing on this earth. It is the mountain saying, "You carried it long enough. Give me the noise now. Rest." So that is the whole of Aurelia, friend, and the whole of the graveyard crew, and the whole of Dr. Fielding, who heard the silence in 12 chests and spent 52 years learning that it was not a horror, but a rest. And I will tell you the last thing, the thing about the mine, and then the mountain can be quiet. The Consolidated closed in 1919. The silver gave out, really gave out, this time all the way, the kind of giving out that no crew can fix. And the town of Aurelia died the way those towns died. The bank went, then the hotel, then the store, and by 1925 there was nobody left but the wind and the head frame. And Fielding told me he went back once in 1931 on a driving trip out of a thing he could not name. And the town was gone, the buildings were gone, hauled off for the lumber, and the main street was a scar in the sagebrush. And the head frame was standing alone on the hill with its wheels still, and he walked up to the head frame at dusk, the way you walk up to a grave. And he stood there, and the wind came off the mountain, and he took out his stethoscope. He was 50 years old, friend, and he carried it still, always, the way you carry a photograph. And he did the thing he had wanted to do for 19 years. He put the bell of the stethoscope against the leg of the head frame, against the mountain's front door, and he listened, and he told me what he heard, friend, and I will give it to you exactly, and then you can go under. He said, "I heard them, all 12, not the silence, not the empty house, the opposite. The chest was full. The mountain's chest was full, friend. There was a heartbeat in it, slow, once a minute, slower, the heartbeat of a mountain, of a thing that lives in centuries. And under the heartbeat, the whole mill of it running, the gurgle, the rush, the tick and creak of the machinery. The mountain was alive, and the mountain was full, and the fullness of it was 12 men who had given it their noise, and the noise was in there still. Friend, I could hear Con Odell in there. I could hear him laughing. The loudness had not died. It had gone into the mountain, and the mountain was keeping it the way the round room keeps the books, the way the kept days keep the years, the way the wire keeps the voices. Nothing that is given in love is lost, friend. It is only moved. It is moved into the keeping of something bigger and slower and more patient than us, and it is kept there, loud as ever, forever. And Fielding said, I stood there at dusk with my stethoscope on that head frame, and I listened to the mountain's full loud chest, and I said the thing I had been saying at the end of every examination for 20 years, the silent thing, the thing that was my whole religion. I said, I hear it. I know what it cost. Thank you. And the mountain's heart beat, once, slow, and the wind came down off the summit. And Dr. Ambrose Fielding put his stethoscope back in his pocket, and he walked down the hill, and he got in his car, and he drove back to Boise, and he never went back to Aurelia again. He died in the winter of 1965, friend, 2 years after he told me the story, and his daughter wrote me because she had found my name in his address book with a note beside it, and the note said she read it to me. And I wrote it down, and I give it to you now at the end of the fourth story, with the fire low and the night long. The note said, "This is the young man who carries the graveyard crew. Tell him, when I go, that I went loud. Tell him the mill was running right to the end, every gear turning. And tell him the last thing I heard before the noise went was the mountain. It was saying, 'Thank you back, dis sleep now, friend. Your chest is full, and your heart is loud, and every gear of you is turning. And when the time comes, not soon, not for a long, long time, the mountain will be there, and it will be kind, and it will take only the noise, and it will keep the rest of you loud forever.'" Good night. And friend, there is a last page to Dr. Fielding's story, and I have saved it for here, because it is not about the mine at all. It is about the one time in 40 years of Boise doctoring that the hollowing came to his own house, and it is the reason he could tell me the whole of it without bitterness, and the reason I can give it to you without dread. I did not tell you that Dr. Fielding had a wife. Her name was Harriet. Hattie, he called her, and they married in 1914, when he was 33 and rebuilding himself in Boise, and she was the one, friend, who thought up the Thursdays. I told you the Thursdays were Fielding's idea, the dinner and the cards, and the spare room for the hollow boy, Daniel. They were not. They were Hattie's, Fielding told me. I came home the day I listened to that boy's chest, and I sat at the kitchen table, and I could not eat, and Hattie sat down across from me, and I told her all of it, the mine, the 12 men, the stethoscope, the whole of it. I had carried it alone for 2 years, and I had married a woman I could not carry it around any more. And she listened, friend, the way she listened to everything, with her whole face, with her hand still, with her eyes on me, and when I was done, she did not say the things a person says. She did not say that's impossible, or you were tired, or there must be a reason. She said, "Ambrose, that boy is going to die of being needed, and the only cure for being needed to death is to be wanted for nothing. So he is coming to dinner on Thursdays. He is going to be wanted for nothing at my table, one night a week, for as long as it takes." And Fielding said, "That is the whole of my wife, friend." I heard the hollowing with a stethoscope. She heard it across a kitchen table without one. She had the better ear. She always had the better ear. And in the spring of 1951, Hattie Fielding got sick. It was her heart, the real heart, the one that had listened to a county full of pain for 40 years. And it was failing. And Fielding, who had signed 2,000 death certificates, knew the shape of it from the first week. And he told me that he sat by her bed in those last weeks, and he held her hand, and one night, a week before the end, she woke, and she looked at him, and she said the thing he had been afraid of for 50 years. She said, "Ambrose, I want you to put the stethoscope on me." And he said, "Hattie, no." And she said, "Ambrose, I have watched you listen to 10,000 chests and come home quiet, and I have never once asked you to listen to mine, and I am asking you now. I need to know what you hear. I need to know if I have been." And she stopped, and she was 68 years old, and her voice was the voice of the girl he had married. She said, "I need to know if I have been enough, if I filled up, if the chest is full." And Fielding told me, friend, that he got his stethoscope, and he sat on the edge of his own bed, and he put the bell of it to his wife's chest, and he listened, and he said, "I will tell you what I heard, friend." And I'll tell it as exactly, because it is the thing the whole 50 years were for. I heard her heart. It was failing. I could hear the failure in it, the labor of it, the 40 years of listening wearing it down, and under the heart I heard the mill of her, the machinery, the gurgle and the rush and the tick. And friend, the mill was running, every gear, every wheel, 68 years of a life, all of it there, all of it loud, none of it given away. And I listened to my wife's chest for a long time, and I heard the thing I had been listening for in every chest for 40 years and had never once heard until my own wife's. I heard where it all went. I heard that she had given her whole life, friend to me, to the Thursdays, to the hollow boys, and the tired farmers, and the 10,000 chests I brought home quiet. She had given everything, and the giving had not hollowed her. The giving had filled her. The mill was running so loud, friend, because the giving is not the hollowing. That is what I had got wrong for 40 years. The mountain does not hollow the givers. It hollows the ones who give without being loved back. And Hattie was loved back every day, by me, by the boys, by the whole county. And the loving back is the fullness. The loving back is what fills the chest. And he took the stethoscope out of his ears, and he looked at his wife, and he said, "Hattie, the chest is full. It is the fullest chest I have ever heard in 50 years of listening. You filled up. You were enough. You were more than enough." And Hattie Fielding smiled, and she said, "Tell the boys about the Thursdays." And then she slept, and a week later she died, in that bed, with her husband's hand in hers, and her chest, friend, her chest was full to the end. And Fielding told me the last thing, and then the doctoring is done. He said, "I listened to her heart stop, friend. I had the stethoscope on her when she went. I wanted to be the one who heard it. And I will tell you the thing that I have never told a living soul, and I am telling you because you carry these things, and this one should be carried." Her heart did not stop the way hearts stop. I have heard 2,000 of them stop. They fade. They stumble, and they fade, and they are gone. Hattie's did not fade. Hattie's heart at the end beat once, strong, full, the strongest beat of it in years, and then it was silent. And in the silence, friend, through the stethoscope, through the chest, through whatever it is that a good ear hears after 40 years, in the silence I heard the echo. One beat going away, going down, the way a sound goes down a mine shaft, and I knew where it was going, friend. It was going into the mountain. It was going into the keeping. One full, loud heartbeat, given to the mountain at the end, to be kept forever, loud as ever, in the deep. And the mountain, I swear this to you, friend, on my whole life, the mountain said thank you. I heard it. I have been hearing it for 50 years. Every time a chest fills up in my ears, it says thank you. It has always said thank you, the full ones and the hollow ones alike. It keeps them all, and it says thank you. And the thank you is the sound the whole world is built on. So that is the end of the doctor, friend, and the end of the mine. And the last thing he said to me in the retirement hotel when I stood to go was this. He said, "You will lose people, son. You are young, and you think the losing is the thing to fear. It is not. The losing is not the thing to fear. The thing to fear is the not listening. The chest goes on without you if you do not listen. So listen, put your ear to the ones you love. Listen to the whole loud mill of them while it is running, because the day it stops, and it stops, for all of us, friend, the day it stops, the listening is all you will have left. And the listening, if you did it right, if you did it with your whole ear, the listening keeps them running forever. The mill never stops, friend. It only changes hands. It only goes into the keeping. And the keeping is loud, and the keeping is kind, and the keeping forever is saying, thank you, sleep now. Your own heart is going, loud and full, in the dark of this room. Listen to it a moment. That is the sound of a chest that is loved back. And it is the best sound in the world. Good night, friend. Good night. Story 5. The year after the war ended, friend, a man with a camera wagon worked his way down through the Shenandoah Valley of Virginia, taking photographs of the dead. That was a trade then, and it was an honest one, and I want you to understand it before I tell you what happened to him, because if you do not understand the trade, you will think the story is a horror, and it is not a horror. It is something else. It is something I have carried for a very long time, and it is, in the end, the kindest story I know. The man's name was Silas Toombs. He was a photographer, an itinerant, as they called them then, a man with a wagon fitted out as a darkroom, painted on the side with the words Tombs, Photographic Portraits, Views, and Memorials. It was the last word that paid his way down that valley in the summer and fall of 1866. The war had ended the spring before, and the valley, friend, the valley was one long graveyard that year. Every farm had lost somebody. Every church had a roll of the dead read out on Sundays, and the dead of that war, most of them, had died somewhere else. At Gettysburg, at the Wilderness, in the prison camps, in the railroad cut at Manassas, and they had come home in boxes, or they had not come home at all, and the families were left with a name and a uniform button and nothing else. No photograph. The war had been too poor and too fast for photographs, and so a man with a camera wagon in the year after did the best business in that valley that any tradesman did. And the business was this. He photographed the dead with the living. You have seen such photographs, friend, though you may not know it. They were called memorial portraits. The family would bring out the dead boy's photograph, if they had one, the little daguerreotype from before the war, and Toombs would pose the living family around it, the mother holding the frame on her lap, the father standing behind with his hand on her shoulder, the children arranged by height, and he would make the exposure, and what came out was the family, whole one more time. And if there was no photograph of the dead boy, and there was often no photograph, Toombs had another service. He would pose the family with an empty chair. The empty chair was his specialty. He had a particular chair, a good walnut chair with a cane seat that rode in the wagon between the darkroom and the tripod, and he would set it in the composition, at the table, on the porch, at the fireside, and the family would gather around it, and the empty chair would sit there in the middle of them, and somehow, friend, in the hands of Silas Toombs, the empty chair did not look empty. It looked occupied. It looked like a presence. The families wept when they saw the prince, and they paid him double, and they sent their neighbors. And by the time Toombs reached the lower valley that fall, he was stopping at a farm a day, and his order book was full into November. He was not a ghoulish man. That is the thing I want you to hold on to. He was a gentleman, 44 years old, a widower. His own wife had died in 59 of a fever, and he had no photograph of her, and he had never once in 7 years stopped knowing exactly what that lack felt like. It was the lack that made him good at the trade. He would come onto a farm, and he would move slowly and speak quietly, and he would ask about the dead boy, not his death, but him, what he liked, how he stood, whether he was tall for the family or short, whether he smiled easy or had to be caught at it. And then Toombs would arrange the family and set the chair, and he would say, before he slid under the dark cloth, "Now, he is here. He has just come in. You are all glad, and you are trying not to make too much of it, because he does not like a fuss. Look at him." And friend, they did. They looked at the empty chair, and something in their faces changed, and Toombs, under the cloth, with his hand on the shutter, would see the whole family looking at the chair as though it were full, and he would make the exposure, and he would feel the hairs on his arms rise, every time, every single time. He told me all of this himself, in the winter of 1901, when he was an old man with a portrait studio in Richmond, and a wall of medals from photographic societies, and I was a young man buying a camera from him, and we got to talking. And the talking went on into the night, and the night brought out the story of the McAllister farm. The McAllister farm was in the lower valley, near a crossroads called Zion, and Toombs came to it on a Tuesday in October of 1866, in the rain. The order had come by way of the neighbors, a memorial portrait, a mother and father and 5 living children, and an empty chair for the son. The son's name was Thomas McAllister, and he had died at Sailor's Creek in the last week of the war, 4 days before Appomattox, and he had not come home, not even in a box. They had never found him. The army had sent a letter. The letter was all they had. Toombs set up in the front room of the farmhouse by the big window, because the rain made the light gray and soft light was what the memorial work wanted. The family assembled. The mother, a thin woman in black named Esther. The father, a big broken-down farmer named Abel. 5 children, from a girl of 16 down to a boy of 4, and Toombs set the walnut chair in the middle of them, and he did what he always did. He asked about the dead boy, and the family told him. Thomas was 19. He was the tall one, taller than his father by 2 inches. He smiled easy. He teased his sisters. He had a way of standing with his weight on one leg and his thumbs in his waistband. He played the jaw harp badly and would not be stopped. And the mother, Esther, said the thing that Toombs said he had heard 100 times in 100 farmhouses, the thing that was the whole reason for the empty chair. She said, "I just want one of him with us. I just want one where we are all together." So Toombs set the chair. He arranged the family around it. He composed the scene in his ground glass. The mother seated with her hands folded, the father behind her, the children by height, and the chair, the good walnut chair, at the center, at the table, where a son would sit. And he went under the cloth, and he said what he always said. "Now, he is here. He has just come in. Look at him, and friend." Toombs told me that in that moment, under the cloth, in the upside-down world of the ground glass, the chair was not empty. He said he has never, in 40 years of telling it, been able to say what he saw without his voice going strange. And I will tell it to you as he told it to me, plain and exact. He said, the chair was not empty. There was a young man in it, tall, weight on one hip even sitting down, the way a tall man sits a chair. Thumbs hooked. He was wearing a gray shell jacket, much worn, and he was sitting at that table with his family around him, and he was not looking at the camera. He was looking at his mother. And every soul in that room was looking at the chair. And the mother, Esther, was smiling, and the boy of 4 had his hand out, resting on the arm of the walnut chair, the way a 4-year-old rests his hand on his brother. Toombs made the exposure. He told me he did it by feel, by years of feel, because his whole mind had stopped. He slid the plate in. He pulled the slide. He counted the seconds. He closed the shutter. And he came out from under the cloth, and the chair was empty, and the family was standing around it. And the mother wise, and the mother was wiping her eyes, and the father had his hand on her shoulder, and everything was ordinary. And the rain came down on the Shenandoah. He developed the plate that night in the wagon, parked in the McAllister's dooryard, and he told me that he stood in the red dark of the dark room with the plate in the bath, and he watched the image come up, and he knew before it came up what he was going to see, and he saw it. The family gathered, the mother smiling, the boy of 4, hand on the chair arm, and in the chair, in the walnut chair, a young man in a much-worn gray shell jacket, tall even sitting, thumbs hooked, looking at his mother, sharp as life, friend, sharp as any portrait Toombs ever made. Now here is where I must slow down, because here is where Silas Toombs did the thing that made the story worth telling, instead of the thing that would have made it merely strange. He was a tradesman, friend. He had an order book, and the order was for a memorial portrait of a family with an empty chair. And what he had in his bath was a portrait of a family with the chair full. And he stood in the red dark, and he looked at the wet plate, and he did the arithmetic of an honest man. The family had paid for an empty chair. The family believed the chair was empty. If he gave them this, they would know the chair had not been empty, and they would spend the rest of their lives, asking why their boy had come back for one photograph and gone again. And if he did not give them this, if he destroyed the plate and made another, posed the family again, told them the first plate had fogged, then the mother would go to her grave with an empty chair, when for one gray October Tuesday, in the rain, her kitchen table had been full. He told me he stood there a long time, and then he did the thing. He printed the plate. He made them a fine print, mounted on card, the best work of his life, and he printed a second one for himself. He told me he did not know why, that he had never kept a print of a customer sitting in his life, and that he kept this one for 35 years, and I have no reason not to believe him, because he showed it to me, friend. He showed it to me. But that comes later. He took the print into the farmhouse in the morning, and he told me he did the cruelest and the kindest thing of his whole life in the same breath, and he has never sorted out which it was. He gave Esther McAllister the print, and he said, I want you to look at this alone, first, not with the family, alone. And Esther McAllister took the print, and she went into the kitchen, alone, and Toombs stood in the front room with Abel and the children. And nobody said anything, and the rain dripped off the porch, and after a long time, Toombs said it was a very long time, though the clock said 11 minutes. Esther McAllister came out of the kitchen, and she was not weeping. She was not afraid. She was. Toombs said he had seen every expression a human face can hold, through 40 years of lenses, and he had never seen this one before, and never saw it again. She was radiant. She was radiant, friend. She came out of that kitchen with the print in her hands, and she looked at Toombs, and she said, he was there. And Toombs said, yes, ma'am. And she said, you saw him. And Toombs said, yes, ma'am. And Esther McAllister looked down at the print, at the boy in the chair, at her own smiling face, and she said the thing that Toombs carried for the rest of his life. She said, I told him not to make a fuss, and he didn't. He just came in and sat down. That is so like him. That is so exactly like him. And then she called the children in, and she showed them. And the children, friend, Toombs, said the children were not surprised. Not one of them. The girl of 16 looked at the print and said, I knew it. I felt him sit down. And the boy of 4 looked at it and pointed at the figure in the chair and said, Tommy. And his mother said, yes, baby, Tommy. And the whole family stood around that print in the gray October light, and they were not grieved, and they were not afraid. They were, every one of them, glad. Glad the way you are glad when the thing you have been waiting for finally comes in out of the rain. Abel McAllister walked Toombs out to the wagon. And Abel, who had not said 10 words the whole sitting, stood by the wheel of the camera wagon in the rain, and he said, Mr. Toombs, I want to ask you a question, and I want you to answer it as a man. And Toombs said, ask it. And Abel said, was he really there? Not in the picture. I can see the picture. Was he there, in my house, at my table? And Silas Toombs told me he stood in the rain by his wagon. And he thought about the ground glass and the red dark and the 40 years of trade behind him and the years ahead, and he gave Abel McAllister the answer that he had been given. He said, Mr. McAllister, I have photographed 100 and some empty chairs for 100 and some families, and I will tell you the truth that the trade has taught me. The chair is never empty. It has never once been empty. The only question is whether the plate can hold him, and most days the plate is not fast enough, or the light is not soft enough, or the family is not ready enough, and the boy comes and sits and goes, and nothing shows. Yesterday, everything was ready, that is all. Yesterday the light was right, and Abel said, will he come again? And Toombs said, he never left, Mr. McAllister. He never left. He is at your table every night. He will be at your table every night you sit down to it. You will not always see him, but the chair will be warm if you ever think to check, and you will think to check. They always do. Toombs drove on down the valley. He photographed 31 more families that fall, and the chair was empty in every plate, and he told me he was not disappointed because he understood now. The plate holding the boy was not the miracle, friend. The plate was just the proof. The miracle was the chair. The miracle was the warm chair at the table every night, in every farmhouse in that valley, in every farmhouse in this whole hurt country, in the years after that war. The dead were not gone. They were seated. They were at the table. And every so often, once in 100, once in 1,000, when the light was right and the family was ready and the photographer was gentle, the plate caught them and the family got to see what was always true. He told me the rest of it in the portrait studio in Richmond in the winter of 1901, when I was a young man buying a camera. He told it to me slow, the way I have told it to you, and when he was done, he went to the back of the studio and he unlocked a cabinet and he took out a print. The second print. The one he had made for himself in the wagon that night, 35 years before, and he put it in my hands. And friend, I will tell you what I saw exactly, and you may believe it or not, and it does not matter whether you believe it because I held it. I held a mounted print, 35 years old, of a family in a Virginia farmhouse in 1866. A mother seated, smiling. A father, hand on her shoulder. 5 children, arranged by height. And in the middle of them, at the table, a walnut chair with a cane seat. The chair was empty. I looked at it a long time, and then I looked up at old Silas Toombs, and he was watching me with his pale photographer's eyes, and he said, "You see it?" And I said, "The chair is empty." And he said, "Yes, it has been empty for 35 years. And here is the thing, son. Here is the thing I have carried since the day I pulled that print from the bath." The plate caught him. The print I gave the family caught him. And the print I kept for myself, the boy has been fading out of it for 35 years. Year by year, inch by inch, he was sharp as life in 66. By 75, he was soft. By 90, you could barely see the jacket. And today he is gone. The chair is empty, and I said, "Mr. Toombs, why does the family's print hold him and yours let him go?" And old Silas Toombs took the print back from my hands, and he held it a moment, and he said, "Because I was never his. Son, that is the whole of it." The boy did not come back for the photograph. He came back for his mother, and the photograph I gave her holds him because she looks at it. Every day, I expect, every night, she looks at it, and she sees him, and her looking is the light that keeps the image fixed. A photograph is not made by the camera, son. It is made by the looking. The camera only gives the looking somewhere to live. And mine has no one looking at it. It has sat in a cabinet for 35 years, and a boy who is not looked at, goes back to the table. That is where he is now. He is at the table. He has been at the table all along. The print was only ever alone. He put the print back in the cabinet, and he locked it, and he sold me the camera, and he told me to mind the soft light, and I never saw him again. He died in 1906, and the studio went to a nephew, and I have wondered sometimes what became of that cabinet, and the print in it, and whether the chair in it is still empty. But I will tell you the thing I know, friend, the thing Silas Toombs taught me in a Richmond studio in the winter of 1901, and I give it to you now at the end of the 5th story. With the fire low and the rain steady, the chair is never empty. The ones you have lost are not gone. They are seated. They are at the table, at the fireside, in the pew, in the good walnut chair with the cane seat. And the reason you cannot see them is not that they are not there. It is that you have not yet found the soft light. You have not yet looked at the chair the way Esther McAllister looked at it. The way a mother looks at a chair her boy has just come in to sit down in, glad, and trying not to make a fuss, because he does not like a fuss. So look at the chair, friend. Not tonight. Tonight you sleep. But tomorrow, or some quiet day soon, when the light is gray and soft, set the chair, look at it, and do not make a fuss. They never did like a fuss. He has just come in. Look at him. Good night. Now, friend, Silas Toombs told me more that night in Richmond than the McAllister sitting, and I have held the rest of it back until now, because the rest of it is where the trade itself became the story. Because the McAllister plate was not the first time the chair came back full. It was the first time he let it show. And the difference between those two things is the difference between a man who takes pictures and a man who has understood what pictures are. He told me about the first time. It was in the summer of 1866, early, before the valley. A farmhouse outside Staunton, a widow named Cole, an empty chair for a husband dead at Chancellorsville. And Toombs said he was under the cloth, and he said his words, "He is here. He has just come in." And in the ground glass, in the upside-down world, there was a man in the chair, a big man, suspenders, a beard gone to gray, sitting easy with his hands on his knees. And Toombs said, I did not make the exposure, son. I want you to understand that. I came out from under the cloth, and the chair was empty, and the widow was looking at it the way they all looked at it, and I told her the plate had spoiled. I packed up my camera. I drove 6 miles down the road, and I sat in my wagon for 2 hours, and I did not develop anything because there was nothing to develop, and I asked myself whether I was losing my mind. And he said, and then I understood something, and the understanding took me the rest of that summer to finish. I had not seen him with the camera. I had seen him with the cloth. The dark cloth, son. The cloth I put over my head to see the ground glass. The cloth is the oldest piece of equipment a photographer owns, and it is older than photography. It is a black cloth you put over your head, and you go under it, into the dark, alone, and you look. And every fortune teller, and every medium, and every grieving mother who ever pulled a sheet over her head to talk to her dead, they were all doing the same thing. They were going under the cloth. The camera is not the instrument, son. The cloth is the instrument. The camera is just what we point at the truth once the cloth has shown it to us. And I had been going under that cloth for 20 years at 100 tables in 100 houses of grief, saying the same words. He is here. He has just come in. And the words, friend, the words are an invitation. And one day the invitation was accepted. That is all that happened at the Widow Cole's farm. I had been inviting the dead to sit for 20 years, and that day one of them sat. He told me he made a rule after that summer. The rule was this: he would never decide for a family. He would develop every plate, every time, and he would print what the plate held, and he would give it to the family alone, and he would let the family decide what they were looking at. He said, some of them looked at a full chair and saw their boy and were radiant, like Esther McAllister. Some of them looked at the same print and saw a smudge, a flaw, a trick of the soft light, and they set it aside and loved the empty chair the better for it. And both of those, son, both of those are the photograph working. Because the photograph is not the thing, the looking is the thing. The print is only ever a place to put the looking. And a family that looks at an empty chair with love for 30 years has fed that chair more than any plate full of ghost ever could. He told me about the order book. I had asked him, the way a young man asks, proud of the cleverness of the question, whether the dead had ever sat for him when they were not wanted, whether the chair had ever filled for a family that was not ready. And old Silas Toombs had gone quiet, and he had turned his order book over in his hands. The original, friend, the leather order book from the wagon, which he kept in the cabinet with the fading print. And he said, once, and only once. And I will tell you, because you will hear this story from others someday, and I would rather you had it true. It was in the spring of '67 at a farm outside Harrisonburg. A family named Crozier. The dead boy was a son named William, dead at Spotsylvania. And Toombs set the chair, and the family gathered, and he went under the cloth, and he said the words, and the chair filled. But the figure in the chair was not William Crozier. It was not a young man in gray. It was an old woman, thin as a rail, in a sunbonnet, sitting in the chair with her hands folded and her head down, and the family, Toombs said he could see them, upside down in the glass, around the chair. The family was not looking at the chair. They were not ready. They were stiff and posed, and the mother's jaw was tight, and the father stared at the wall, and Toombs came out from under the cloth, and the chair was empty, and he made the exposure of the empty chair, and he printed it, and he delivered it, and he never told the croziers what he had seen. He told me he learned 2 things from that sitting, and the 2 things are the whole of the rest of his trade. The first was that the dead sit in the order they are ready, not the order they are called. The croziers had lost more than William. The old woman in the sunbonnet, Toombs found out later, asking careful questions of a neighbor, was William's grandmother, dead 30 years, the woman who had raised the father, and the father had never once spoken of her, because there had been a quarrel, a bad one, the kind families carry like a stone in the pocket. And she had come when the invitation was spoken. He is here. He has just come in. Because she had been waiting 30 years to be let in. And the words did not say whose name. And the words were the only door she had ever found. And the second thing he learned was this. The empty chair in the crozier print was not empty. He said he printed it, and he looked at it, and he could see her, faint, barely there, a thin shape in a sunbonnet, head down, hands folded. And the family never saw her, and they put the print on the mantel, and for all he knows it is there still, with the old woman in the chair that everyone believes is empty. And Toombs said, "That is the thing I want you to carry out of this, son. The chair in the crozier house is full, and has been full since 1867, and nobody in that family knows. And it does not matter that they do not know. She is not there to be seen. She is there to be near them. She has had her dinner at that table every night. For 130 years, an old woman in a sunbonnet, with her head down, unforgiven and unforgotten and home. The looking is for the living, friend. The sitting is for the dead. And the sitting does not need the looking. It never did. Then he locked the cabinet, and he sold me the camera. And he said the last thing, the thing I have given you before, and will give you once more, because it is the whole of the trade and the whole of the story. He said, "You are buying a camera, son, and you think you are buying a thing that takes pictures. You are not. You are buying a cloth to go under. You are buying a door. And someday, not soon. It takes years. It took me 20. Someday you will be under that cloth, and you will say the words without thinking, because you have said them 10,000 times, and the chair will fill. And when it does, you do what I did. You make the exposure. You print what the plate holds. You give it to the family, alone, and you let them decide what they are looking at. And you never, ever, not once, not for any money, not for any reason, you never tell them who is in the chair. That is theirs. It has always been theirs. The dead do not sit for the photographer, son. They sit for the family. The photographer is only the one who set the chair. So set the chair, friend. That is all any of us can do. Set the chair and speak the invitation and let the soft light in. The rest of it, the sitting, the looking, the 130 years of dinners at the table, the rest of it belongs to them. It has always belonged to them. Sleep now. The chair is set. The cloth is folded. And somewhere in this old house, in a frame on a mantel, a boy in a much-worn gray jacket is looking at his mother, and his mother is looking back, and neither one of them is making a fuss. Good night. And friend, one last coal from the photographer's wagon, and then the cloth can be folded away for the night. It is about the second print, the one that faded. Because I asked Silas Toombs, at the end of that long night in Richmond, the question that the whole story hangs on, and his answer is the thing I most want you to carry out of this room, I asked him, "Mr. Toombs, the print you kept, the one the boy faded out of over 35 years. You said a photograph is made by the looking. You said the family's print holds him because the mother looks at it every day. So I have to ask you, why did you never look at yours? You kept it in a locked cabinet for 35 years. Why did you not take it out and look at it and keep him fixed the way the mother did? You, of all people, you set the chair. You spoke the invitation. Why did you let him fade? And old Silas Toombs was quiet for a long time, and he turned the key of that cabinet over in his fingers, and he said, "Because I was not his son, I told you that, but I did not tell you the rest of it. I did not tell you why a man would keep a print he could not bear to look at for 35 years. And I will tell you now, because you are going to take a camera out into the world, and you are going to meet the thing I met, and you should know it is coming." He said, "I had a wife. Her name was Anne. She died in '59 of a fever in the spring, and I have no photograph of her. I have told you that. What I have not told you is why. I was a photographer. Son, I had a camera when cameras were new, and a man had to be half a chemist to work one. And I never once photographed her. I never once set the tripod and sat her down and made her portrait. And do you know why? Because I was young, and I was building a trade, and there was always tomorrow. There was always next week. There was always the good light coming. And then there was a fever, and then there was a week, and then there was a grave, and there was no photograph of Anne Toombs anywhere on this earth, and there never will be." And he said, "So I went into the memorial trade. You understand now. Every empty chair I ever photographed, I was photographing mine. Every mother I told, 'Look at him. He has just come in,' I was telling myself. And the McAllister plate, the one where the chair filled, I kept the second print, and I locked it in that cabinet, and I never looked at it because I knew what I would see if I looked at it long enough. I would stop seeing the McAllister boy. I would start seeing Anne. The eye does that, son. A photographer's eye, trained 20 years to find the person in the plate. If I looked at that fading boy every day, my eye would start to make him into her, and that would not be her. That would be my hunger wearing her face. And I have spent 40 years learning that the worst thing a grieving man can do is feed his hunger a face, because the face you feed it is never the true one, and after a while you cannot remember the true one, because the fed one has eaten it." He said, "The boy faded out of my print because I let him. And letting him was the hardest thing I ever did, and the rightest, because he was never mine to keep. He was his mother's, and Anne is not in any cabinet, son. Anne is not in any plate. Anne is in the chair I set at 100 tables in 100 farmhouses for 100 families. Every time I set it, she sat in it, not for the camera. For me, she was at every sitting I ever did, friend, and the plates never held her, because she was never for the plates. She was for the trade. She was for the 40 years of tables and chairs and grieving families who needed a gentle man who knew what an empty chair felt like. That is where Anne went. She went into the work. And the work is not faded. The work is in 100 houses in that valley, on 100 mantles, and every one of them is looked at every day, and the looking keeps them all, and there is a piece of my wife in every single one." And he said, "So when you take your camera out into the world, son, you remember the rule I never wrote down. The camera does not keep the dead. The camera keeps the looking. And if there is someone you love, someone living, someone whose face you think you will have tomorrow, You photograph them today. Today, son, in whatever light you have, the good light is not coming. The good light is now. That is the whole of what I learned in 40 years of photographing the dead. I learned it from the living. I learned it from Anne. And I give it to you now, and it is worth more than the camera, and it does not cost you anything but the trouble of getting the tripod out. So that is the last of Silas Toombs, friend. And I will tell you what I did, and then you can sleep. I went home that winter, and I photographed my mother. She was alive then, and well, and she laughed at me, in the good soft light of a February afternoon, and said, "What are you doing, son, with the camera in the house?" And I said, "I am taking your picture, Ma. Stand by the window." And she stood by the window, and she let me. And that photograph is on my mantle tonight, friend, as I tell you this. And the light in it is the good light. And the good light was that day. And she is looking at the camera. And she is smiling. And she is alive in it the way she was alive that afternoon. And the looking has kept her. Photograph them today, friend. That is the whole of the fifth story. The chair is never empty, and the looking keeps the dead. But the living, friend, the living are only here for the looking while they are here. So look at them. Look at them today. Good night. And friend, one more thing from Silas Toombs, and then the camera can be packed away for the night. It is the thing about the empty chair that I did not understand for 40 years, and that I only understood after he was gone, and it is the thing that made me go back through my whole memory of that night in Richmond and see it differently. I told you he sold me a camera. What I did not tell you is what else he gave me. When I had paid for the camera, and the plates, and the cloth, and I was loading them into my buggy in the cold Richmond street, Silas Toombs came out of the studio with one more thing, a chair. The chair, friend, the walnut chair with the cane seat, the one that had ridden in the wagon between the darkroom and the tripod down the whole of the Shenandoah Valley in 1866, the one that had been set at 100 tables, the one Thomas McAllister had sat in, sharp as life, on a gray October Tuesday. He carried it out himself, old as he was, and he set it down on the boards of the sidewalk. And he said, "It goes with the camera, son. A memorial camera without a chair is a voice without a word for the thing it most needs to say." And I said, "Mr. Toombs, I cannot take the chair. That chair is the whole of your trade." And he said, "That is why you have to take it. The trade is not the camera, son. I have told you that. The trade is the chair, and I am 79 years old, and my hands are done, and the chair has to go to somebody. And I have been waiting 40 years for somebody who would understand what it is. And you came in for a camera, and you stayed for the night, and you heard the whole of it, and you did not once laugh, and you did not once pity me. So the chair is yours. And I will tell you the rule of the chair, the rule I never wrote down, the rule that is the whole of the memorial trade, and then you can go. He said, "The chair is never empty, and the chair is never full." That is the rule. It sounds like a contradiction, and it is not. The chair is never empty, because the dead are always in it. Every chair, friend, every chair at every table in the world has somebody in it who is gone. Your own kitchen chair has them tonight. That is not the gift of the walnut chair. That is the nature of chairs. And the chair is never full, because the dead do not take up the seat. They leave it open for the living, for the next one, for the child who will sit in it tomorrow and not know. The chair is held, son. That is the word. It is never empty, and it is never full. It is held. And a photographer who sets a chair at a family's table is not giving the dead a place. The dead have their place. He is showing the family that the place is held. He is making the holding visible for one sitting in the soft light so that the family can see what is always true and cannot always be seen. And he said, "The boy faded out of my print, son, because I did not need the print to hold him. I had the chair. The chair held him. The chair holds all of them, the McAllister boy and the Crozier grandmother, and every boy and every girl and every mother and every father that ever sat in it, for one sitting in the soft light." And the chair held Anne. That is the thing I never told you, friend, and it is the reason I can give it away. The chair held my Anne. She never sat for a photograph, and there is no picture of her anywhere on this earth, and I told you that was the lack that made my trade. But I will tell you now what I learned in the wagon, in the red dark, in the year after the valley. I learned that I did not need the picture. I had set her a chair every night of our marriage at our own table without ever knowing what I was doing. And after she died, I kept setting it. I set it for 40 years, and the chair was held, friend. The chair was never empty and never full. She was in it every night at my own table for 40 years, and no camera on this earth could have given me more than that. The picture is the proof for the ones who need proof. The chair is the thing itself for the ones who have learned to see it. And old Silas Toombs picked up the walnut chair, and he put it in my buggy, and he put his old hand on my shoulder, and he said the last thing, and then he went inside, and the light in the studio went on burning a while, and then it went out. He said, "Take it home. Son, set it at your own table. And when your people come, the ones who are gone, the ones who are coming back, the ones who have not gone yet and will, set them a place at it, and do not make a fuss, because they never did like a fuss. And on the gray days, the soft light days, the October Tuesdays when the rain comes down, look at it, not hard, not the way you look at a thing you are trying to see, the way you look at a fire, sideways, easy, and you will see that it is held. It has been held all along, every chair at every table, in every house, in every year, held, friend, held. And once you can see the holding, you will never eat a meal alone again as long as you live. That is the whole of the trade. That is the whole of the chair, and it is yours now. I took the chair home, friend. That was 40 years ago. And it is at my table tonight. It is here, in this room, as I tell you this, 3 feet from the fire, and I will tell you the truth. It is held. It has been held every night for 40 years. Some nights I can tell you who is in it. My mother, in the soft light, smiling, not making a fuss. Some nights it is only the holding, the warmth, the sense that the seat is kept. And on the October Tuesdays, when the rain comes down, and the light is gray and soft, I look at it sideways, the way you look at a fire, and I see them all. So that is the last of the photographer, friend, and the last of the chair. And I will give you the rule one more time, because it is the warmest rule I know, and it is the one you should carry into your sleep tonight. The chair is never empty, and the chair is never full. The chair is held. It is held at your table right now. It has been held your whole life. And the ones who are holding it are not waiting to frighten you, and they are not waiting to be seen. They are only keeping the seat warm, the way you keep a seat warm for somebody who has just stepped out, somebody who is coming back, somebody who is, in fact, only in the other room, and will be along directly, and would not want you to make a fuss, Lot leaf now, friend. Your table is set, your chair is held, and the whole company of everyone you have ever loved is seated at it, in the soft light, glad to see you and trying not to make a fuss. Good night. Story 6. There is a kind of night that does not end, friend, and I do not mean a long night. I mean a night that is still going on right now somewhere in the Sierra Nevada at a way station on the old overland road where a man has been keeping the lamps lit for the stage for 130-some years. I know this because a woman named Mercy Bellinaire told me so, and Mercy kept that station for 41 years, and she told me the story in 1931 in Sacramento when she was 78 years old, and the station had been closed for 30 years, and the road had been closed for 40, and she still, every night of her life, lit a lamp at dusk and set it in her window. She said, "It is for the stage, son. The stage is still coming. That is the whole of it. The stage is still coming." Mercy Bellinaire came to the halfway house in the spring of 1879, a bride of 26. The halfway house was a way station on the overland road between Sacramento and Virginia City, set at 6,000 feet in the Sierra at the top of the long grade, where the stages changed horses and the passengers got down and stretched and had a meal while the wheelers were swapped out. It was a big 2-story log and stone building with a long porch, a dining room that seated 11 rooms upstairs, a barn that held 40 horses, and a reputation. Mercy said it was there when she arrived, and it was there when she left, as the best-run station on the whole line. Her husband, a big, capable French-Irishman named Dominic Bellinaire, ran the barn and the stages. Mercy ran the house, and the two of them, together, made the halfway house into the kind of place that drivers wrote about in their letters home. Hot food at midnight, clean beds, lamps in the windows, and a fire that never went out. The stages came through twice a day in those years. The downstage at 4 in the afternoon, the upstage at 11 at night. 11 at night, friend. The upstage came up the grade in the dark, with the lamps lit, and the passengers came into that dining room at 11:30, frozen and jolted and half sick from the grade, and Mercy Bellinaire fed them hot stew and coffee and pie at midnight, and they got back on at 11:45, and the stage rolled on up toward the summit, and Mercy banked the fire and went to bed. She did this, she told me, 300 and some nights a year, for year after year, and she said she never once minded it, because there is a particular joy, she said, in feeding people at midnight, in being the warm lit room at the top of the cold grade, in being the thing the passengers saw from a mile down the road, the lamp in the window, and leaned toward. She said, "You have not lived, son, till you have been the light at the top of somebody's long, cold climb. Everything else I have done in my life has been a lesser version of that." Now, the winter this story is about is the winter of 1882. And I have to tell you about that winter a little, because the winter is a character in it. The winter of 81 into 82 was one of the great Sierra winters. The snow came in November and did not stop, and by January the passes were closed, and the halfway house sat at the top of its grade in 20 feet of snow, with the road gone under it, and the stages stopped and the world reduced, Mercy said, to a building and a barn and a great white silence. There were 11 souls at the station that winter. Mercy and Dominic, the cook, Chinese man named Sam Yick, who could make a feast out of beans, and was, Mercy said, the finest human being she ever knew. 3 hostlers for the stock. 2 drivers snowed in since November. A school teacher named Miss Partridge, who had been heading over the summit to a post in Virginia City when the passes closed. A surveyor named Cobb, and a baby, the school teacher's baby, a girl, 9 months old, because Miss Partridge was a widow, and the baby was the whole of what she had left, 11 souls, friend, at the top of a closed grave in the deepest winter in living memory. And Mercy told me that those 11 souls were the happiest family she ever knew. That is her word, family. They ate together. They read aloud in the evenings. Sam Yick had a trunk of books, Dickens and the Bible, and a volume of Mr. Emerson's essays, and they took turns. The drivers taught the school teacher to play faro, and she taught them to waltz. The baby learned to walk that winter in the dining room on a floor scrubbed white with 11 people watching. Mercy said, "You think a winter like that would be a hardship. It was the best winter of my life. It was the winter I understood what a house is for. A house is for keeping 11 people warm at the top of a cold grate until spring. That is all a house has ever been for. Everything else is decoration." And in the 3rd week of January, 1882, on a night when the wind was not blowing and the snow was falling straight down, slow and thick, the way it falls when the air is too cold for wind. At 10 minutes to 11, the baby, who had been fussing with the croup, finally slept, and Mercy came down from the rooms to bank the fire, and she stopped at the foot of the stairs, because down the grade, a mile down, through the slow, thick snow, there was a light, a lamp, a carriage lamp, swinging, coming up the grade, and behind it, a second lamp. And Mercy stood at the window and watched them come, and she knew before the shape of it came out of the snow, that it was a stage, a 6-horse upstage, coming up the grade at 10 minutes to 11. On a night in January, in a closed pass, in the worst winter in living memory, she told me she did not think. She did not wake Dominic. She did not call Sam Yick. She did what 41 years of habit had made of her. She put on her shawl. She lit the porch lamp. She set it in the window, and she opened the door, and she stood in the light of it, and she watched the stage come up the grade through the falling snow, slow, the horses laboring, the lamps swinging, and it came up the last rise, and it pulled into the yard, and it stopped in front of the porch. In the light, and the snow fell on it, and the horses stood with their heads down and their breath rising. And the driver leaned down from the box, and Mercy said his face was kind. That is what she told me first, every time she told this story, before anything else. His face was kind. An old driver, 60 maybe, gray-bearded, wrapped to the eyes in a buffalo coat, and he leaned down and he looked at her, and he said, "Evening, ma'am. Are we in time for the stove?" And Mercy Bellinaire said, "You are. Come in. The fire's up, and the coffee's hot." And she held the door. Friend, she held the door of the halfway house, and the passengers came down out of that stage. 8 of them. She counted 8 passengers. And they came up onto the porch, and in through the door, stamping the snow off. And Mercy said they were the strangest passengers she ever took in, and the most ordinary, and she has never been able to make those 2 things fit. They were ordinary people, a young couple, an old man with a violin case, 2 minors, a woman in black with a little girl, a thin man with a book. They were cold. They were so cold, Mercy said, that she could feel the cold coming off them like heat off a stove. And they were quiet, and they were polite, and they came in and stood around the dining room stove, 8 of them, warming their hands. And Sam Yick came out of the kitchen without being called, and he looked at the passengers, and he looked at Mercy, and Mercy said his face did not change, not one flicker. Sam Yick, she said, knew before she did, and he bowed to the passengers, and he said, "I make stew, 20 minutes." And he went back into the kitchen, and Mercy fed them. That is the whole of the next hour, friend. And it is the hour Mercy Bellinaire told me was the center of her whole life. She fed 8 frozen passengers at midnight in a snowed-in way station in the worst winter in living memory. Sam Yick brought the stew. Mercy brought the coffee and the bread and the pie, and the 8 passengers sat at the long table, and they ate, and Mercy said they ate like people who had been on the road a long time. And the woman in black held the little girl on her lap and fed her broth with a spoon, and the little girl. Mercy said, this is the detail that has stayed with her 50 years. The little girl looked across the dining room at Miss Partridge's baby, asleep in the basket by the fire, and the little girl smiled and waved the way babies wave at the sleeping baby. And the sleeping baby, Miss Partridge's baby, 9 months old, croupy, finally asleep. The sleeping baby smiled in her sleep, Mercy said, and I knew then. I had known since the driver leaned down off the box, if I am honest, that when the little girl waved at the baby and the baby smiled in her sleep, then I knew it with my whole self. And I want to tell you, son, that I was not afraid. I was not afraid then, and I have never been afraid since, because they were so cold, and they were so tired, and they were so glad of the stew. And you cannot be afraid of a person who is glad of your stew. It is not in the body to do it. At 11:45, the old driver came in from the barn. He had seen to his horses himself, and he stood at the stove and drank a cup of coffee, and he nodded to Mercy, and he said, "Much obliged, ma'am. Best stove on the line." And he gathered his passengers, and the 8 of them put their wraps on, and they went out into the falling snow, and the woman in black at the door turned back, and she looked at Mercy, and she said, "You are kind to feed us so late. We have been trying to get over this grade for a long time." And Mercy said, and she told me the words came out of her before she thought them, and they were the truest words she ever spoke. She said, "Come back any time. The lamp will be lit. It will always be lit." And the woman in black smiled, and she went out into the snow. And the stage rolled out of the yard, and the lamps swung, and it went up toward the summit, and the dark took it, and the falling snow filled its tracks behind it. And in the morning, friend Dominic Bellinaire went out to the barn, and there were no tracks, no sleigh tracks, no hoof prints, no wheel ruts. 20 feet of snow on the road, untouched, smooth as a bedsheet, from the station to the summit and from the station to the valley. And the 8 plates from the midnight sitting were on the long table, washed and stacked, because Sam Yick had washed them. And Sam Yick, at breakfast, said the thing that Mercy said she has carried as the truest sentence ever spoken at that station. He said, they pay in the only coin they have. They pay in remembering. Every storm, they will remember this stove. And every storm, somebody at this station will smell coffee that nobody made. And Mercy told me, friend, and this is the part of the story that made me understand her, and understand the lamp, and understand the whole of her life. She told me that the next night, at 10 minutes to 11, she lit the porch lamp and set it in the window. And the night after, And every night of that winter, and the stage did not come again that winter, but the coffee smell came. On the storm nights, on the worst nights, the nights when the wind came off the summit like a freight and the whole building shuddered. On those nights, at about midnight, the smell of coffee would come up through that empty dining room, fresh brewed coffee, and once the smell of pie. And the 11 souls of the halfway house would come down, one or two at a time, and stand in the dining room in the lamplight, and smell the coffee that nobody made, and feel, Mercy said, feel that the stove was warm. The stove was warm, friend. On the coldest nights of that winter, the stove in the dining room of the halfway house was warm at midnight, and nobody had stoked it. The winter broke in April. The stages came through in May. And the first driver who came up the grade in the spring, Mercy said, was a young man she knew, and she took him aside and she asked him, casual, the way you ask about the weather, whether there had been any stages lost in the winter, any wrecks on the grade. And the young driver looked at her and he said, not this winter, Ms. Bellinaire, not for a long time. Why do you ask? And Mercy said, no reason. And she fed him his supper, and she did not tell him, but she asked Dominic that night. And Dominic, who had run that road for 20 years, Dominic sat quiet a long time, and then he told her. He said there had been a stage, once, in the winter of '53, the winter the road was new. An upstage, 9 souls aboard, caught in a blizzard on the grade in the night, in January. The driver had tried to make the halfway house. They found the team standing in the traces a mile below the station, found them in the spring when the snow went. The passengers had gotten out and tried to walk the last mile. They found them along the grade the whole way up over a mile of road. The last one, a woman with a little girl. They found 200 yards from the station. 200 yards, friend, from the lamp, from the stove, from the coffee. And Dominic said the keeper that winter was a man named Halloway. And Halloway swore to his dying day that he had had the lamp lit. He had the lamp lit and the fire up and the coffee on every night that winter, and on that night especially, because he had a feeling. And they never came, and Halloway never forgave himself for it, and the keepers after him never let the lamp go out in a storm again, not once, in 29 years. That is the rule of the halfway house, Mercy. It has been the rule since '53. The lamp is lit every night, storm or calm, because the stage is still coming. And Mercy Bellinaire said, Dominic. It came, and Dominic looked at his wife a long time, and she said he did not ask her anything, because he knew, because the whole station knew, because the baby had smiled in her sleep at a little girl who had been dead 29 years. And he said, did you feed them? And Mercy said, I fed them. And Dominic Bellinaire took off his hat, friend, in his own dining room, and he held it over his heart, and he said, then it is finished, thank God. It is finished. But Mercy told me it was not finished. And here is the last of it, friend, and then the fire can go down. The stage came back. Not every night, not every storm, but over the 41 years that Mercy Bellinaire kept the halfway house. Through the 80s, through the 90s, through the years the railroad took the freight, and the stages thinned out, and the road went to seed. The stage came back. She counted the comings in the back pages of the station register. She showed me the register in Sacramento in 1931. The last pages of it are a list in her fine hand of the nights. January 12, 1886, the stage. February 2nd, 1886. The stage, November 30, 1889. The stage, on and on, friend. 41 years of it, 109 entries. The stage, and every time she fed them, every time the 8 passengers came in out of the storm, cold and tired and quiet, and Sam Yick, until he died in '94, made the stew, and Mercy brought the coffee, and the woman in black fed the little girl broth with a spoon, and the little girl waved at the baby, and the baby, whatever baby it was, whatever child was wintering at the station that year, smiled in its sleep. And at 11:45 the old driver came in from the barn, and he drank his coffee, and he said, "Much obliged, ma'am. Best stove on the line." And Mercy told me that in the last years, the years when the road was closed, when the barn stood empty, when the halfway house was only a farmhouse at the top of a dead grade, when she was an old woman alone, Dominic gone, Sam Yick gone, the passengers of the living road all gone. In those years, she still lit the lamp at dusk. Every night, she set it in the window, and on the storm nights, the stage still came. And the last time she told me, friend, the last entry in the register, dated the 11th of February, 1931, the winter before she died, the last entry does not say the stage. It says something else, and I will give it to you exactly as she wrote it, because she read it to me aloud in her little room in Sacramento with her own lamp lit in her own window at dusk. It says, the stage. The driver leaned down tonight after all these years, and he said a new thing. He said, "Ma'am, the road over the summit is open now. We have been a long time at your stove, and we are warm now, all 8 of us, and the little one is grown enough to walk it. We are going over tonight. We wanted to thank you. You kept the lamp lit for 50 years, and you fed us 109 times, and there is no stage line in this world or the next that ever had a better stove." And I said, "Will you come back?" And he said, "No, ma'am, we are going home. But the lamp, ma'am, the lamp you should keep lit. Not for us, for the next ones. There is always a next stage, ma'am. There is always somebody on the grade in the storm trying to make the stove. You keep the lamp lit. Mercy Bellinaire died in the spring of 1932, in her sleep, in her room in Sacramento, with the lamp in the window lit. Her niece, who tended her at the end, told me that the lamp had been lit every night for 50 years, and that on the last night, at about midnight, the room had smelled, suddenly and strongly, fresh brewed coffee. And the niece, who knew the story, who had been raised on it, did not wonder at it. She got up. She went down to the kitchen of that boarding house, and she put the coffee on, because somebody, friend, was on the grade, and the lamp was lit, and the stove was warm. So that is the story of the halfway house, friend, and I will tell you the thing I believe, the thing Mercy Bellinaire taught me, and then you can go under. There is always a next stage. There is always somebody on the grade in the storm, cold and tired and 200 yards from the stove. And the keeping of the lamp is not for the dead, friend. It never was. It is for the living. It is for the one who is still coming up the grade, right now, tonight, in the storm, who can see a light at the top and lean toward it. You keep your lamp lit. You keep your stove warm. You keep your coffee on, not because anyone will thank you, because somebody is coming. Somebody is always coming, and when they get to the door, cold to the bone, half done in, apologetic for the lateness of the hour, you do what Mercy did. You hold the door, and you say the truest words there are. You say, "Come in. The fire's up. The coffee's hot. You made it. You are home, friend." You made it. Good night. Now, friend, Mercy Bellinaire told me the rest of it that evening in Sacramento, and the rest of it is the part that makes the lamp make sense. Because you have been wondering, you are half asleep, but some part of you is still turning it over. You have been wondering how a woman feeds the dead 109 times and does not lose her mind. And the answer is that she did not do it alone. And the story of who helped her is the story of Sam Yick. And I have not given Sam Yick his due, and it is time. Sam Yick was the cook. I told you he could make a feast out of beans, and that he was the finest human being Mercy ever knew. And both of those are true, and neither is the half of it. Sam Yick had come over in the 50s to work the railroad, and he had stayed on at the station after the tracks were laid. And by the winter of '82, he had been at the halfway house longer than Dominic. He was a small man, quiet, with a queue gone gray and hands that never stopped moving, and Mercy told me that he was the one who understood the stage first, before anyone, before the baby smiled in her sleep. She said, the first night, the night the stage came, I was afraid. I have not said that plain before, because a woman like me is not supposed to say she was afraid of her own guests. But I was afraid, son, for one moment, the moment the door opened and the cold came in off them, that deep cold that has no bottom to it. And Sam Yick saw it. He was coming out of the kitchen, and he saw me take half a step back from the cold, and he looked at the passengers, and he looked at me, and he bowed to them, and he said, I make stew. 20 minutes. And later, after they had gone, after the plates were washed, I asked him, Sam, you were not afraid. How were you not afraid? And he said the thing that I have kept by me for 50 years, and I will give it to you the way he gave it to me, because it is in his English, and I will not change a word of it. He said, Missy Mercy, in my village, when I am boy, we have feast for the ones who come back. 7th month. We put the food on the table, the best food, and we leave the door open, and the ones who died in the year come home and eat. My grandmother, she say, you can tell a good house by whether the hungry ones come back to it. The hungry ones do not come back to a bad house. They come back to the house where the food was good and the door was open and nobody was afraid. So tonight, Missy Mercy, he said, tonight we learn that the halfway house is a good house. That is all. That is the whole thing. The hungry ones come back to us. It is a compliment, Mercy said, and I never feared them after that, son. Not once in 109 sittings, because Sam was right. They came a mile up a grade in a blizzard, 29 years after they died on it, because the stove was warm, and the stew was good, and the door was open, and nobody was afraid. That is not a haunting, son. That is a reputation. We had earned it. Halloway earned it in '53 with his lamp that they never reached, and every keeper after him kept it lit, and the halfway house became the one place on that whole grade where a frozen soul knew it could get warm. And a reputation like that, once it gets out, and it gets out, friend, it gets out on the other side, the same as it does on this one. A reputation like that is forever. She told me about the entries in the register that were not like the others. 109 times the stage came, and 108 of them were the same. The 8 passengers, the stew, the coffee, the driver, and his cup at the stove. But the 109th was different, and it was the one Mercy carried closest. And I will give it to you now. It was in the winter of 1901. Dominic was 2 years in the ground by then. Sam Yick was 7 years gone. Mercy was alone at the station, except for a hired girl, and the road was closed, and the halfway house was only a farmhouse with a lamp in the window. And on a storm night in February at 10 minutes to 11, the lamps came up the grade, and Mercy, an old woman by then, put on her shawl and lit the porch lamp and opened the door. And the driver leaned down from the box. And it was not the old gray-bearded driver. It was Dominic. Mercy told me she said it to me plain, and she would say it plain to me. Now, it was her husband, 2 years dead, sitting the box of the storm stage with the reins in his hands, 49 years old and ruddy and whole, the way he had been in the good years. And he leaned down, and he looked at her, and his face was kind. It was always kind. It had been kind since the day she met him. And he said, "Evening, Mercy. Are we in time for the stove?" And Mercy Bellinaire stood in her own doorway, in the lamplight, in the storm, and she said, "You are. Come in. The fire's up. The coffee's hot." And she told me she fed them that last time the way she had fed them 108 times before. 8 passengers, but the passengers, friend, the passengers were hers. Sam Yick sat at the long table and ate the stew that some other cook's hands had made, and he smiled at her, and he said, "Still best stove on the line, Missy Mercy." The hostlers were there, the ones the years had taken. Miss Partridge was there, the school teacher, gone in the influenza of '98, with her baby on her hip, and the baby was not a baby anymore. She was a little girl of 4 or 5, and she waved at Mercy the way the little girl in black had once waved at her. And the old man with the violin case played them a tune after the plates were cleared, and Mercy danced with Dominic in the dining room of the halfway house, one turn around the scrubbed white floor in the lamplight in the storm. And at 11:45, Dominic gathered his passengers, and at the door he turned back and he took off his hat, and he said, "We are not coming back for a while, Mercy. The road over the summit is near open now. You have fed us 109 times, and we are warm through, all of us, warm down to the bone, and it is nearly time to go home. But the lamp, Mercy, you keep the lamp lit, not for us, for the next ones. And when your own stage comes, and it will come, love and I will be driving it. When your own stage comes, you will not have to walk up the grade. You look out that window, and you will see the lamps coming up through the snow, and you put on your shawl, and you come down off the porch, and you climb up into the warmth. And I will take you over the summit, and it will not be cold, not 1 minute of it, because the stove is warm where we are going, and the table is set, and the whole line is waiting to be fed by the best cook the Overland Road ever had." And Mercy said, "I will keep the lamp lit, Dominic." And he said, "I know you will, love. You always have." And he climbed up onto the box, and he gathered the reins, and the stage went up toward the summit, through the falling snow, and the lamps swung, and the dark took it. That was 1901. And Mercy told me in Sacramento in 1931 that the stage had not come again until the month before she told me the story. 30 years. Friend, 30 years of storm nights, with nothing but the smell of coffee at midnight and the warmth of a stove nobody stoked. And then, in February of 1931, the lamps came up the grade one last time, and that was the entry she read me. The last one, the one where the old driver, the gray-bearded one, the first one, leaned down and told her the road over the summit was open, and the 8 were going home, and the lamp was for the next ones now. She died in the spring of 1932, as I told you. And her niece told me the thing I have saved for last, the thing that is the whole reason this story is the sixth story and the warmest one I know. The niece said that on the night Mercy died, she woke at about midnight in the little room in Sacramento, and she heard Mercy get up. She heard the old woman go down the hall, slow the way she went. And then the niece heard something she could not explain and has never tried to. She heard a sound from outside, from the street, from below the window, a sound like harness, like a team of six, coming up with lamps swinging on a street in Sacramento in 1932 where no stage had run in 60 years. And she heard Mercy open the door, the front door of the house, and she heard Mercy say, in a voice 20 years younger, a voice full of a joy the niece had never once heard in it, "You came back for me. Just 1 minute. Let me get my shawl." And the niece said she lay there and she did not go out because she knew, the way Sam Yick had known, the way the whole halfway house had always known. And she listened to her aunt go down the steps. And she listened to the harness and the lamps and the springs of a stage taking a passenger up. And then she heard the stage pull away, unhurried, into the dark, up a grade that only one soul in that house could see. And in the morning, Mercy Bellinaire was in her bed, and she was gone, and her face was warm to the touch. The niece swore this. Warm, though she had been gone for hours, as if she had only that moment come in from a good stove. And the lamp in the window was still lit, so that is the whole of the halfway house, friend. And I will tell you the thing it taught me, and then you are done. The lamp is not for the dead, and is not for the living. It is for the road. It is for the mile of grade between the cold and the stove, and for everyone on it, whichever side of the summit they are climbing from. Keep it lit. Keep the coffee on. Feed whoever comes in out of the storm without asking their name or their year. And when your own stage comes, and it will come, friend, and someone who loves you will be driving it, you will not have to walk up the grade. You put on your shawl. You climb up into the warmth, and the stove is warm where you are going, and the table is set, and the whole line is waiting. Sleep now, friend. You made it. You are home. And friend, one more piece of the halfway house, and then the lamps along that grade can burn down for the night. It is about the register. The big station register, the one Mercy showed me in Sacramento, the one with the last pages full of the stage. Because there is a part of that register I did not tell you, and it is the part that explains why the stage came back 109 times, and why it finally went over the summit, and what any of it has to do with you tonight. In your own bed, the register was not Mercy's. That is the thing she told me at the very end, when the lamp in her window was lit and the evening was going down over Sacramento. The register was the station's. It had been started by Holloway, the keeper of the winter of '53. The winter the stage was lost, the winter the woman with the little girl was found 200 yards from the lamp. And Holloway's first entry in the front of that book, in a hand 30 years dead, when Mercy first read it, said only this: February the 9th, 1853. The upstage did not come in. 9 souls. I had the lamp lit. I had the coffee on. I will keep it lit until they come. That is the whole of my faith now. And I write it here so that whoever keeps this house after me will keep it too. The lamp does not go out. The stove does not go cold. The coffee does not stop. And when they come, and they will come, if it takes 100 years, you feed them, and you do not ask them their names, and you do not ask them their year. You feed them. That is all. That is everything. And Mercy said, that entry, son, was in the front of the register, and the register sat on the desk in the dining room of the halfway house for 60 years, and every keeper, every hostler, every driver, every long-staying guest who ever wintered at that station read it, and nobody ever told me about it. I found it myself in the second winter when I was snowed in and reading everything in the house. And I read Halloway's entry, and I understood what the stage had been waiting 29 years for. It had been waiting for somebody to read the rule and keep it on purpose. All those years, the keepers had kept the lamp lit out of habit, out of custom, out of a story nobody quite remembered, and the stage did not come to a habit. It came to a keeper. It came the first night I ever stood at the door alone, knowing what I might be opening it to, and opened it anyway and said, "Come in, the fire's up, the coffee's hot." That is what it had been waiting for since 1853. Not the lamp. The lamp was lit every night for 29 years, and it never brought them in. It was waiting for the words, she said. And that is the thing I most want you to carry out of this whole night, son. So listen to me now, because I am 78 years old, and this is the one I saved for last. The keeping is not the lamp. The lamp is easy. Anyone can light a lamp. The keeping is the words. The keeping is standing in a doorway at midnight, at the top of a cold grade, and saying to whoever has come up out of the storm, the frozen, the tired, the dead, the lost, whoever they are, whatever year they are from, saying, you are welcome, you are in time, the stove is warm, come in. The invitation is the whole of it. The dead do not need your fire, friend. They have their own fire. What they need is to be asked in. They have been standing on the porch since 1853. All of them, everyone you have ever lost, waiting for somebody to say the words. And she said, and it is the same for the living, son. That is the thing it took me 50 years to learn. The living are on the porch, too. Your neighbor, your sister, the man who bags your groceries, every one of them is standing on some porch, in some storm, at the top of some grade, waiting for somebody to open the door and say the words. And the words are the same words. They have always been the same words. Come in. The fire's up. You made it. You are in time. We have been keeping the lamp lit for you. Say them, friend. Say them to the living while they can still answer. The dead can wait. The dead are patient. The dead will wait 130 years for a plate of stew. It is the living who are cold tonight. It is the living who are 200 yards from the stove. So light the lamp, friend. That is the whole of the halfway house. Light the lamp and keep the coffee on and say the words to whoever comes up your grade. And when your own stage comes, and it will come, and somebody who loves you will be driving it, you will find that the door of it opens from the inside, and the warmth of it has been warming since before you were born, and the whole line, everyone you have ever fed, everyone you have ever loved, everyone who ever stood on your porch in the storm is already aboard, and the driver will lean down, and his face will be kind, and he will say, "Are you ready, friend? The road over the summit is open, and you will climb up, and the stove will be warm, and the table will be set, and you will be home asleep now. You are in time. You have always been in time. Good night." And friend, there is one more night of the halfway house that Mercy told me, and it is the night I have been circling all along, because it is the night the 11 souls of that winter understood what they were part of. I told you the stage came in January of '82 and that it came 109 times over 41 years. I did not tell you about the second time it came that winter. The time it came when the whole station was awake, because the first time Mercy fed them alone. The second time, the 11 fed them together. And that is the night that made the family. It was the 9th of February, 1882, the storm of the winter, the worst one, the one the old-timers were still talking about in Sacramento 50 years later. The wind had come off the summit at 60 miles an hour since noon, and the halfway house was drifted to the second story windows, and the 11 souls of the station were all in the dining room together, because the dining room had the stove, and the stove was the only warm place in the world that night. Dominic had banked it high. Sam Yick had made a soup that Mercy said she could still taste 50 years later. Miss Partridge's baby was asleep in the basket by the fire. The drivers were playing faro. The surveyor Cobb was reading Emerson aloud in his dry professor's voice, and the hostlers were pretending not to listen and listening. And at 10 minutes to 11, Mercy told me the lamps came up the grade. She saw them first because she always saw them first. She was watching, she said. After the first visit, some part of her was always watching the window at 10 minutes to 11. And she stood up and she said quietly to the room, "They're here." And friend, she told me that the 11 souls of the halfway house did not scream and did not pray and did not run. They stood up, all of them. Dominic put down his cards. Cobb closed his Emerson. Sam Yick went into the kitchen without a word, and the smell of fresh coffee came out of it about 4 minutes later. Miss Partridge picked up her baby. And the 3 hostlers, big, quiet men who had not said a word about the first visit, though they had all heard the plates being washed in the night. The 3 hostlers went to the door and opened it, and stood one on either side of it, the way you stand for honored guests at a wedding. And the stage came up the grade through the worst storm in 50 years. And it pulled into the yard, and the old driver leaned down, and Mercy said his face, in the porch light, in the storm, was the kindest face she ever saw on any living or dead man in her life. And he looked at the open door, and the 2 hostlers standing beside it, and the light, and he said, "Evening, ma'am. Are we in time for the stove?" And Mercy Bellinaire said, "You are, all of you. Come in. The fire's up, and the coffee's hot, and tonight there's soup." And the 8 passengers came in out of the storm into a dining room with 11 souls standing in it. And Mercy told me the 2 companies looked at each other for one long moment. The living and the storm stage, the 11 and the 8, and then the woman in black, the one with the little girl, stepped forward, and she looked at Mercy, and she looked at Miss Partridge holding her baby, and she said the thing that Mercy said broke the whole winter open like spring. She said, "We heard there was a baby," and Miss Partridge, the schoolteacher, the widow, the girl of 22, who had been snowed in with strangers for 3 months. Miss Partridge walked across that dining room floor, friend, with her baby in her arms, and she held the baby out to the woman in black, and she said, "Her name is Grace. Would you like to hold her?" And the woman in black took the baby, and the little girl who had been dead 29 years stood at her mother's skirts and reached up on her toes and patted the baby's hand. And the baby Grace, 9 months old, croupy, finally sleeping well that winter. Grace woke up in the arms of a dead woman, in a dining room at the top of a closed grade in the worst storm in 50 years. And she did not cry. She looked up at the woman in black, and she smiled, and she said, "Mercy swore this to me on her life. 50 years later, the baby said her first word. 9 months old, and she had never once spoken, and she looked up at the woman in black, and she said, clear as a bell, 'Mama.'" And Mercy said the woman in black closed her eyes and held that baby, and the whole dining room was quiet, and the storm went on outside, and the stove ticked, and the coffee steamed, and nobody, not the drivers, not the hostlers, not the dry old surveyor Cobb, nobody had a dry eye in the room. They stayed 3 hours that night, friend. The stage stayed 3 hours. They ate, and the old man with the violin case played, and the 2 babies, the living one and the other one, were held by everyone in turn, and the woman in black and Miss Partridge sat together by the stove the whole time, talking low, the way mothers talk. And Mercy said she did not listen because some conversations are not for the keeper of the house. And at 2 in the morning, the old driver came in from the barn, and he stood at the stove, and he drank his coffee, and he looked around the dining room at all of them, the 11 and the 8, all together, all warm. And he said, "We have been trying to get over this grade for 29 years, ma'am, and we could not do it. And we have all been trying to understand why tonight is different, and I believe I know." He looked at Miss Partridge and at the baby, and he said, "Tonight the door opened from both sides at once." That is the thing none of the keepers ever understood in all the years the lamp was lit. The lamp brings us to the porch, but the porch is as far as the lamp can bring us. Somebody has to open the door. And he looked at the woman in black, and the woman in black looked at the baby in her arms. Somebody has to open it from our side, too. A door only works, ma'am, when both sides turn the knob at the same time. And tonight, for the first time in 29 years, both sides turned it, and Mercy said, "Will you come back?" And the old driver smiled, and he said, "Every storm, ma'am, every storm, until the road over the summit opens. We are not stuck, you understand. We were never stuck. We were waiting. There is a difference. Stage is never stuck. When there is a stove, it is trying to reach. It is only waiting for the door to open from both sides." And the 8 went out into the storm at 2 in the morning, and the woman in black handed the baby back to Miss Partridge, and the baby reached for her. The living baby, Grace, reached for the dead woman, and the woman in black kissed her hand and pressed it to the baby's cheek, and then the lamps swung, and the stage went up toward the summit, and the dark took it. And Mercy told me that the storm broke at dawn. The worst storm of that whole winter broke at dawn on the 10th of February, and the sun came up on 20 feet of new snow, and the halfway house stood in it with its lamps still lit and its stove still warm, and its 11 souls standing in the doorway, watching the sun come up. And she said none of them ever spoke of that night as a strange thing. They spoke of it as a visit. That is the word they used all their lives, the ones who were still living when she told me. The visit. We had a visit that winter. 11 of us, and 8 of them, and 2 babies, and a violin at the top of the grade in the storm. And Miss Partridge, friend, here is the last of it, and then the halfway house can rest. Miss Partridge did not go on to Virginia City in the spring. She stayed. She married one of the drivers, the quiet one, the one named Belle, who had sat all winter, not saying much, and carving a wooden rattle for the baby. and they ran the halfway house for Dominic and Mercy in the later years, and the baby Grace grew up at that station at the top of the grade, with the lamp in the window and the drivers and the hostlers and the cook for uncles. And Mercy, said Grace Partridge Bell, grew up to be the kindest person any of them ever knew. The kind of person who feeds people at midnight, who lights lamps, who opens doors without asking names. And when Grace had her own daughter in the year 1903, she named her for the woman in black. And Mercy said she asked Grace once, when Grace was grown, whether she remembered anything: the winter, the stage, the woman who had held her. And Grace Bell, who was by then 20 years old and the pride of the whole Overland Road, looked at her and said, "I do not remember it, Mama Mercy, but I have never once been cold." That is what she said. "I have never once been cold." Whatever they were, whoever she was, she held me in the worst storm in 50 years, and I have never once been cold since, and I do not need to remember it. It is not in my memory. It is in my hands. It is in the way I feed people. Some things are not carried in the memory, Mama Mercy. Some things are carried in the hands. So that is the whole of the halfway house, friend, and the whole of the winter of '82, and the whole of the stage that came 109 times. And I will give you the rule of it one last time, the way Mercy gave it to me, and then you can go under. The lamp brings them to the porch. The door opens from both sides, and the warmth, once it is given, is carried in the hands forever. Light your lamp, friend. Feed whoever comes, and do not be afraid of the ones who come in out of the storm, cold to the bone and glad of your stew. They are the best guests you will ever have, and they pay in the only coin that is worth anything. They pay in remembering, and in the warmth of a stove that nobody stoked, and in babies who are never once cold for the rest of their lives. Sleep now. The lamp is lit, the stove is warm, the door is open, and you are home. Good night. Story 7. When I was a young man, friend, the telephone did not work the way it works now. There were no dials. There were no buttons. There was a box on the wall and a crank, and you turned the crank, and a light came on at a switchboard in town. And a woman, it was always a woman in those days, and I can tell you why, though that is a different story for a different night. A woman pulled a cord and plugged it in and said, in a voice as familiar to you as your own family's, "Number, please." And you said the name, not the number. You said, "Mildred, get me the Tolliver place." And Mildred or Cora or whatever her name was would say, "Ringing the Tollivers, Harold." And the whole of the countryside was held together by that woman's voice, and by her ears, and by her memory, and by the thin copper wires that ran from farm to farm on the same poles that carried the weather. I am telling you this because the story I am going to tell you tonight belongs to that world, and it cannot happen in the world you live in now, and it is one of the reasons, one of the small true reasons, that I am glad to be old, because I got to live in the world where the wires had a woman at the center of them. And the woman I am going to tell you about was named Mildred Okleshin, and she was the night operator in a town called Pershing, Iowa, from 1941 to 1958. And she told me this story herself in a nursing home in Des Moines in 1983, when she was 71 years old, and the telephone company had been dialing itself for 25 years. And she told me, woke up some nights reaching for a cord, Pershing was a farm town of 600 souls in the rolling country of southwest Iowa, and the telephone office was a room over the bank with a switchboard the size of a piano and a window that looked out on the main street. The day operator was a brisk woman named Helen, and the night operator was Mildred, and Mildred's shift was 6 in the evening to 6 in the morning, and the night shift in a farm town was a different creature than the day. The day shift was business, the creamery, the feed store, the doctor. The night shift was the life of the town. The night shift was the calls that mattered. A baby coming at 2 in the morning, and Mildred ringing the doctor, and then ringing the neighbor women, the ones who always came. A barn fire, and Mildred dropping the cords into every farmhouse on that road. Ring, ring, ring. Get up. The Hirschberger's barn is going. Bring the buckets. A death. A son calling from the war. A husband calling from the road. Mildred Auchlation sat at the center of that web for 17 years, friend, and she heard everything. And she told me that the first thing a night operator learns is that the wires carry more than voices. The wires carry the town. The wires were the town, the whole of it, every kitchen and every bedside and every barn, strung on copper, and she was the heart it all passed through. Now, the story turns on a particular night, and the night is the 14th of November, 1954. But to get you there, I have to tell you about the line first. The line was called the North Branch Line. It ran north out of Pershing up the river road, and it served 9 farms, and at the end of it, at the last pole, was the Kirkwood place. The Kirkwoods had been on that farm since the town was founded, and the last of them was old Aaron Kirkwood, 76 in 1954, a widower, alone at the end of the North Branch Line, with his son's family gone to California and his wife 12 years in the ground. And Aaron Kirkwood had a habit, and the habit was this. He called Mildred every night at 9 o'clock, every night for years, not for anything. He cranked his phone at 9, and Mildred's light came on, and she plugged in, and she said, "Number, please." And Aaron Kirkwood said, every night, the same thing. He said, "It's Aaron, Mildred, just checking the line." And Mildred said every night the same thing back. She said, "The line's fine, Aaron. Everything all right out there." And Aaron said, "Everything's fine. Good night, Mildred." And Mildred said, "Good night, Aaron." And she pulled the cord every night for years. And Mildred told me she never once minded it because she understood what it was, and the understanding is the whole of the first half of this story. Aaron Kirkwood was not checking the line. Aaron Kirkwood was checking that the line was there. He was an old man alone at the end of 9 farms of copper wire, and the wire was his road out, and the voice at the center of the wire was the proof that the road was open, and every night at 9 o'clock he made sure of it. It's Aaron, just checking the line, and Mildred was the voice that answered, and the answering was the whole of her job, and she knew it. And she told me that of all the calls she took in 17 years, those were the ones she would not give up. The line's fine, Aaron. Good night. Now, the 14th of November, 1954. It was a Sunday, and on that Sunday, at 9 o'clock, Aaron Kirkwood's light did not come on. Mildred told me she noticed at 9:05. You do not sit at a switchboard for 13 years and not notice when a habit breaks. 9 o'clock came, and the board was quiet, and 9:05 and 9:10, and at 9:15 Mildred did the thing that was not in her training and was in her bones. She rang the Kirkwood place. She dropped the cord into the North Branch line, and she turned the crank, and she let it ring. And it rang, and it rang, and nobody answered. And here is where you must listen carefully, friend, because here is where the story leaves the world of ordinary things. Mildred told me she was about to pull the cord. An old man misses a call. He is asleep. He is out at the barn. There are 100 reasons. She was about to pull the cord when the line picked up, and nobody said anything. But the line was open. She could hear it. A night operator can hear an open line the way you can hear a room. And on that open line, from the Kirkwood farmhouse at the end of the North Branch line, Mildred heard a sound she knew. And the knowing of it is the thing that has stayed with her all her life. She heard the sound of a house being lived in. She told me this slow, friend, with her hands folded, and I will give it to you slow. She heard a fire crackling. She heard a kettle, faint, the small tick and shift of a kettle coming up to a boil. She heard a chair creak, the particular creak of a wooden rocking chair rocking. She heard a man hum, a low, tuneless, contented hum, the hum of an old man by a fire at the end of a Sunday, the kettle coming up. And then she heard the kettle whistle, and the creak of the chair as the man got up, and the pour of the water, and the clink of a cup, and the hum again, and the chair. And Mildred Oakleson sat at her switchboard over the bank in Pershing, Iowa, and she listened to Aaron Kirkwood's farmhouse live its Sunday evening, and she did not say anything, and the line stayed open, and after a long time, she said she does not know how long, she heard the chair creak one more time, and the footsteps came closer to the telephone, and the line went dead, hung up, ordinary as you please. And Mildred sat there, and she told me she did something she had never done in 13 years. She unplugged her headset, and she walked to the window, and she looked out at the dark main street of that town, and she said to herself, out loud, "Aaron Kirkwood is dead," she said. "I knew it the way you know rain is coming." Not because the sounds were strange, because they were not strange. Because I had taken Aaron Kirkwood's call every night for years, and I knew his evening, every sound of it, and what I had just heard was not Aaron Kirkwood making his tea on the night of November the 14th. What I had just heard was every night, all of them, the fire and the kettle and the rocking chair and the hum. It was all of them at once, all of them together, the whole of 1,000 Sunday evenings, playing on the wire at the same time. And a man cannot live 1,000 evenings at once, Mildred told me. A wire can, but not a man. She was right, friend. Aaron Kirkwood was dead. The doctor and the sheriff went out the next morning. Mildred had called them. She had not been able to say why. She had said only that the call had not come and that someone should look. And they found Aaron Kirkwood in his rocking chair by a cold stove, and the doctor said he had been dead since the previous Tuesday, 5 days. He had died on Tuesday, quietly, in the chair, and he had not called Mildred on Wednesday or Thursday or Friday or Saturday. And here is the thing, friend. Here is the thing that Mildred told me in a whisper. In a nursing home in Des Moines, 29 years later, she had taken his call every one of those nights. Wednesday at 9, Thursday at 9, Friday, Saturday. Every night at 9 o'clock the light had come on, and Mildred had plugged in, and the voice had said, "It's Aaron, Mildred," just checking the line. And Mildred had said, "The line's fine, Aaron." And the voice had said, "Everything's fine. Good night, Mildred." 4 nights, friend. 4 nights of calls from a man 5 days dead. and Mildred had taken every one of them and noticed nothing because they were exactly like the 3,000 calls before them, and that is the part that she said she has never been able to set down. Not that the calls came, but that they were ordinary. The dead man's calls were the most ordinary calls on her board, and on the 5th night, the Sunday, the calls did not come, and the line, left alone, played her the whole of his evenings at once, like a gift, like a farewell, like a man handing her the whole of his quiet life in one open line, because the calls were finished now and the wire was letting go of him. Now, you would think that is the story, friend. The dead man calls the operator for 4 nights, and the wire plays his evenings, and that is strange enough for one story. But Mildred O'Clession told me the rest of it, and the rest of it is why I am telling you this tonight, and why the story is not a ghost story, and never was, because after Aaron Kirkwood was buried, Mildred began to listen. I mean that she began to listen differently. She had spent 13 years connecting voices, and now she began to listen to the wires themselves, to the open lines, the quiet lines, the lines that hummed with no one on them. And she told me that over the next 4 years, she came to understand that the North Branch line was not the only line that kept things. Every line did. Every wire in that town was keeping everything that had ever been said on it. And on the quiet nights, the deep nights, the 3 in the morning nights, when the whole town was asleep and the board was dark, and the wires sang their low wire song in the wind, Mildred could plug into a line, any line, and listen and hear what the wire was keeping. She heard the Tolliver line keep a baby's first words, a little girl dead of diphtheria in 1931, 23 years before Mildred ever sat at that board, saying the word apple over and over in a wire that had carried it once and never let it go. She heard the feed store line keep an auctioneer, dead in the 40s, rattling off a sale of hogs, the numbers running like water. She heard the church line keep hymns. She heard the doctor's line keep. And she stopped telling me there, friend, and her old hands folded, and she said, "The doctor's line I will not tell you. Some of what the wires keep is not mine to carry. I only listened. I never once repeated any of it to a living soul until tonight. And I am telling you now, son, because you are a man who carries stories. And this one needs carrying, and I am 71 years old, and the company went to dialing 25 years ago, and there is no one left at the switchboard to hear them." She said, "That is the thing I want you to understand. The wires kept everything, every word ever spoken on them, every lullaby, and every deathbed, and every order of feed, and every good night. The copper kept it all, and as long as there was an operator, as long as there was a woman at the center of the web in the middle of the night, the keeping had a keeper. Somebody who heard it, somebody who knew, and when the company went to dialing, when they came in 58 and took out the switchboard and gave every farmhouse a dial phone, they did not just take my job, son. They took the keeper. The wires are still out there. The wires are still keeping it all. And there is no one listening. There has been no one listening for 25 years. And Mildred told me the last thing. The thing that is the reason this story is the 7th story, and not just a strange tale about a dead man's calls. She told me that on her last night at the switchboard, the last night of the Pershing board, the last night of the world where a town was held together by a woman's voice, on that night, in the small hours, she did the thing she had never once done. She plugged into the north branch line all the way out to the end, to the Kirkwood place, which had stood empty for 4 years, and she said, "Aaron, it's Mildred. I'm checking the line," and the line was quiet a long moment. And then she said it came from very far away, from the end of 9 farms of copper, from the bottom of a wire that had kept it for 4 years. The voice came, old and contented and ordinary as toast. It said, "The line's fine, Mildred. Everything's fine. Good night." And Mildred Oaklishan took off her headset, and she set it on the switchboard, and she turned out the light over the bank, and she went home. And she told me she never once grieved that job after that. Because the line was fine, the line would always be fine. The keeping did not need a keeper. That was the thing Aaron had waited 4 years to tell her. The wires keep it all, friend, whether anyone listens or not. The keeping is the wire's nature. The keeper was only ever for the living, so that some woman in the middle of the night would know that the town was held and could sleep. So that is the story of Mildred Oaklishan and the North Branch Line and the last night of the switchboard. And I will tell you what I have thought about it for 40 years, friend, and then let you go. I have thought that the wires were the first thing and not the last. I have thought that everything we have ever said to one another, every good night, every I love you, every the line's fine, everything's fine, has gone into something that keeps it, a wire, a wall, a house, a world. The words do not die, friend. They are kept, all of them. Every small, ordinary word you have ever spoken into the dark of a kitchen, into a telephone, into the ear of someone you love. It is all still out there, held in the copper, held in the keeping, and it does not need a keeper, and it never did, but it is glad of one. That is what Mildred taught me. The keeping is glad of a keeper, so be one, friend. Tonight, before you sleep, say one true small thing into the dark of your own room. Say good night to it. Say the line's fine. It is going into the keeping. It is all going into the keeping. And the keeping, friend, answers back, everything's fine. Good night. Now, friend, Mildred Oaklishan told me the rest of it that afternoon in Des Moines, and the rest of it is where the story stops being about the wires and starts being about the woman. Because you have heard what the wires kept. You have not yet heard what the keeping cost and what it was for, and why Mildred sat at that board for 17 years and never once answered the voices back. And those are the parts that matter most. She told me about the first year. 1941, when she was 29 and new to the night shift, and the wires were just wires to her, and the calls were just calls. She said, "I thought the job was connecting people. That is what the company trained me for. Plug the cord, ring the party, pull the cord. It took me a year to understand that the job was not connecting people. The job was being there. A farm town at night, son, is 100 islands in a dark sea, and the switchboard is the only light that is always lit. And the calls that came at 2 in the morning were never about what they were about. The man who called the doctor at 2 in the morning for his wife's labor was not calling the doctor. He was calling me. He was calling the one voice in that county that was awake and calm and glad to hear from him at the worst and best hour of his life. And my job was not to ring the doctor. My job was to say, "I have him ringing now, Harold, and she is going to be fine, and you breathe now, and I will stay on the line until he answers." That was the job. The company never wrote it down. It was the whole job. She told me about the calls she carried. Not the wires calls, the living ones, the ones from her 17 years. She carried them all, friend, the way I carry stories. The night the Hirschberger barn burned and she rang 11 farms in 6 minutes, and she stayed on the line with Mrs. Hirschberger, who was standing in her nightdress watching 50 years of her husband's work go up, and Mildred said, "I can see the glow from my window, Alma, and the whole township is coming. I have rung them all myself, and you are not watching it alone." The night a boy named Prescott called from Korea, the only call that ever came through from overseas in her 17 years, a boy of 20, and Mildred rang his mother's farm, and then she did the thing that was against every rule the company had. She stayed on the line, plugged in but silent, for the whole 20 minutes, because a mother should not have to hear her son's voice from a war alone. She said the company would have fired me for it. I would do it again tonight, and she told me about the night that taught her what the wires were. Not the Kirkwood night before that. The night that made the Kirkwood night possible for her to understand. It was in 1943, her second year. A call came through at 3 in the morning from the Tolliver farm. The same Tolliver line, friend, that later kept the baby's word apple. And the caller was old Mrs. Tolliver, 78, and she said, "Mildred, my Albert just passed. He went quiet a minute ago, and I am sitting with him, and I did not want to sit with him alone in the first hour." And Mildred said, "I will stay on the line, Mrs. Tolliver. I will stay as long as you need." And she stayed. 4 hours, friend, from 3 in the morning until the light came up. And for the first hour, Mrs. Tolliver talked about Albert, about 51 years, about the farm. And Mildred answered. And then Mrs. Tolliver went quiet. And she did not hang up. And Mildred did not hang up. And the two of them sat at either end of that wire for 3 more hours, in silence, an old woman keeping her first vigil and a young one keeping the line. And Mildred told me that somewhere in that silence, in those 3 hours, she heard the wire begin to... She hesitated, friend, and then she said the word to sing. Not loud, not music. The low wire hum, the sound the lines make in the wind, but softer and slower, and she said it was like being in a church where a prayer has just been said so many thousands of times that the prayer has worn a groove in the air itself. And she understood, sitting there at 3 in the morning with a silent line open to a widow's kitchen, that the wire was not carrying her voice to Mrs. Tolliver. It was carrying Mrs. Tolliver's grief, all of it, every word and every silence, and it was keeping it. It had kept everything ever said on that farm. The baby's first word, the auctioneer's numbers, the 51 years of a marriage, and it would keep this too, this last vigil, forever. And that was not a burden on the wire. That was what the wire was for, she said. After that night, I never heard the hum the same way again. The hum is not the electricity, son. The hum is the keeping. Every word of love and grief ever spoken into that copper, all of it, going around and around on the line forever, the way a hymn goes around a church. And the operator is the only one who ever hears it. That is why the job was always a woman's, son. Though the company never knew it, it is not that women have nimble fingers. It is that women have always been the ones who sit up in the night with the grieving. The wires did not make that job. The wires only found it and gave it a board and a headset and a window over the main street. And here is the last of it, friend, the part about the night. She answered back. I told you she never once answered the voices on the wires, that she listened. for 4 years after Aaron Kirkwood, and never repeated what she heard, and never replied. That was nearly true. There was one time, and she told me she has never told a living soul until me, and she asked me to carry it, and I am carrying it to you. It was in the winter of '57, her last year, when she knew the dial was coming, when the company men had already been out to survey the exchange, and on a deep night in February, at 4 in the morning, Mildred plugged into the church line, the line that kept the hymns, and she listened to the keeping for a while, the hymns going around, 50 years of Sunday mornings layered on the wire like snow. And then, she said, she did the thing she had sworn never to do. She spoke into the keeping. She said, quiet, into the wire. To no one, to everyone. She said, they are taking the board out in the spring. There will be no one listening after me. And I want you to know, all of you, everything this line has kept, I want you to know that you were heard. Every one of you, every word. Somebody was listening. Somebody stayed up all night, every night, for 17 years, and heard you, and it mattered. You were never talking into nothing. You were talking to me. And the wire, friend. Mildred said the hum changed. The keeping, the whole of it, the hymns and the baby's word, and the auctioneer's numbers, and the deathbeds and the lullabies, everything the Pershing wires had ever kept, it all of it at once answered her, not in words, in the hum. The hum rose the way a congregation rises, and it held her. She said it held her the way arms hold you, for one long moment, at 4 in the morning, alone in the office, over the bank. And then it settled back, soft and slow and content, the way a church settles after the last verse. And Mildred O'Cleshan took off her headset, and she cried a while, the way you cry when a long job is done well. And then she plugged in the night's last call, a baby coming, out on the Miller farm. And she rang the doctor, and she told the father to breathe, and she stayed on the line until the doctor answered. She said, that is the whole of it, son. The wires kept everything, and the keeping answered back, and the answer was only ever one thing, and it is the only thing I know for certain after 71 years. The answer was, we heard you too. So that is the story of the switchboard, friend. And I will tell you what I believe 40 years on, and then you can go under. I believe the keeping did not end with the wires. I believe it never lived in the wires at all. The wires were only the shape it took in a farm town, in the years when a town was strung on copper. The keeping is older than the wires, and it is newer than them too. Every word of love you have ever spoken is kept. Every lullaby, every good night, every I am on my way, and every I am here, and every the line's fine. It is all kept, and it is all going around forever, in the air of the rooms where you set it, in the walls, in the world, and it is glad of a keeper. So be one. That is all the job ever was. Somebody has to stay up. Somebody has to hear it. Somebody has to say, at 4 in the morning, into the dark, to everyone who ever spoke a kind word into the night, you were heard. You were talking to me. And I stayed to sleep now, friend. The line is fine. The line has always been fine, and everything you have ever said into the dark of it, every word is kept, and it is fine, and it is answered. Good night. Good night. The board is dark, and the town is asleep, and the hum on the wire tonight is only a hymn going around, and it will keep. It will all keep. Everything's fine, good'n. And friend, there is one more thing Mildred O'Cleshan gave me in that nursing home in Des Moines, and it is the thing she said she had been saving for last, and I have been saving it too, all these years. for the right fire and the right rain and the right listener. And you are the right listener. So here it is about the last call. Not Aaron Kirkwood's last call, Mildred's. Because I asked her, at the end, the question you ask every person who tells you a story like this. I asked her, Mildred, do you miss it? The board, the night shift, the town on the wires, and she was quiet a long time, and then she said, I will tell you about my last call, son, and then you will know whether I miss it. She said, it was not the night I checked the line with Aaron. That was the last call of the old board, but it was not my last call. My last call came 25 years later, here, in this home. 3 weeks ago, she said, you know what these places are, son, 100 old people, and a call button by every bed, and a nurse at a desk in the middle of the night. And the nurse is kind, they are all kind here, but the nurse is young, and the nurse is busy, and the nurse has 40 call buttons, and at 3 in the morning, when an old woman presses hers, it can be a long time before anyone comes. And I have lain here 3 years, son, listening to those buttons, listening to my neighbors press them, listening to the little bell at the desk. And about a year ago, I began to do the thing I could not help doing, because I had done it for 17 years, and you do not stop being the night operator just because they took your board away. I began to answer them, she said. Not the buttons. I cannot answer the buttons. I am 71 years old, and I cannot walk the hall. I answer the other thing, the thing the buttons are, because a call button at 3 in the morning is not a call for a nurse. Son, it is a crank on a wall telephone. It is an old soul, alone in the dark, reaching for the one voice that is awake. And I know that reach. I spent 17 years on the other end of it. So I began to answer. I lie in my bed, and I hear Mrs. Abernathy's. No, that was another story. I hear old Mrs. Calloway in room 6 press her button at 3 in the morning. And I hear the little bell at the desk. And I hear the young nurse's feet not hurrying because the nurse is kind, but the nurse has 40 buttons. And I lie in the dark and I say, out loud, quiet, into the room, into the wall between me and room 6. I say, I hear you, Helen. You're not alone. It's the middle of the night, and I am awake, and I hear you. And son, Mildred leaned toward me, and her old eyes were bright. And son, she settles. She settles. Every time. I have been answering them for a year, and I can hear them settle. The bell stops ringing in their heads, friend, before it stops ringing at the desk. Somebody heard them. That is all they needed. Somebody heard, and she said, and 3 weeks ago I pressed my own button. At 3 in the morning. I was not sick. I was not dying. I was not in pain. I was testing it. I will be honest with you, son. I had answered so many of them, and I had lain awake so many nights listening to the bell, and I wanted to know. I wanted to know if it worked. If the wires of this place, the call buttons, the bell at the desk, the whole humming system of it, if it kept things the way the North Branch line kept things, if there was a keeper here. So I pressed my button, and I lay there in the dark, and the little bell rang at the desk, and the young nurse's feet did not hurry, and I waited. And son, the voice came. It did not come from the desk. It did not come from the hall. It came from the wall behind my bed, from the wire in the wall, from the wire that runs from my call button to the desk. The same kind of wire, the same copper, the same keeping. And the voice was a woman's voice, and it was young, and it was calm, and it was so familiar, friend, that it took me a full minute to know it. And when I knew it, I wept, and I have not been ashamed of it since. It was my own voice. It was my own voice from 1941, from the board over the bank, from the 17 years, kept in the copper of a call button wire in a nursing home in Des Moines, Iowa, in 1983. And my own young voice said to me, out of the wall, at 3 in the morning, at the loneliest hour of my old age, the thing I had said 10,000 times to 10,000 souls in the dark. It said, I hear you, Mildred. You're not alone. Somebody's awake. Somebody's listening. Everything's fine. And Mildred Oaklishan wiped her eyes, and she said, so you ask me if I miss it, son. I do not miss it. You cannot miss a thing that is still there. The board is gone, and the dial cane, and the wires are in the walls now instead of on the poles, and the calls are buttons instead of cranks. But the keeping did not change, son. The keeping never changed. It is in every wire, every wall, every system, every hum. And the keeper is whoever is awake. That is the thing it took me 71 years to learn. The keeper is not the woman at the switchboard. The keeper is whoever is awake at 3 in the morning when somebody else needs to be heard. That is the whole of the job. That is the whole of every job I have ever told you about tonight. The lighthouse keeper and the night nurse and the seamstress and the doctor and the photographer and the station mistress and me. We are all the same. We are all just the ones who stayed awake. So sleep now, friend. And I mean this. I mean it the way Mildred meant it when she said it to me at the end, the way I have been saving it up for you all night. Sleep now. And do not worry about the keeping. The keeping is done. The wire is in the wall. The lamp is in the window. The light is on the water. The coffee is on the stove. Somebody stayed awake for you, friend. Somebody always has. That is the whole of the night, and the whole of every story in it, and the whole of me. You are heard. You are kept. You are not alone. Everything's fine. Good night. And friend, there is one last thing Mildred Oaklishan told me, and it is the thing she said she had never told anyone and would only tell me because I was leaving the next morning and we both knew we would not meet again. It is about what the wires kept of her. Because the wires kept everything. Friend, I have told you that. And Mildred Oaklishan sat at the center of those wires for 17 years, speaking into them 10,000 times, and a wire that keeps everything does not spare the keeper. It kept her too. She said, I found out in the spring of '58, my last year, after the night the keeping answered me, told you the hum rose and held me. What I did not tell you is what came after. In the weeks after that night, in the deep nights, I began to listen for myself, my own voice, on the wires. And I want to tell you what I heard, because it is the thing that made me able to leave the board without grieving it. She said, I heard my whole 17 years, son. Not all of it. Not at once. A wire does not play back like a record. But in pieces, in the deep hours, plugged into one line or another, I heard myself. I heard myself ringing the doctor for the Miller baby. I heard myself saying the lines, fine, Aaron, 3,000 times, and I heard that my voice in the early years was young and quick, and in the later years was slower and warmer, and that I had become, over 17 years, the voice the town deserved, without ever once deciding to. And I heard the calls I had forgotten, the ordinary ones, the ones that were not babies or fires or deaths, the 1,000 calls that were only a farmer's wife asking another farmer's wife for a recipe, a boy calling the girl at the next farm, a man calling the store to ask if the seed corn came in. And I heard, friend, I heard that every one of those ordinary calls had my voice in the middle of it. Number, please, ringing the Tollivers, Harold. The whole ordinary life of that town, every recipe and every courtship, and every small question about seed corn had passed through me, and the wires had kept it, and it was not nothing, son. That is what I learned in those weeks. I had spent 17 years believing the night shift was the babies and the fires and the deaths, the calls that mattered, and the wires taught me that the calls that mattered were the other ones, the recipes, the seed corn, the boy calling the girl, the 10,000 ordinary words that a town says to itself in the dark. That is what a life is, friend. It is not the fires, it is the seed corn, and I had been the voice in the middle of all of it, and the wires had kept every word, and the keeping meant that none of it, not one recipe, not one good night, had ever been wasted. And she said, and then I heard the call that undid me. It was on the church line, on a deep night in March, a few weeks before the end. And I heard my own mother. She said, my mother died in 1939, son, 2 years before I took the board. And I had not heard her voice in 19 years. And there it was, on the church line, at 4 in the morning, kept in the copper for 19 years. It was a call she had made in 1938. I knew it at once. She was calling the minister's wife to tell her that the altar guild would meet on Thursday. That is all. That is the whole of the call. Mildred, the altar guild will meet Thursday. An ordinary call, an ordinary day, in a year when my mother was alive and I was 26 and living at home and too young to know that the ordinary calls are the ones the wires should keep. And I sat at that board at 4 in the morning, and I listened to my dead mother arrange the altar guild 19 years gone. And I will tell you the truth, son. I did not weep. I wrote it down. I have it here. And she showed me, friend, a little card, worn soft at the corners, and on it, in her fine operator's hand, it said, Thursday. The altar guild meets Thursday. She is still arranging it. The wire has her arranging it forever. And that is not a haunting, son. That is a standing appointment. My mother has a standing appointment with the altar guild on the church line every Thursday forever, and nobody can take it from her, and nobody has to attend it, and it will never once be canceled. It is kept. That is all the keeping ever is, a standing appointment that is never canceled. And Mildred said, so when they took the board out that April, I did not grieve, because I knew what I had been for 17 years. I had not been the keeper of the wires. The wires keep themselves. They always did. They kept my mother for 19 years with no operator at all. I had been the witness to the keeping. I had been the one who knew. And a witness, son, is not a job that can be taken away. The company could take my board. They could not take the 17 years of having heard it. Those are mine. Those are kept in the only copper that matters, which is this. And she touched her forehead, friend, her own forehead, with her 2 old fingers, which is this. The mind is a wire too, son. The mind is the first wire, and the best one, and it keeps everything, and it never needs an operator, because the operator and the wire are the same. And she said the last thing, and then the board can go dark for the night, and you can sleep. She said, so when I pressed my own call button 3 weeks ago and heard my own young voice come out of the wall, I hear you, Mildred. You're not alone. Somebody's awake. You asked me if it frightened me. It did not frighten me, son. It was the answer to the only question I had left. I had spent my whole life wondering whether anyone had heard me, Me, the woman who heard everyone else, whether the 10,000 times I sat up in the dark so that somebody else would not be alone had ever been heard by anyone. And the wall told me, the wire told me, the keeping had kept me too, and the voice that answered me was my own, because that is the whole secret, friend, the thing at the bottom of every story I have told you tonight, and every story I have ever carried. The voice that answers you in the dark is always your own. It is your own voice, kept and given back when you need it most. The light that finds you is the light you kept for someone else. The door that opens for you is the door you held for a stranger. The voice that says, I hear you in the worst hour of your life is your own voice, friend, the one you used all your life to say it to the others. That is the keeping. That is the whole of it. You are not answered by the world. You are answered by yourself, by everything you ever gave, coming back to you on the wire at 3 a.m. when you finally press your own button. So give it, friend. Give it all away, every day, the recipes and the good nights and the I hear yous. It all goes on the wire. It is all kept. And on the night you need it, and the night will come, friend, it comes for all of us. On the night you press your own button, the wall will answer, and it will answer in your own voice, and it will say, I hear you. You're not alone. Somebody stayed awake. Everything's fine. See Liszt now, friend. The board is dark, and the wires are singing, and the whole town of everyone you have ever loved is on the line. And the line is fine. The line's fine. Good night. Story 8. I am going to end the night with the bees, friend. And you may think that is a strange place to end a night of stories. But you would be wrong, because the bees are the oldest story I know. And the woman who told it to me was the oldest person I ever knew. And the two of them, the bees and the woman, had been keeping each other for so long that I could not tell you, in the end, which one was keeping which. Her name was Elsa Sorensen, and she was a beekeeper in the north woods of Wisconsin. And in the winter of 2019, she was 91 years old, and I drove up to her farm to buy honey and stayed 3 days. And on the third night, with the wood stove going, and the snow coming down outside and 40 hives asleep under the drifts along the tree line, she told me the thing she had never told anyone. And I am telling it to you now because she made me promise to. She said, someone has to know before I go, and you are the one who came up the driveway. So it is you. Elsa Sorensen kept bees the way her mother had kept bees, and the way her grandmother had kept bees, in the same 40 hives along the same tree line on a farm that had been in her family since 1862. She had never married. She had a sister in town, and a church she went to when the roads allowed, and 40 hives of bees, and a house full of honey, and a life so quiet that the loudest thing in it, most days, was the hum. And she told me that first night, the thing that every beekeeper knows and no beekeeper says to strangers. She said, the bees are not livestock, son. They are not a crop. They are a conversation. You do not keep bees. You talk to them all your life, and they talk back. And if you are very lucky and very patient, by the time you are old, you understand about 1/10 of what they have been saying. She said, I understood 1/10 by the time I was 60. And then in the winter of my 70th year, the bees told me the rest. Now, friend, I have to tell you about the winter cluster, because the winter cluster is the heart of this story. And if you do not understand the cluster, you will not understand what Elsa found. In the winter, A hive of honeybees does not sleep and does not die. It clusters. The whole hive, 20, 30,000 bees, gathers into a ball, a living ball the size of a basketball around the queen in the dark of the hive, in the cold. And the ball stays alive all winter by shivering. The bees on the outside of the ball shiver to make heat, and the heat goes to the center, and the bees at the center are warm, and the bees on the outside are cold. And here is the thing that has made grown men stand in apiaries and weep, friend. The bees rotate. All winter long, the bees at the warm center of the cluster move slowly outward to the cold edge, and the bees at the cold edge move slowly in to the warm center. They take turns. The warm bees come out to the cold, and the cold bees go into the warm all winter without being told, without being driven, each bee giving up her place at the warm heart of the hive so that her sister can have it. That is how a hive lives through a Wisconsin winter, friend. Not one bee could do it alone. The ball does it together, and the ball does it by every bee in it, taking her turn at the cold edge. Elsa had known this since she was a girl. It was her favorite fact in the world. She said, "My grandmother told me the cluster was the whole of the gospel, and I did not understand her until I was old. The cluster is the whole of the gospel, son. Take your turn at the cold edge. That is all anyone has ever been asked to do now." The winter of her 70th year, the winter of 1998, was the winter that Elsa's own life began to cluster. Her sister took sick in November, a bad heart, a slow failing, and Elsa drove into town every day through the snow to sit with her, and the church ladies took it in turns to drive Elsa because Elsa was 70, and the roads were bad, and Elsa told me she noticed that November, the thing she had never once noticed in 70 years of living. She noticed that the world was a cluster, that it had always been a cluster. The church ladies taking their turns at the cold edge of the roads, the neighbor who shoveled her walk, the boy from the feed store who carried in her firewood. She had been at the warm center of that farm for 70 years, tending her bees, and she had never once seen that the whole world ran on the same thing her hives ran on. Everyone taking their turn at the cold edge, everyone rotating, no one being told, and her sister died in the first week of December. And Elsa told me that on the night of her sister's death, she drove home in the snow, alone, the last of the light going, and she came into her cold kitchen, and she sat down at the table, and she put her head down on her arms, and she did not cry. She was too tired to cry, and she listened to her house settle, and she thought, "I am alone now. There is no one left who was there at the beginning. I am the outside of the ball." And then, friend, she heard the hum. She told me she heard it through the floor, and through the walls, and through the window glass, and through 40 feet of snow, the hum of 40 hives, clustering in the dark, in the cold, along the tree line, 30,000 bees at a time, shivering, making heat, rotating. And Elsa Sorensen lifted her head off her arms, and she listened to the hum of her hives in the December dark, and she said, out loud to her empty kitchen, she said, all right, I hear you." And she got up, and she put on her coat, and she went out into the snow, and she walked the tree line in the dark, past all 40 hives, and she put her hand flat on each one, on the cold wood, and she felt the warmth of the cluster inside. And she said the thing her grandmother had taught her to say, the thing the beekeepers in her family had said to the hives in the winter for 150 years. She said, "I am here. You are not alone. take your turn, and the hives hummed, and Elsa went back inside, and she made herself a cup of tea with her own honey in it, and she went to bed, and she slept. Now here is where the story turns, friend, and I want you to come with me gently, because Elsa told me this part with her eyes closed, and I could see that she was not telling me so much as she was opening a door she had kept shut for 20 years. She said, "The bees came to me that winter, not in the yard. The yard was 4 feet deep in snow. No bee flies in a Wisconsin January. They came to me inside, at night. And I do not mean in my dreams, son, though I will not quarrel with you, if that is what you need to call it. I will only tell you what happened. At night, that winter, I would wake in the small hours, and my bedroom would be warm, too warm. I keep the house cold at night, and there would be bees in the room, a few, then more. They did not sting. They did not fly at the window. They gathered on the footboard of my bed, and on the chair by the stove, and on the quilt my mother made, and they made a ball, friend. They clustered on my quilt, in my bedroom, in January. And in the center of the cluster, I could see her, son. I could see her plain as I see you. In the center of the cluster was my sister, not a ghost, not a spirit. My sister, the way a bee is at the center of a cluster, warm and held and resting. She was not awake. She was not talking. She was sleeping the way you sleep at the warm heart of a thing, with 30,000 of her sisters shivering at the cold edge to keep her so. And the bees on the outside of that ball, friend, the bees on the outside of that ball were everyone I had ever lost. My mother, my grandmother, my father, my sister's husband, the babies that did not live, the friends the years took, they were all there, all of them, every soul I had ever loved and buried, and they were taking their turns, rotating slowly all night, the warm ones coming to the cold edge and the cold ones going into the warm heart. And they were keeping my sister. They were keeping each other. And in the middle of the night, in my cold bedroom, in the middle of a Wisconsin winter, Elsa Sorensen sat up in her bed and watched the whole of her dead keep each other warm, and she was not afraid. She told me she had never in her life been less afraid. She said, "It was the cluster, son. It had always been the cluster. Death is not the cold. Death is just the winter. And the winter is survivable. The winter is survivable because of the ball." She said, and I understood, that night, the thing the bees had been telling me for 70 years. The dead do not leave, son. They cluster. They gather into the warm ball, and the ones who are resting go to the center, and the ones who are strong take the cold edge, and they rotate all through the long winter of however long it is, and they keep each other until the spring. And the living are in the ball too, son. That is the thing nobody tells you. The ball is not on one side of the veil or the other. The ball is the whole of it. Every night, while I slept, I was in the cluster. Every night while you sleep, you are in it. The sleeping are the clustered. That is why sleep is warm, friend. That is why you can sleep in a cold house under one quilt and wake up warm. It is not the quilt, son. It has never been the quilt. It is the ball. It is 30,000 of your own taking their turn at the cold edge, so that you can sleep at the warm heart of it and rest and wake and live another day of the winter. Elsa told me she saw the cluster every night that winter. Every night, from December to April, she woke in the small hours, and the bees were in her room, and the ball was on her quilt, and her sister was at the warm heart of it, resting. And in April, when the maples began to run, and the first pussy willows came out along the creek, Elsa woke one night, and the room was cold, and the bees were gone. And she went out in the morning, and the hives along the tree line were alive. The winter was over, the clusters had broken, the bees were out on the first willow blooms in their tens of thousands, rising off the hives into the spring sun like smoke, like gold smoke. And Elsa stood in her muddy yard in her coat in the first warm wind of the year, and she knew without being told the way a beekeeper knows that her sister had flown. She said, "She is not gone, son. That is what I need you to carry. She is not gone. She is out. The winter is over, and the cluster broke, and she is out in the air with the whole of the swarm, and the air is full of her, and the willows are full of her, and every flower in this county from now until the frost is going to be visited by her 100 times a day. That is what the dead do in the spring. They forage. They go flower to flower. And the honey that comes in the fall, the honey I have been eating all my life, the honey my grandmother ate, the honey her grandmother ate, that is what it is, son. That is what it has always been. It is the dead gathered. It is the whole of the spring and the summer and the love of a whole swarm brought home to the hive and laid up in the comb for the winter, for the next cluster, for the ones still sleeping. She said, "That is why we eat it, son. That is why it is sweet. You are eating the love of the dead. You always have been. It is the sweetest thing in the world because it is the whole of the world, gathered and kept and given back." And Elsa Sorensen opened her eyes, and she looked at me across that kitchen table, and she reached out, and she put her old hand on my hand, and she said the last thing, the thing she made me promise to carry, the thing I am giving to you now at the end of the 8th story with the fire down to its embers and the rain nearly done. She said, "When you sleep tonight, son, and you will sleep, I can see it. You are half there now. You will be in the ball, and there will be a place at the warm heart of it with your name on it, a place that has been kept for you since before you were born. And the ones at the cold edge, the ones shivering so that you can be warm, they are your own, son. They are everyone you have ever loved, and they are not suffering, and they are not lost, and they are not even gone. They are taking their turn. That is all. They are taking their turn at the cold edge, the way you have taken yours, the way you will take yours again when someone you love needs the warm center. That is the whole of the gospel, son. My grandmother was right. The cluster is the whole of the gospel. Take your turn at the cold edge. And when you are tired, when the winter of your life is long and you are cold to the bone, you come to the center. The center is kept for you. The center has always been kept for you. Elsa Sorensen died in the spring of 2021, friend, in her sleep, in her bedroom, in the farmhouse, with 40 hives waking along the tree line and the first willow blooms out along the creek. Her great-niece found her, and the great-niece told me. She wrote me a letter. She had found my name in Elsa's address book with a note beside it that said he knows about the cluster. The great-niece told me 2 things, and I will give them to you, and then the night is done. The first thing is that Elsa was smiling. The great-niece said she had never seen a dead person smile before, and that it was not a small smile. It was the smile of a woman who had woken at the warm heart of the ball and found her whole family there. And the second thing is this: when the great-niece went out to tell the bees, because that is the custom, friend, the old custom. When the beekeeper dies, someone must go out and tell the bees, or the hives will leave. When she went out along the tree line in the spring sun, before she could say a word, the bees rose, all 40 hives at once. They rose off the hives in a cloud, great gold cloud, tens of thousands of bees, and the great niece said, she stood there with her heart pounding, and the cloud did not sting her and did not settle. It rose up over the tree line into the spring sky, and it hung there a moment, gold in the sun, shaped. She swore this to me, friend. She swore it on her own life, shaped like a ball, like a cluster, like a living ball of bees turning slowly in the spring air, the outside going in and the inside coming out, rotating the way the cluster rotates, the way it has rotated through every winter since the world began. And then the cloud came down, gentle, and settled back onto the 40 hives. And the hives hummed, and the great niece said the hum was not the hum of 40 hives, it was the hum of one swarm, one ball, one voice. And she said into it the way her family had said it for 150 years. She is here. You are not alone. Take your turn. And the hum, friend, settled into the trees. And it sounded, the great niece wrote, it sounded like an answer. So that is the last story, friend. The bees and the cluster and Elsa Sorensen, who kept them for 70 years and is kept by them now. And I will tell you the truest thing I know one more time, and then you are done for the night. You are in the ball right now. Tonight, the sleeping are the clustered, and you are sleeping, and the place at the warm heart of the world is kept for you, and the ones at the cold edge are your own, and they are glad of the turn, and they would not trade it for anything, because the turn is love, and love is the turn. Seat leave now. Sleep at the warm heart of it. The winter is long, and the ball is warm, and the honey is sweet, and the spring is coming, and the ones you love are closer than the quilt, closer than the quilt. Friend, good night, good night, good night. And friend, before the last lamp of the night goes down, I have to give you the rest of Elsa Sorensen, because I told you the cluster, and I told you the winter her sister died, but I did not tell you the thing Elsa spent the last 20 years of her life doing, and the doing of it is the whole of her, and it is the thing she most wanted carried. After the winter of the cluster, after her sister flew with the spring, Elsa did not go back to being only a beekeeper. She became, she told me, a tender of the cold edge, and she explained what she meant, and I will explain it to you, because it is the part of the story you can take home with you tonight and use for the rest of your life. She said, after I had seen the ball, after I had watched my whole dead family take their turns at the cold edge to keep my sister warm at the center, I could not see the living world any other way. I drove into town that spring, and I saw it everywhere, and it near broke my heart that I had never seen it before. The nurse at the clinic who had been up all night and was still gentle, she was at the cold edge. The boy who bagged groceries and carried them out to the cars of the old people, cold edge. My neighbor who had shoveled my walk all winter without being asked, cold edge. The whole world, son, is a cluster. It has always been a cluster, and the ones at the cold edge are not there because they are strong. They are there because it is their turn, and they took it, and the taking is love, and love is the only heat there is. And once I saw it, I could not unsee it, and I understood what my grandmother had meant. The cluster is the whole of the gospel, and I understood what I was for. In the years I had left, I was not for keeping bees. The bees keep themselves. I was for seeing the ones at the cold edge. That is the job. It is the only job. Somebody has to see them because the ones at the cold edge cannot see themselves. They are facing out into the cold. That is what the edge is. And a soul who is not seen at the cold edge will freeze there, thinking nobody knows, and somebody has to know. So Elsa Sorensen spent 20 years driving around that county in her old truck, being the one who knew. She took honey to the ones at the cold edge, to the nurse at the clinic, a jar, every fall with a note that said you are seen, to the boy at the feed store, to the widow up the county road who sat with her dying husband for 2 years, to the young mother at the church who had lost her baby and come back to help in the nursery anyway, which Elsa said was the coldest edge she ever saw a soul stand at, and the bravest. She did not make a thing of it. She did not tell them about the cluster. She just saw them. She just brought the honey, and she sat with them, and she said the thing her grandmother had taught her, the thing she had said to the hives for 70 years. You are not alone. Take your turn. And when your turn at the edge is done, the center is kept for you. And she told me the last piece about the honey itself. And this, friend, is the thing she made me promise, above all the rest to carry. She said, you know the old custom, son, about telling the bees. When the beekeeper dies, you go out and you tell the hives, or the bees will leave. It is a real custom. My family has done it 150 years. But what the custom does not say, what I had to live 90 years to learn, is why the bees need telling. It is not because they will grieve. Bees do not grieve the way we do. It is because the beekeeper is part of the cluster. The beekeeper has been standing at the cold edge of those hives all her life. Out there in the January dark, her hand flat on the cold wood, her own warmth going into the board. And the bees know her. They know her hand. They know her voice. She is in the ball. And if no one tells them she is gone, they will wait for her at the edge all winter, keeping her place warm, and the waiting will kill the hive. So you go out and you tell them, not to inform them, to release them. You say, she has gone to the center. She is warm now. Your turn at the edge for her is done. And the bees understand, and they let her go to the warm heart of the ball, and they go on, and the hive lives. And Elsa said, and it is the same with people, son. That is the thing I most need you to carry. When someone you love has stood at your cold edge, a mother, a sister, a friend, anyone who kept you warm by taking the cold themselves. When they die, you have to tell them. You have to say it out loud, to the air, to the room, to whatever keeps the keeping. You have to say, your turn is done. You kept me warm. Now you go to the center. I release you. Because the dead wait at the edge, friend, the same as the bees. They wait to be told their turn is done. And a soul that is not told, a soul whose people never say the words, that soul stays at the cold edge, keeping a place warm for people who have gone on without it. And that, son, that is the only true haunting there is. Not the dead who will not leave. The dead we will not release. The ones we keep at the cold edge because we cannot bear to say their turn is done. She said, my sister waited 20 years, son. 20 years she waited at the edge of my grief, keeping my place warm, because I had never once said the words. And when I finally said them, in the April of the cluster, when I understood, when I stood in my muddy yard and I said, out loud, your turn is done, go to the center, I release you. She did not leave me, son. She went to the center. There is a difference. She is not at my cold edge anymore, keeping my place warm. She is at the warm heart of the whole swarm, resting, and every flower in this county from now until the frost is visited by her 100 times a day. And the honey I have eaten every day of my 91 years, I taste her in it now. I never used to. Now I taste her in every spoonful. That is what release does. It does not take them away. It brings them home. It moves them from the cold edge, where they were working, to the warm center, where they are keeping. And the keeping is sweet. So that is the whole of Elsa Sorensen, friend. The bees and the cluster and the 20 years of honey carried to the ones at the cold edge. And the great niece, the one who found her smiling, the one who watched 40 hives rise into one gold ball and come down as one voice. The great niece keeps the hives now. She wrote me again last year. She said the hives are thriving. She said she goes out to them in the January dark and puts her hand flat on the cold wood, the way Elsa taught her, the way 150 years of beekeepers in that family did before her. And she says the words. And this spring, she wrote, she found a jar on her own doorstep. No note but 2 words in a small old hand on a bit of paper under the lid. And the 2 words were the whole of it, friend, the whole of the night, the whole of every story I have told you since the fire was lit. The 2 words were, you are seen. And she keeps that jar on her kitchen shelf, unopened, and she says she will never open it, because some honey is not for eating. Some honey is just for knowing it is there. So sleep now, friend. You are in the ball. You have been in the ball all night. The place at the warm heart has been kept for you since before you were born, and the ones at the cold edge are your own, and they are glad of the turn. And you are seen, friend. You are seen, you have always been seen. And the keeping is sweet, and the keeping is warm, and the keeping tonight is yours. Good night, good night, good night. And friend, there is one more thing Elsa Sorensen told me. On the 3rd night, after the cluster, after the honey, when the wood stove had burned low, and the snow had stopped, and the whole Northwoods was holding its breath, it is the thing about the swarm. Because I asked her, the way you ask when a story has been kind to you and you do not want it to end, I asked her, Elsa, where do the bees go? Not the winter. You told me the winter, the cluster, the ball. I mean the rest of it. A bee lives 6 weeks in the summer. 40 hives, 30,000 bees at a time. 150 years of your family's bees on this farm. Where do they all go? Where is the keeping for a thing that lives 6 weeks? And Elsa Sorensen smiled at me across that table, and she said, oh, son, you have asked the question my grandmother waited her whole life for somebody to ask her, and nobody ever did. And I will answer it the way she answered it for me when I was 9 years old and found my first dead bee on the windowsill and cried. She said, my grandmother took me out to the hives that day, and she sat me down on the grass, and she said, Elsa, where does the honey go? And I said, into the comb, Grandma. And she said, and where does the comb go? And I said, into the jar. And she said, and where does the jar go? And I said, into us. And my grandmother said, then you already know where the bees go, child. The bee does not keep her life in her body. A bee is not built that way. A bee keeps her life in the honey. Every day of her 6 weeks, she goes out into the world, and she gathers the sweetness of it, the willow, the clover, the basswood, the wild raspberry, and she brings it home, and she puts it into the comb, and the comb keeps it, and the comb outlives her 1,000 times over. The bee is gone in 6 weeks, Elsa. The honey is forever, and the honey is not what the bee made. The honey is what the bee was. The gathering was the life, the sweetness was the soul, and it does not die, child. It is eaten. It goes into the ones who are loved. It goes into the winter cluster, and it keeps the whole ball warm. That is what a bee is for. And it is not a small thing, child. It is the whole thing. And Elsa said, I have kept bees for 70 years, son, and I have never once found a better answer than that. The bees do not go anywhere. They go into the honey, and the honey goes into the ones they love, and the ones they love go into the winter, and the winter goes into the spring, and the spring is full of bees again, and the bees are new, and the gathering begins again, and not one drop of the sweetness is ever lost. It is the same honey, friend. That is the thing nobody tells you. The honey I eat today is the same honey my grandmother ate, not the same jars, the same sweetness, the same gathered willow and clover and basswood, the same 6-week lives, the same love passed down the comb, down the jar, down the years. From the first swarm her grandmother hived on this farm in 1862 to the 40 hives, sleeping under the drifts tonight. It is all one honey, son. It has never once stopped being gathered, and every bee that ever lived on this farm is in it. That is where they go. That is where they have always gone. And then Elsa told me the last thing, the thing she had been saving, the thing that the whole 3 days had been leading to. She got up from the table, and she went into the pantry, and she came back with a jar. A small jar, a half pint, and the honey in it was dark, dark as amber, dark as a horse's eye, the darkest honey I have ever seen. And she set it on the table between us, and she said, This is the last jar of the 1998 harvest, the winter cluster harvest, the year my sister died, the year the bees came to my room and showed me the ball. I have kept it 20 years, son. I have never opened it, and I am going to give it to you, and you are going to take it home, and I am going to tell you when to open it. She said, You open it when you lose somebody, not the first day, not the first week. The grief has its own time, and the honey is not for the grief. You open it on the first ordinary day. You will know the day when it comes. It is the day you wake up, and the loss is not the first thing in your mind, and you feel guilty for it, because you think the forgetting has begun. That is the day, son, the day the forgetting begins. And on that day, you take this jar, and you open it, and you put a spoon of it in your tea, and you drink it. And you will taste it, friend. You will taste what it is. It is the gathering of the whole of 1998, the last spring my sister was in the world, the clover she drove past on the way to the clinic, the willows along the creek she walked as a girl, the wild raspberry at the fence-a-line of the farm, where we were children. The bees gathered it all that spring, all of it, and it is in this jar, and it is her, son. It is her whole last spring kept, and on the day the forgetting begins, you will drink it, and you will understand that the forgetting is not the losing. The forgetting is the honey going in. The grief goes out, and the sweetness goes in, and that is not a betrayal, friend. That is the gathering. That is what the dead are for. They are for being taken in on the ordinary days for the rest of your life, one spoonful at a time. And she put the jar in my hands, friend, and she closed my hands around it. And she said, And when it is gone, and it will go, a half pint is not much, that is on purpose. When it is gone, you do not grieve the jar, you gather the next one. That is the whole of the work. You go out into your own spring, and you gather the sweetness of it, and you bring it home, and you put it into the comb of the people you love, and you keep it for the winter. And then you are the bee, friend. And your 6 weeks are not too short. They are exactly long enough. They are exactly long enough to gather everything you love and to give it away and to be gathered yourself in the end into the keeping of the ones who come after. I have the jar, friend. It is on my shelf, as I tell you this, 20-some years on. I have not opened it. I have not yet had the day, the first ordinary day after a loss, that the jar is for. I have lost people. God knows an old man has lost people. But the day has not come when the forgetting began and the guilt came with it, because I have not forgotten, because I have the stories, and the stories are my comb, and everything I have gathered is in them, kept. And I will tell you the thing I believe at the end of the 8th story, with the fire down to embers and the rain nearly done. I believe that is what all of this is for, friend. The keeping, the stories, the fire, an old man talking to you in the dark while the rain comes down. It is a hive, friend. That is all it is. I am an old bee, and I have been gathering my whole life. The lighthouse and the hospital and the dress and the mine, the camera and the stage and the switchboard and the bees. I have been gathering the sweetness of 100 years of other people's lives, and I have been bringing it home to this room, to this fire, and putting it into the comb. And you have been eating it all night, friend. That is what the listening was. That is what it always is. And it is in you now, all of it. The keeper's light and the nurse's code and the seamstress's button and the doctor's stethoscope, the photographer's chair and the station lamp and the operator's wire and the beekeeper's jar. It is in you now, kept. And someday, some ordinary day, someday you do not expect, you will taste it. You will be pouring your tea, or walking past a graveyard, or setting a chair at your table, or hearing a phone ring in the night, and it will come back to you, one of these stories, one of these people, and you will understand that they were never mine. They were gathered for you. They were always for you. That is the whole of the work, friend. That is the whole of the night. The bees gather, and the comb keeps, and the ones we love eat, and the winter passes, and the spring comes back, and not one drop of the sweetness is ever lost. Not one drop, friend. Not one sleep now. The jar is on the shelf, the comb is full, the cluster is warm, and the spring is already on its way up out of the ground under all that snow, gathering good night, friend. Good night. Good night. The embers are settling now, friend, and the rain has gone soft against the roof, and the long night has come down to its last quiet hour. 8 stories told, 8 lamps lit along the road. If your eyes are still open, let them close now. The stories will keep. If you drifted off somewhere back along the way, then the night did its work, and I am glad of it. I will be right here tomorrow, friend. Same chair, same fire, same rain on the same old roof. Come back and sit with me again. Rest now. Sleep deep. You are kept. Good night.